For all those who appreciate the work that we're doing here on Standing for Truth, please hit that subscribe button because we are just getting started.
All right, looks like we are live for the big after show, as well as the even bigger 3,000 subscriber party. Thank God that Brother Guzman here used his 20 sock accounts to subscribe and get me to where I need to be. So couldn't do it without all of you guys as well in the chat. This is awesome. We got a big crew tonight. So everybody talk at the same time and give your introductions at the same time.
Okay.
Hello, I'm David.
Hi, I'm Jonathan.
I'm Sam.
I'm
the dragon, not the guy in the dragon.
Hey, everyone, there's 5 likes but 18 watching. You better hit that like button.
Yes, do what David says or he's coming after you. That's why I pay him the big bucks to get people to like my streams. Click that like button. Yes, go ahead.
David, weren't you going to sing like a modified happy birthday?
Don't ask me to sing.
Stanny.
Yes.
So, congratulations, first of all, on 3K, 3,000 subscribers. But you got to update your intro. So I put a link in the private chat for an intro that I made for my channel.
Ooh.
If you want, I can make you an intro like that.
Okay, I'd love it. I'd love it. Are you talking about the now streaming intro?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, I could make like a now streaming intro too. But I linked the intro that I made in the private chat. So if you want something like that, I can always make something for you.
Okay, yeah, that'd be awesome. I'd be down with that. You've done some great videos for me in the past. I remember it must have been over a year ago now. I don't know. Time flies by, but you edited the gospel presentation one for me, and those 2 trailers you did for those epic debates, Kevin Anderson and Jackson Lee, and Dan versus Kent. Those trailers hyped me up.
Yeah, the Kevin Anderson and Jackson debate, that was a treat. If anybody hasn't watched that yet, I don't know where you've been, but you got to go check it out. Jackson Lee versus Kevin Anderson. That
debate, you've been living under a rock.
That debate was the annihilation of Jackson Lee. At like 38 minutes and whatever. I'm making up that number. Actually, don't quote me on that, but it's like 38 minutes or something into that thing, talking trash. And it's like, yeah, so that's not what happened. Yeah, it is. And he's like, no, read the paper. We'll pull up the paper. Give me the paper. Pulls it up, makes him read it.
And then 2 minutes of dead air pulling up the paper.
The best moment of dialogue in that entire debate was when Jackson Wheat said, "Oh." And you could see all of the energy just deflate from his egotistical little undergraduate butt as he realized, oh my Lord, I have just been annihilated by a PhD. And I have spent the entirety of this debate leading up to this moment acting as if I know more than him. And he's just wrong on everything that he's saying because he's a creationist. And then, bubble popped. It was great.
When the RJ Downer tactic goes wrong, horribly wrong.
Yeah, well, the irony of that was an obvious like RJ Downer double down move that he made. And James Downard and Jackson Weed and Erica have conditioned themselves to such an extent that all you have to do is say, "Show me the literature," and it will be like, I claimed you haven't shown me anything, therefore you haven't. And then to actually make the call to action, like, I want to see what you're citing. Oh man, too good.
Well, even the response, the quick response from Dr. Anderson there, he said, "I showed it in my opening," and then he pulled it up, and it was like a few minutes at least of silence. That was definitely one of my favorite debates of 2020 for sure.
What else was funny about that is, how they always claim, like, you never show me papers, and then it's like, then Jackson in that debate, well, I don't have time to read this whole thing, as he's sitting there silent for like 2 minutes trying to read it until he comes to the moment.
Anyway, standing for truth, I think I have an opponent for you that I think you should debate.
Well, unfortunately, tonight was my last ever debate. I'm retired, guys. 3,000 subscribers. I'm going to sit back, relax on the beaches of Hawaii. That's it. I made it. When I started this channel 2 years ago, I said, when I reach 3,000 subscribers, that's it. I got my empire.
Hey guys, I know that Sam's got to leave in like 7 minutes, so we should probably get him into the conversation since he's got to bounce early, and the rest of us can run our mouths afterwards.
Which means, okay, so right now we're gonna turn this into a dumpster fire real quick. Sam versus David, Org, and Andrew. Starting now. Uh-oh. Here we go.
I'm happy to do it, no problem. Yeah. But before I just destroy all of those guys, I just want to say that I'm very grateful that I stumbled upon your channel. I think it was about maybe a year and a half ago, and just started trolling all your comment sections and everything. And so I think you deserve way more than 3,000, but it's a start, and congratulations.
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. I'm glad you stumbled across the channel as well. I've met so many great people getting into this over the last couple of years. So this is, if it were 2 years ago I was doing a stream, there would have been me and maybe my mom would have joined. And now 2 years later, we got a room full of 10 people. So I appreciate that, brother.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, let's fight.
Choose your weapon.
I'm going to choose structural biology and communication theory. What's your weapon?
Let's go.
I'm going to choose bones found in the dirt.
Yeah, let's do that. Bones and dirt. Go, go, go.
I'm going to use incredulity.
You should have seen the perfect mosaic femur
I'm gonna.
that my dog dug up in the backyard this morning. I went, that is the transition between single-celled ancestor and whale. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm going to choose augmentum ad authority.
That's a good one. You know what? No, you know what? I'm going to make this fun. I'm choosing ad hominem.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So who am I going to make fun of first?
I choose straw man.
I choose the dodgeball.
Straw man argument. Okay, here. Show me a dog evolving into a cat right now.
Show me a bunny trail in the Cambrian.
Okay,
you can't say God did it just because you don't understand.
Below the ocean floor.
Okay, fine. I'll grant you designer, but how does that prove you're God?
We don't need abiogenesis.
Diet Coke and regular Coke.
DNA is not a real code, okay?
The only people who have ever said it was a code are creationists, just like you.
Okay, let's do this. So Andrew, I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
The only people finding dinosaur tissue are religious creationist fundamentalists.
That's a good one too. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this to start it off because rational empiricist, he's always got good challenging questions. That was a good discussion we had last week. Start off with a challenging question, and whoever wants to start, Sam, if you want to start with an answer to it, since you've only got a little bit, why don't we start it that way? So, empiricist,
2 minutes.
what's the best you got, my good man?
Okay, so it can be anything?
Fire away.
All right. What do you think about Big Bang cosmology?
I think it's a disaster.
What
Okay,
specifically
explain why.
about Big Bang?
Well, you can't
that's
even
the thing as well.
explain how a single planetesimal was created or a star. So that, yeah, I know you have your theories, but in a vacuum, planetesimals only get about the size of a shoebox, and then they start breaking each other apart. So we don't know how those were formed. There's no explanation for the gas giants. A star can't form unless it's under pressure, and it can't have pressure unless it's in a container. When gases heat up, they expand. We only see stars burning out, which create a supernova, a nebula. So they suggest that's where stars are formed, but we know that's the remnants of a dead star. And I mean, what else do you need? We don't see stars form. We see them burning out, and so you're trying to explain this countless number of stars by subtraction. So you've got some problems. Would you like more?
Well, let me say that none of that has to do with the Big Bang theory.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess to be more specific, or how about this? I'll give a specific example, what I think is evidence for the Big Bang theory, as scientists describe it, and then you can give your rebuttal. How about that?
Sure. We can try.
Okay. Well, yeah, we can try. All right. So what do you think?
I literally have 1 minute. I have to go.
Okay.
I do weird stuff on Tuesday nights. I'm going to a Bible study.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So since Sam has to leave, if he wants to say anything about this, or if anyone else wants to say anything about this, how does creation explain the CMB? I'll just leave it at that.
The cosmic background radiation?
Yes.
I will double with an event horizon. The cosmic background radiation really isn't. I mean, that's not a problem, right? Because that could also be just leftover noise from the creation event. But I believe that the cosmic background radiation is actually declining. Right? It's getting less. So that means I wonder how.
Why do you think it's declining?
I believe they've measured it. I'm not really sure about that though.
Right. But like, what's the mechanism explaining why it's declining in temperature?
Well, the fact that it is, I believe, puts a limit on how long ago it could have happened. Like a shelf life. Do you see the problem with that? And then also the way that temperature has spread out through the cosmos, that's a problem too, because I believe that it has to break the speed of light.
Wait.
I believe so.
What?
Something. Do you know what I'm talking about, John?
Wait, are you saying the Big Bang theory? Or I think this is actually something I wanted to get into. Sorry if I'm kind of taking up the chat here, but like a common misconception about the Big Bang theory is that it describes an explosion, right?
That's semantics. I mean, because I think you're going over
it's
15
not.
times the speed of light that that expansion happens. So even though you do have mass expanding, you say that it's because space-time was expanding, it doesn't count. Like it's a gotcha. It's not really traveling. It's space-time expanding, but it's still going way faster than the speed of light.
The relative distance is not changing. That is the point. The scale factor is changing. The relative distances between points are changing, but their coordinates relative to each other are not changing. So therefore,
how come it's going so slow? How come it's going like what caused the rapid expansion to slow down?
gravity. I
Gravity.
well,
You don't have gravity until you have mass, and you don't have mass without gravity.
Exactly.
wait. Well, there the gravity. What?
What gravity?
I don't
You
understand.
have this rapid expansion, right? You have space-time spreading out, and it's, gosh, I'm wrong, but it might be like 13 times. It might be 15 times the speed of light. That space-time is expanding, and then all of a sudden it just slows down to now it's 0.2% the speed of light, which is a drastic decline. So what caused it? What caused it to start going that fast, and what slowed it down?
Exactly.
Where'd you get the 0.2% number?
Because we can measure the rate at which the universes are traveling. And
Right. But
I think they're currently now going at 0.2% the speed of light. But in order to get from point A to point B, when the space time was expanding, it had to be somewhere. I think. Do you know, Jungle? I think it's like 13 or 15 times the speed of light.
Right. Well, I would say that, like, if say you have the Milky Way.
So the current numbers are this as of 2018, 70. Okay, during inflation, it was likely some 10 to the 50th times the current speed of light, and then now it's 70 kilometers a second per MPC.
I think right now I think that works out to be 0.2%. So my question for you is what caused the Big Bang, right? It had to be something outside of space, time, and matter because of the law of causality, right? And we know because of the event horizon and thermodynamics that it hadn't been going on forever. So there's two problems, and I think even most seculars agree that there was a cause, and it was about 13.6 billion years ago. So what kicked it off, and what caused everything to slow down?
Well, before I answer that, can I say something to that speed limit first of all? So the 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec is not really a speed per se. It's a speed per distance, obviously, which isn't really a speed because nothing is moving at that. It's kind of contentious because it's relative to how we're measuring distance, basically.
Yeah, so I'll explain.
You have,
Can I give the example that you guys use? So if you had a balloon that was barely inflated and you took a Sharpie and you drew some dots on that balloon, as you continue to expand, blow the balloon up, those dots would move apart from each other. So you would say technically they're not moving faster than the speed of light. It's space-time expanding. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so you still have the problem of what started that and then what caused it to suddenly slow down. I mean, even if you want to say that it's not matter that's moving, okay, but you still have the same problem. What caused space-time to expand and stop expanding?
Well, before we move on to that, so you would agree that nothing is moving relative to space-time itself?
I would agree that that's what your model says.
Okay.
I would agree that that's what your model says, yes.
Okay. Okay, repeat the question one more time, please. What started the Big Bang, I guess, is what you were asking?
Sure.
Okay.
So it's a three-part question. What started it? What was the initial catalyst? Why did it initially go exponentially faster? And then why is it now going exponentially slower than it was? And what caused the increase in speed? What caused the decrease in speed?
Yeah.
Well, the first two questions we don't know the answer to, but the third question is gravity. Because
wait a minute. If you don't know the answer, then are you telling me that you have a faith position? You don't know, but you believe that it happened. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
I guess Legos don't exist then.
So you don't have faith that it happened?
No, I don't have faith.
Okay, then prove it.
Okay.
You can't. I don't know how you can have it both ways, right? If you can't prove something, you have to have faith that it happened. Because it could turn out that you're just totally wrong.
Can I make an analogy?
Sure.
So I have this set of Legos, for instance, and I place them on the ground. I start playing around with them and building new things from them. Okay, you would agree that the Legos exist, right?
Only if the next time Standing uses vehicles for an analogy, you don't object.
I will say this. Empiricist, he is one of the first who did not straw man and say cars don't reproduce. So I appreciate
Okay.
that. I appreciate
Okay.
Hey, Andrew.
Then we'll move on.
Andrew, let's try a different analogy than Legos. Okay, so you are standing on one side of a wall. Okay, and then you see a baseball or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's some kind of ball comes flying over the wall. Okay, so you now see it flying through the air, but you cannot see what caused it to fly. You don't know if it was somebody hit it with a freaking baseball bat, they threw it, they used a slingshot, it was a cannon, whatever. You have no idea because whatever launched it was on the other side of the wall.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so
Okay.
you have no idea what caused it to come out at the velocity at which it did, correct?
Right.
Okay, would you say that's a fair comparison to what caused both the launch of and the speed of the universe?
Right. I would agree. That's what I was saying, that even though we don't know what caused the expansion initially, we do know that the universe is expanding from a certain set of conditions.
But
Okay,
isn't
okay,
it kind
now-
of isn't it kind of circular though, because you're just assuming something that you can't prove?
Okay, let me go back to my analogy, for instance. Do I assume that
Well, hold on.
well, since I don't know that how Legos were manufactured, therefore they obviously can't be played around with and can't be used at all, and they don't exist, obviously.
Well, Legos exist, but here's the thing. Okay, so can I
that's the same
modify
logic.
John's ball? Let me try to modify John's ball analogy.
Okay.
You actually don't see a ball flying through the air. You see it just kind of barely rolling across the field. It could be anything. It could be wind. It could be that it expanded. Someone threw it, but you don't know. So you see this ball that's slowly rolling, and you say, you know what? I think that ball went traveling at 10 to the billionth power, or whatever it was, some ridiculous amount. Even though I can't prove it, but I just really want to believe it, because all we know is we can see these universes moving very slowly.
Galaxies.
But we can't really prove anything. So you first have to assume what you're saying is true, and you have no proof.
Right.
And now you want me to believe it also.
Right.
Because all we really know is what we observe.
Right. I assume the Big Bang is true, therefore the CMB must exist, because if we take the expansion of the universe by itself, I would agree that doesn't necessarily mean the Big Bang state happened. However, if we say, okay, if the universe was once in this hot, dense configuration, basically, that extended throughout all of space, then there should still be the leftover of that kind of radiation period throughout all of space, and that is what we see. And in fact, it matches specific conditions or properties, basically, that can only happen if the entire universe was once in this hot, dense configuration.
That's not well. See, so I would disagree with that, because you don't know, and like you just said, you are assuming something, right? So your argument is circular, because there is another explanation, and the cosmic background radiation. From what I understand, your prediction, although you predicted that you would find something, it wasn't a very specific prediction at all. It's kind of like, I think that we'll find something. Oh, look, we found something.
Right. Well,
But
the
again,
from when the expansion of the universe was discovered by Edwin Hubble in the 1920s, the age of the universe based on that was highly inaccurate. The error bars were like tremendous, basically. Like one of them was that the early universe happened was in that state about 3 billion years ago, and obviously that's contradictory with other estimates of the age of the Earth, for instance.
Well, this is what I find. Well, this is what I find funny and kind of hypocritical from the evolution side, and then I'll yield. Is how they say young Earth creationists have a distant starlight problem, but it's them that have the problem with the fact. And you guys have been talking about inflation and the horizon problem with the temperature of the cosmic microwave background radiation is essentially the same in every direction that you look. So it's the uniformitarians and the naturalists that have the real light time travel problem, because even if we assume that Big Bang time scale, okay, there has not been enough time for light to have traveled between those regions of space to make for a relatively with the same temperature everywhere. So it's hypocritical. And what we're seeing here, it seems like there's a lot of like maybe this, maybe that, dark matter, dark science, dark energy, maybe inflation. You know, the light was able to exchange heat during the early part of the universe, but it just there's so many unknowns, unknown after unknown when it comes to Big Bang cosmology. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would agree. And so I would also ask you, what Big Bang do you believe in? Do you believe in the old one where everything was like, there was this big massive thing that was millions of light years across that blew up? Or the smaller one, or the moon came from the Earth? Or, I mean, what Big Bang? Because it just continues to get falsified, right? Over and over and over. And so, but instead of falsifying it, well, I know you never will, because it's the anything but God theory. But the reality is that, you know, and just like you said, that a few years ago it was totally different, right? Because it's unfalsifiable. But like you admitted, new evidence will draw a new conclusion. So nothing you have is based on fact, because you really don't have like an objective model.
Okay, can I give what the actual Big Bang theory says?
Which one? The current one?
The Big Bang theory.
Well, the current one?
Big Bang theory.
Are you going to use the Big Bang theory that everything there was like a rock that was millions of light years across, or are you going to use the current one? Which Big Bang theory?
The Big Bang theory in its form that it has always existed, which is that the universe in its entirety, everywhere, was once in this hot, dense state, and has now expanded and cooled into this, well, less dense, less hot state. That's all the Big Bang theory says, basically.
Well, it used to be something totally different.
It
used to be everything was a huge rock. Like
Sam, you have to remember that Andrew is very, very young. And he, in modern education, previous theories are like removed. They're rewritten. History's rewritten. They never existed.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Then we'll go with the one that he's talking about now.
It's just like with evolution that like, oh no, nobody ever thought that the original version of Darwinism was true. Nobody ever actually thought the punctuated equilibrium was a thing. And then neo-Darwinism, like we stopped thinking about neo-Darwinism a long time ago. We're on like modern synthesis. Oh, well, now actually modern synthesis, that's kind of that's outdated now too. We're on extended modern synthesis. I mean,
and John, and when it comes to uniformitarianism, no, that no longer exists. It's actualism.
I mean,
and it was never an actual monkey that we evolved from.
I mean, we never the inflation model. It's always been the inflation model. No. Sorry, actually, no. The inflation model was inserted way after the Big Bang theory was originally postulated, because they couldn't explain some of the things that Sam has been bringing up. So then that's where the whole inflation model came into play.
Right, and then you have
Sorry.
like the different composition of the planetesimals are totally different, and so that's when they say, well, it must have been from, because originally it was one big thing that blew up, and then it's changed. But like I said, like there's no explanation. If you pick any planet in our solar system, according to the Big Bang model, it can't exist. And any correction to the model to try to incorporate all of the individual problems, it might get better over here, but over there it makes it far worse.
Sam, a comet did it.
A comet did it.
It was a comet. It was a comet or a meteor.
Are you guys saying essentially that refinement isn't a good thing?
No, so ultimately, and then I really got to go because I'm going to be late. But ultimately, you guys are arguing something as a fact that you really have little evidence for. And even if you have a strong position today, a new piece of evidence might overturn it tomorrow. Therefore, everything that you could be arguing today, like junk DNA, right, 99%, could all be overturned tomorrow. So, so ultimately, everything that you're saying today is not. But now the Bible, on the other hand, the Bible has been around for a long time, and there are some specific predictions in the Bible. I mean, if anyone who has ever read it, you've got the single mother, the single father, you've got the global flood, you've got the oceans of the deep, the currents of the ocean, you've got the unlimited amount of stars, which at a time they would laugh at us because of that. They thought they could count them. So the Bible makes a lot of specific predictions, and as time goes by, we don't have the option of simply changing them every time the wind blows a different direction, right? But as time goes by, our model is solid. So and you guys don't have that. So just all I'm saying is, tonight, as you're arguing, just know that it's possible that today they found something that upset your whole worldview, and you will learn about it tomorrow.
Okay, let's let Andrew respond then.
And then I gotta go. But I hope maybe if you guys are gonna go later, I'll be able to join. But I gotta go. So,
all right.
Standing congratulations, man. It couldn't. I'm really stoked for you and your channel.
Yeah, I appreciate it, brother. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for all the support, man. Always a pleasure.
Right on. Take care.
Take care.
Let me just call out a couple super chats here. Joshua, $2. There's no greater evidence than the flood. Amen. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. And there's another one up here I got to get to. Nightmare, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Congrats on 3K subs, SFT. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are a blessing. Huge support. And okay, go ahead, guys. Andrew, if you wanted.
Just quickly, I just want to say something. Standing. First of all, I just want to say sorry. I've got a terrible temper and a really bad temper. And when it gets going, it's hard to stop. I just want to apologize for most of the things I said to you, almost all of the things I said to you. I'm sorry. And I also just want to say that I completely finished part 1 of Brian Nichols' hydroplate theory. I copied it word for word, exactly what he said from beginning to end, and put all the pictures in and put links in and all sorts of stuff. So now, because you know how when we're watching the Brian Nichols hydroplate series, the 6 of them, it's hard to find parts that you need. Well, I'm going to write the whole 6 up, what he says word for word, exactly. I've done 2 so far, and then it'll just be a matter of just putting them all in one doc and then just search whenever you want to find out something. I can't wait. I love that theory, man. I love it.
Well, that's a huge help. And I could always put that link to that document in our Bob Enyart and Brian Nichol discussion, which was like almost 3 hours. So a lot of information there that'll probably help people.
Oh, mate, that's in your inbox now. I sent it to you. I don't need to be there for that because I'm tired, mate. I've been writing since like 5 o'clock this morning. I did it all in one day. Anyway. So whatever, it's there if you need it. I'm going to write up the whole 6 of them. They're friggin' awesome, those things. And if we can just put them all in one doc, we can fit them all in one doc because they're on average about 30 to 35 pages each. And the doc allows 600 and something pages, and there's only 6 of them. So it's going to all fit in one doc. So it'll be bloody awesome. I can't wait. But anyway, I'll let you go and drop out, and that's all I wanted to say. And God bless you guys, and I'm sorry, and I'll see you later.
No problem. Stick around if you want to, Jason. We'll be
I'd
probably
love to. I really want to, because by the way, the speed of light, when the universe first started expanding, it expanded at to the size of our solar system every 20 millionth of a second, sorry. And in the first 3 minutes, it expanded to the size of, what was it again? 300,000 light years or 3,000 light years in the first 3 minutes of the big expansion or big bang or the big, So, you complete fairy tales, mate. Yeah, complete fairy tale. But anyway, I'll let you go. God bless and see you later. Thanks for standing.
Hey, listen, feel free to stay. Jason, anybody here that's involved, we will periodically be. So there's a couple of us admins actually in here, which is good. So if one of us step away, there's always somebody to let people in. We're going to be throwing the StreamYard link into the live chat all night. So anybody is welcome to join.
I'll join later.
Be a party.
I've got to get up and look after my dogs now. I've been lying around freaking hours writing. So anyway, have a good day, and I'll see you later.
Okay,
man. And you can give those. I'm sure Brian Nichols or Walt Brown isn't going to mind me writing that stuff up, because it's a fraction of what his real book is. His new book's coming out anyway, and like his new version, and it all it is basically just advertising for him. So he's not going to be worried about you spreading that out to people, because it's just little, even though it's quite a bit in it, it's just little fractions of like the book is huge. It's incredible. There's so much information in it. The six things that I'm writing up are just a drop in the bucket. So
I've got it on my bookshelf here in the beginning, and I'm just like, that thing is if I could just somehow implant all that information into my brain. But yeah, there's so much information there. So good job getting all that typed out.
Anyway, I'm going to go, and I'm going to try to get my temper under control. I'm really trying. It's hard. It's not easy. It's also, I've just come off the nicotine after smoking since I was 8 years old, and I'm 50. So I've been coming down off the nicotine for the past year, and I'm off it completely now. And I'm just like, every now and then I don't know if you know people when they give up smoking. But anyway, I'm going to go and let you guys get on with it and stop raving on and wasting time. See you guys. God bless and have a good day.
God bless you.
Later, Jason.
God bless. God bless. Okay, let's first let me call this one out. So thank you again, Joshua, $5 super chat. Cain bring what he could do, his works. Abel bring the blood of the Lamb. Jesus Christ, only the blood can save. New Testament in the Old. Amen. Amen. And salvation by faith alone, not of works. Thank you for the super chat. And rational empiricist. I know there was a lot being thrown around, so therefore,
I know. Standing. I know before this got going. I know from the discussion you were having before this. I know that Ogre was like chomping at the bit to trigger some creationists. So Ogre, I'm kidding. I don't think he wants to trigger you, but Ogre, didn't you have something you wanted to ask?
Org. What are your thoughts, Org? Are you a creationist yet after watching all these debates, or what's going on, man? Why don't you come over to the
light
Org?
side.
Come over to the light. Are you there, Org? You're on mute if you're trying to talk. Maybe step to. Oh, there he is.
I'm sorry. What's up?
Org's like, oh yeah, I forgot I was live.
Org, I'm sitting here trying to give you the opportunity to talk. Before, even in the last stream, you were talking about how you wanted to come on the stream on the after show. You asked me where it was. You said you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, I know.
And now you're here, and you've forgotten why you're here, man. Like, come on.
Well, I started something else. I started playing the game of Magic, and then I found out about this. So I'm like going back and forth between the game of Magic and.
Well, we've been talking
Magic
about
the Gathering.
Well, we've been talking about Magic for the last hour. Big Bang Cosmology. Magic.
I know. I got Magic on both sides of my ears, you know. So, I guess I can. Yeah, I can. If you want, I can ask my question. I guess I can. Yeah,
certainly.
If you want, I can ask my question.
Oh, I think someone's got some background noise.
Yeah,
I heard Org. I heard double org. Listen, we can barely deal with one org. We don't need two of them.
I fully understand that problem.
Listen, Org
So-
just cast a clone spell. That's what happened.
That's a different deck. But so my question basically, I was in Neff's stream. I know, terrible me, and I was talking to him about DNA and all that crap. And you guys know I don't know nothing about biology, so I was just asking for him to explain his side to me better. And he kept bringing up how DNA is a code, and codes require a coder essentially. I think he said syntax was his example.
Yep.
And that got me thinking. I think syntax is it, but that got me thinking about machine learning, machine algorithms, right? Essentially, I remember watching a CGP Grey video where they talked about in regards to machine learning, we don't necessarily know how the machines learn. We just know that they learn it, right?
After they're built, yeah.
Yeah. So you build a machine that you code for something, and then that machine just kind of keeps spitting out different varieties of stuff to make something work. And my question was, this might be hypothetical, this might actually happen, but if you have a situation where a machine learning algorithm creates its own code to do something, would that be a code without a coder essentially? Because nothing, the code
Yes
that
and no.
the new code that's created wasn't actually typed out for something. It was created sort of randomly.
It's yes and no. It is new code that the coder himself didn't write. However, the coder had to originally write it.
Right.
If the coder never wrote the code, then the new emergent code never would have occurred.
Yeah, I would say
so.
that
You're doing a chicken and egg thing here and just pulling it back a couple steps.
No,
I'm
I would
just
say that
giving an honest answer. I mean, that's how the thing worked. That's what we did.
Right, like if a coder makes a machine and then the machine gets intelligent enough to then create its own code, that's basically like God creating an intelligent being like a human, and then the human then creating another intelligent machine, right? So you have these chains where intelligence can create more intelligence, which then can create more intelligence.
Gotcha. The thing that's funny is that we would probably use an analogy like that to defend our side.
Yeah, and Ogre, you've heard me go on tangents about this many times about.
No, I know. That's why I wanted to. I came to Neff with this question. He kind of neffed around a lot, So I tried.
But with dynamic systems, like we're creating, we used to be trying to create more intuitive machine learning, right? Yeah. Now what we're doing is we've realized that we suck at it, basically. Okay. And now what we're doing is creating hyper complex if-thens, right? But then allowing flexibility inside of the if-thens and/ors, right? But just trying to create is basically humans are sitting down and being like, okay, let's brainstorm as many of the possibilities as we possibly can, right? And every time we think of a new one, let's add that parameter in, right?
Yes.
Over and over and over again, right? And now we've created this like gigantic thing that accounts for the vast majority of potential scenarios that this AI may encounter. Then let's take the data that can be absorbed into the system, right? And see if we can create flexible logic rules for new data that wasn't in play before, and see if we can combine a whole boatload of these different, instead of just being limited to one or two of the ifs, right? Now let's figure out a way to make it so they can incorporate and look across a whole bunch of the different potential parameters and find which ones are the best, or work in conjunction with each other to solve the problem. But at the ultimate root of it, that all required intelligent agency. And then the code that those intelligent agents use to write all those potential parameters also required intelligent agency. And this is where you go all the way back to the root of the problem, which is even if you have binary, right? And ASCII or Unicode or whatever, right? That's being translated. The higher level languages are being translated into from a machine language perspective, and assembly code and all those different types, right? You still have to have originally had the syntax assignment of that at the very root. And this is why I get so frustrated in a lot of my conversations. I'm like, the only thing I'm not even arguing, like, where did C++ and Java and JavaScript, I'm not even at that level yet. Like, let's go all the way back down to, like, Unicode and ASCII. Like, how does A equal 0100001? Like, that's what we're talking about. And we can't even, in terms of biological systems, we can't even explain that one, even though we're discovering that we've got the equivalent of JavaScript going on in actually what's required for life to exist, right? In terms of like what we observe right now, we've got the equivalent of JavaScript and Python and Java and C and all this other stuff working in unison. There's like 30 something different already documented codes. We just haven't cracked them yet. We know there are all these other ones out there. We just don't know the syntax yet. We haven't figured it out yet. The only syntax we figured out is the genetic code. We don't know the syntax of the other ones yet. And yet we're arguing over whether or not it's more or less plausible to not require an intelligent agent. And then anyway, enough of my long-winded diatribe. That stuff that's why Neff you think he's neffing, but he's like, this is a well-established premise. The only difference is we've got one side of the equation is still clinging to the premise that somehow something that would be implausible in any other context, well, we just haven't figured it out yet. But if you put the exact same context in front of somebody for any other type of code, then you'd be laughed out of the room and told you were an idiot and living in a fantasy land.
It's argument from ignorance.
Yeah, I personally, as I said to Neff, don't have an issue with it as an analogy. What I was trying to look at was taking the big question and break it down to a smaller sub question, which is, can you have a code without like a predetermined syntax, predetermined purpose?
No, you have to have syntax.
Yeah, code does not exist without syntax, period.
Yeah, I know. And that was kind of the conversation I was hoping to have. I don't have a problem with the way you answered that. I think your answer is sufficient, right? I just thought that up as a possible way. I'm not going to say I 100% go with your argument, but I do see the validity to it. I'd have to think about the topic more. So, but yeah, I think your response is good, though.
Rational had a question. He said he had to go in about half an hour.
What's up, Bob?
Hey, Praise.
Hey, so Bob, the other night, did you come into the, because I ended up passing out. Did you come into the Berry extravaganza?
I heard about it, and then I watched it earlier today.
Okay, so yeah, I heard that you were being very placid to the old Berry. He just absolutely loved you, Bob. Man,
I'm a nice guy.
I met this
Bob
nice guy, Bob.
buds.
I mean, Bob was just so nice, and he just like really helping us go along and get along together. Yeah.
I think, real quick,
I accept your accusation.
I'm going to jump in real quick because I think Rational Empiricist in the side chat says he only has a few minutes. He wanted to ask a question for all of us, which is cool. I wanted to ask a question real quick that I wanted to ask you, Empiricist, earlier based on a lot of the points that were being thrown around, okay? So do you believe you have an empirical answer to the fact that, based on everything we were talking about, okay, if the first law states matter can neither be created nor destroyed, and yet the second law, right, the law of increasing entropy, okay, tells us things are essentially winding down, implying that we can wind things back to a point of what? Well, a point of least increasing entropy. How is this not a creation event in light of the first law and the second law? Because according to your model, or in your opinion, did matter and energy create itself, or would not an outside force be required to bring forth the energy and the matter? Go ahead. I'm curious as to your thoughts on that, empiricist.
Right. This is kind of a similar. Oh, am I echoing? Oh, sorry. So I think this is kind of a similar answer to the question of what started the Big Bang, and the fact is we don't know if either of those two laws applied before the I guess what we would call time zero, which is basically just a point. It's kind of an arbitrary point where if you take, let's see, trying to think
Somebody
about
made the laws. Somebody made the laws then, right?
Say that again.
Someone made the laws.
The law of what?
He's saying somebody would have had to. There'd have to be a lawgiver, a law creator. But here's my point.
Oh, laws.
Here's my point: is the fact that the second law, okay, things are winding down, the law of increasing entropy. That means logically there would be a point of least increasing entropy, okay? But according to the first law, matter and energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So that means matter and energy would have had to, because of the second law, been created. But you're appealing to the unknown, or you're saying at this point in time we don't know. Well, we know. Genesis 1, God created the heaven and the earth. There's time, space, matter, and that is the who, the outside force, that brought forth matter and energy. Do you believe, in your opinion, that any one of us, as Christians, okay, who believe in a creator God, do you believe that the I don't know answer would ever convince a Christian? Because according to Genesis 1, this is exactly what we would expect. What we know about the first and second law of thermodynamics is exactly what we'd expect given the first passage in Genesis. Yeah, that outside force was God. He brought forth matter and energy. It's the only way.
Okay, so wait, do I just respond to that, or I didn't quite understand what the question was? Sorry.
You could try to.
Yeah, you could respond if you'd like. I'm saying your answer essentially to my question was I don't know, and that's fine. But as a Christian, we do know because the Bible gives us the answer. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. There's time, matter, space, and there's the who. Now you're saying maybe the first and second law didn't apply before the Big Bang. Well, the universe can't be eternal because we can't wind things back eternally. You can only wind things back to a point where a point of least increasing entropy. I mean, I don't know a naturalistic way to explain this.
Johnny.
Yeah.
¿Cuáles son las escrituras?
Well, I would say that like I was saying, we don't know if entropy even has, because as far as I'm aware, entropy is based on statistical nature of particles and their arrangements, basically. And we know that particles are based on quantum mechanics. So since quantum mechanics in its current form doesn't make accurate, it gives nonsensical answers at this point according to the Big Bang model. We don't yet know if entropy even has a meaning at that stage of time, or even it's kind of the same thing as before the Big Bang, if there was a before, if time even made sense. It's the same way in which was there decreasing entropy going further and further back in time. We don't yet know the answer to that, and I would say that no one knows the answer to that, including Christians, because in order to, at least in my opinion, I feel that in order to say a supernatural entity must have done this, because the opposing side doesn't know how to do this, I feel that kind of statement is presuming one scenario when there could be, and I guess I'll answer this with a question, basically. How do you know that it is supernatural versus an unknown natural explanation? How do you tell the difference, basically, is what I would say.
So you think there's a natural explanation for the ordering of energy?
I know the answer to that philosophically. It's called teleology. So without teleology, there's no way you could make any naturalistic argumentation for the universe. So we know there's fine tuning, and we also know that when we talk about in philosophy that it can't cause itself because, again, this is what SFT was talking about, the first law of thermodynamics, or first, nothing can be created or destroyed. That's already in the universe. So you would have to appeal to something that's immaterial, physical, and timeless. And I mean, that's a perfect description of our God. So I think our position is more parsimonious than the materialist naturalist position. And that's all we're saying. We're not saying, oh, we know scientifically exactly what happened, but we can tell you that our position is more tenable than yours. But I want to say something else really quick. I want to say congratulations to SFT. I've known SFT since he only had a few followers, and he was going live against those Jackson Week guys, and he's went a long way. And it's been fun to watch. It's been a pleasure being part of the team here, and I know it's going to get way bigger, probably to around maybe 100,000. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that would be a blessing. That's the goal, brother. I appreciate the kind words, Praise. I still remember 2 years ago, the first time you jumped into one of the streams that I think it was me, Immutable Destiny, CRISPR, that Athena guy, and you came in, and I've known you since. You've been a supporter ever since I had 50 subscribers and 10 on one, so I appreciate that, brother.
It's been a blessing. And I wish you the best, and God bless you, brother, and we'll see where it goes.
Yep.
God bless. God bless. Okay, why don't we, I guess so, Praise was responding to rational empiricists in her question. So rational, if you had a response you wanted to make, then we can kind of go back and forth that way.
Yeah, I didn't know if you want to keep going with cosmology or if I should, because philosophy isn't really my strong suit. I'm more into the empirical stuff, hence the name. So I didn't know if you want to continue with cosmology or if I should ask a different challenge question more related to biology per se.
Do you have some sort of empirical argument that is relevant to whether or not Christianity is true?
Frankly, I don't care if Christianity is true or not.
Well, all of us here do, except maybe Dre's.
Right. I'm
Hey
saying
guys, actually, I think that we're letting Andrew ask a bunch of questions. I think Drace loves to talk trash in the side chat.
Dre's in the house,
I
and
think
what?
it's my favorite.
And
I think
he's ready to roll with John. So
I think he needs to be able to back up his BS. So you talk a mad game, man.
Coming from you, buddy.
Hey, bro, I back up my crap. What you got?
You don't back up shit. All you do is distort all day and have this drawling whine of an egotistical voice, and you think that carries over for an argument.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and learn from
fire mode. Let's go.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and learn from rational empiricists and actually back up your claim with some form of structured argument.
Sure. I have no problem with that. My problem, actually, rational, I think you're right to stress the point that nobody knows and everything like that. But I think it would be helpful because they're trying to say that it's impossible. You can't possibly come up with a plausible sounding theory. So why not? And I understand that this is not your expertise. And before I start speaking, I do want to start this off with a little bit of a ceremony and saying that when I speak only for myself. I'm not a professional scientist, not a professional philosopher. I should not be interpreted as speaking for anybody else other than my own opinion. So I do want to say that.
So that's the standard that's the standard
because we
YouTube
do
atheist
know what
talking
we're
point.
talking about, and you can't
No,
speak.
that's not a standard atheist talking point. A standard atheist talking point would be, well, lol, the whole scientific consensus.
No, it's a
agrees
standard
with
YouTube.
me.
I said it's a standard YouTube atheist talking point. And by that, I was referring to I don't know about this, and this, and this.
No,
this is
no,
my
no.
opinion.
I'm not saying.
So Dressel,
I'm
as
not
I
saying.
said,
Don't start off by distorting what
bro,
I'm saying.
you claimed that I spew a bunch of crap. So
You
I'm
do.
going to need you to go ahead and point out something specifically that I am spewing that is crap.
This whole conversation on the Big Bang has been crap, and
I haven't really been talking about this. Have I really been talking about the Big Bang?
Hey, Drace.
No, not really. So,
okay, let's do this. Hey, guys, stop. It's my channel. I'm going to moderate. Let's have Drace, and we'll be respectful with this. Maybe if Drace wants to pick out if it's genetics, biology, which typically John speaks to, something that maybe you disagree with John on, or you think he's been wrong on in some of his arguments or lines of evidence he points to, and then we'll have John address it. If you want to do that, if there's something specific you wanted to have John address, let's start it there.
Specifically in political theory, actually. I want to speak to John about his understanding of fascism coming from socialism and ask him if he's ever actually read Mussolini's Doctrine of Fascism, where he specifically says that he renounces socialism and considers socialism, his movement, his part in socialism, to have been purely a means to an end. So I'd be interested in this whole thing about him dying a socialist and everything like that. No, like he expressed.
Okay, so number one, I've never stated he died a socialist. Number one. Number two, you just made a claim. Shut your mouth.
Go ahead.
Okay, so number one, in the context in which I brought up Mussolini being a fascist, I'm pretty sure that I stated he originally was a socialist. He was a leader in the Socialist Party. He was a publisher of one of the primary publications on socialism in Europe. Then you're correct. And I'm pretty sure I also stated this, that he denounced the traditional socialist model because he said it didn't go far enough. It wasn't extreme enough. It wasn't that he was completely suspending the fundamental underlying components of it. It was that he said the means to accomplish the end were not being accounted for in the current model at the time. Now, he then initiated the fascist party. And I'm drawing a blank on the exact phrase for it, but it was, there was a term for it. It was socialism accomplished through, there was some other term for it, that they, it was a model they formed that was basically, hey, whatever means is necessary to accomplish our objective, which obviously was clearly established from a historic perspective, given the fact, what happened in reality in history. So, I'm not really following how you're claiming that I am false when it's been well established and documented that it literally came out of the socialist model that he renounced as not going far enough, not that in principle it was false.
Okay, so that's wrong, though. And it's wrong because, again, if you read the Doctrine of Fascism, he's not saying that it doesn't go far enough. He specifically critiques fundamental aspects of socialist theory, like the idea, for example, of class struggle or the idea of utopianism. And he rejects all of that. So he's not coming from it. And so when you say that it's been established, no, it hasn't been established. Now, my problem, though, is that you're saying that fascism comes out of socialism. My thing, when I saw you in chat, you were chirping about this idea that fascism ideologically springs from it, and you basically repeat that here. But again, that is false. He's rejecting fundamental aspects of it and replacing it with something else, much more having to do with this kind of like warrior ethos personified in, like, made greatest in the state. And like critiques the idea again of like the poor versus the rich, and instead wants to stress this unity between all classes. And then again, this idea that we can reach this utopia, and he rejects that perfect world in favor of like the soldiers soldiering on through the pain and the hardship. So he's renouncing it. He's not. And again, like I said, he's saying in that book that his connection to that socialist past is not ideological. It is simply because he wanted to pursue it as a means to an end. And so that was a big problem that I had with the way that you were painting that picture. And I would just highly recommend that you read the book. It's pretty short. You can get it on audio on YouTube for free. It's 45 minutes long.
Like, there's a big difference.
Okay, so again, so why then, if you're going to make this case, and I'll have to, I'm pretty sure at the time, the first time I was questioning on this, I pulled up papers on this exact topic and things written by folks, as well as different letters written by Mussolini himself on this.
Hopefully they were written by folks.
I mean, so you're just going to be a dick now?
Well, you started it off that way, so I'm just continuing your tradition.
But going back, I mean, I don't know if it's dick to you, but okay. But going back to this whole premise we're on Standing for Truth channel.
Like right when we open this
he doesn't really talk on politics much on his channel. So why don't we get back to the topic?
Oh, so you're going to avoid the topic now? Can I be a dick like you and constantly just be an asshole the whole fucking stream? Oh, so you're going to avoid the topic? You're not going to admit defeat? Oh, your position is just based on faith.
One thing to another.
Let's try to keep the profanity down if we can, guys.
Yeah, I was going to say that, but also
we're going to enforce the profanity rule now when you guys just let him run amok with the foul language all day whenever you guys are grilling an atheist. Is that what we're going to do? But when somebody can actually fire back all of a sudden...
Trace, I only heard it just now.
And can I actually just say two things that I wanted to say as part of this whole ceremony thing that I wanted to open up with. I wanted to say, Jonathan Guzman, I've only listened to you once. I believe it was on Dapper Dino's channel. But I just wanted to say that you appeared to me as a very bright fellow, and I appreciated your contribution to that discussion. You presented yourself quite well. And also to Argatha, our last conversation on Speed Stream, you were very well composed, and I appreciated that. And I just wanted to point that out to the two of you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
That really means a lot.
Yeah, and I wanted to say that I think that John is trying to get off of the topic that you're on because it's not really relevant.
Well, it's relevant.
He was defending an accusation that you made against him. So, like, maybe he misunderstood it or whatever, but I don't see how it's relevant to the purpose
creation
of the
evolution.
channel.
Yeah, so we can move on to the whole worldview issue in terms of creation versus naturalism, and perhaps we can start with the cosmology problems that Standing was bringing up.
Right.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, you said it was BS.
So
yeah, I don't think that any of the things that Standing brought up were very good objections, and I think that they misunderstand some of the things regarding thermodynamics, and also that in terms of understanding the Big Bang and how it can approach thermodynamics, I don't think there's an issue there, or at least a successful issue insofar as Standing brought it up. I can go into that in detail.
So how did the energy get ordered?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that because there were two people speaking at once.
How did the energy get ordered?
Okay, so we're talking thermodynamics then, because how is the energy ordered? So in thermodynamics, we're talking heat energy, and this is what the Big Bang is about. And so with respect to thermodynamics, rational empiricist was right to point out that this is a statistical science. And so the second law is a statistical law. If you run it out long enough into the long term, you get these statistical improbabilities of, something like a thermodynamic disequilibrium out of equilibrium. And this is something that Sean Carroll, physicist, has harped on a lot. Because it's been demonstrated in a lab recently that they can reverse the second law of thermodynamics under specific conditions. And so what you're dealing with here would be some kind of like thermodynamic fluctuation that's incredibly, incredibly rare, which is why we're talking on these cosmic long distance timescales.
That's what you think. You think you can reverse the law of thermodynamics.
Yes. Based on the fact that I would just
you realize it's a big problem in science because they have to reverse it, even if they can't.
They successfully have. Just check out Sean Carroll. He links a peer-reviewed paper in which they go through the lab experiment of actually doing this.
I've seen them try to get around it. I've seen them try to get out of it, but you can't get out of it.
Well, then I would suggest that you take a look at that paper and explain the specific thing that they did wrong in the experiment.
Because to order energy is not happening.
Well, that's a nice assertion.
It's not happening ever.
That's cool story, bro.
Yeah, cool story is what you're making up, what your paper's
I'm
making. I've
explaining
seen
to you
them
the
try
status
to
of the
say
science.
maybe once in a while, maybe it all of a sudden bunches up. That's a belief.
Well, no,
It's not based.
in terms of it bunching up, like in terms of like the increasing of complexity in general, we see that happen all the time in terms of like open systems and stuff like that when we're talking about the second law. But we're talking about something very specific and very unlikely, which is that when you get into equilibrium, like total equilibrium, that the system actually comes out of that. And the reason why I suggest that is possible is, again, because this is a statistical, not an absolute law. And if it's a statistical matter, then of course, when you go all the way out into that long term, you get the statistical improbability inevitably.
But you're talking about the energy of the entire universe ordering itself, and there is no natural cause for that.
Ordering itself in the sense that, like, after this expansion, you have the coalescing of mass to form these planets and stars and everything like that. That would be the sense in which you mean ordered. The initial thing, though, this singularity, whatever the hell it is, all I would describe, I mean, like, it would be thermodynamically ordered in the sense that there's this extreme concentration of heat. But why does it seem so physically impossible to have such a thing in the real world? Of simply this extreme condensing of the matter where it heats up to temperatures greater than 80 trillion degrees.
Because you don't see it happening. And even if it was a bouncing
you
ball,
wouldn't
it would stop bouncing after a while. Anyway.
Okay, I apologize because I kind of interrupted you there, and I'm not trying to do that. But you're saying because we don't see that, but of course we don't see that. I mean, like that's basically something that happens, like, through billion of year time scales. We live a human generation, so why in the world would we expect to see such a thing? The only thing that we can reasonably do is to try to look at all of the, astrophysical evidence that we have and form a reasonable inference upon the basis of that evidence as to what's going on. And, you could jump on that at that point and say, oh, well, it's just an inference. And
You're not looking at the evidence. You're looking for excuses.
But if we're looking at the evidence, the Big Bang, go ahead, rational empiricist. But just, I did want to stress, though, just in 5 seconds, that the Big Bang is based on evidence, based on the expansion rate and the cosmic microwave background. But go ahead.
So I think Drace, if this was, well, maybe just adding on to something you were saying, observation. As crazy as it sounds, observation in science does not require seeing something, right? You would agree with that, right? Like it can
detection.
Right. So in that sense of detection, basically, if we were to say that we can't see something, therefore it's just an inference, then all of science is inference, because you can look at, okay, like a good example would be particle physics, for instance. You can't see particles. You can't.
That's energy. That's smaller and smaller amounts of energy.
But you can measure them.
Right, you can measure them, but you can't see them. So this whole idea of visual being right there, right then, is kind of absurd in science, because then we couldn't do science, basically.
See, I think when we say see, we mean in the colloquial term. Oops.
Right, you mean the visual senses, basically.
Or detection, but you're going to smaller and smaller amounts of energy as if that's going to prove something.
No, I mean we don't ignore the concept of spectrometers and things like that. Like that's not really seeing something, but like I don't think that we're really thinking that you have to physically see something with your eyeballs without some sort of interface, that means it's not science.
Great. Then what's the difference between the science we're talking about and what you think is what you claim is not science, basically, that the Big Bang isn't science because we weren't there, for instance? And I think
because you can't observe with any device that we know of yet it occurring.
We are inferring from what we see today.
Well, in that sense, then particle physics is bunk, because you can see the particles interacting with each other, but you never actually see the event. You see the traces, basically. That's kind of how the detections work, basically. You see the streams of energy after a collision, for instance, but you never actually really see the moment of the collision.
Yeah, but you can do continued, well, on two levels. One, you can do continued experiments and reproduce results with those things in the now.
Right, and you can do the same thing with the Big Bang evidence. You can reproduce the observations, and it leads you to the same conclusion, which is the Big Bang, because reproducibility does not depend on the event itself. It depends on the observation.
The other thing is that you assume the Big Bang because you reject what was the standing hypothesis.
There was no.
Well, maybe not you specifically. Yeah, I mean,
you can
for
reproduce
thousands of years, the standing hypothesis was that God created everything.
You can reproduce the expanding energy universe.
I can reproduce the observations that lead to an expanding universe. That's the point.
I mean, can
you reproduce space-time?
At tremendous speeds?
Can you reproduce space-time?
You can see that space-time is the result of the formation of matter, which dilates time and space.
Right. You just demonstrated my whole point. You don't have to you don't have to reproduce the thing itself. You can observe its effects and infer that the thing is there.
It doesn't mean there was a Big Bang, though. What if the matter was just formed by energy? And it doesn't have to be one central. I mean, how do you get all the energy in one central point anyway?
It wasn't in a central point.
Can I ask a question?
What's a singularity?
Let's see. It's a condition of infinite density, basically, where the
one speck exploded because of how much heat there was in the one speck.
That's not what the Big Bang says, though.
They can't really tell you what caused it.
All right, if I may,
exactly what it says.
Okay, I think
exactly what it describes.
All right, so rewinding a little bit, bringing us back a little bit. We were talking about like the if we could reproduce or reproduce an experiment of like how the Big Bang could have worked, and if it did, and if you couldn't reproduce the experiment of how the Big Bang happened or worked, then therefore it's false. Just to be fair, I think it would be fair to say, well, if we can't reproduce creating life or the whole universe, then how can we say that God did it? So I think that there has to be, I think that there might be a double standard with that argument, if you will.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know too much about cosmology anyway, so go ahead. That was my 2 cents worth.
So I have a question.
Okay. That was a good point, though.
Yeah, I agree. If you have two cars that are driving away from each other, they're driving in opposite directions, and you can, or maybe they're driving perpendicular from one another, and you can calculate how fast they're moving. If you work it back, you can calculate when they would have been in the same position in the past. Does that necessarily mean that that's where they were in the past? Were they initially in the same place?
Well, that's why I was saying earlier about the cosmic microwave background. That's how we know the universe was in a hot, dense state.
It could also be that they were, this is my 2 cents worth, but it could also be that they were just infinitely, if you were to rewind it, you could infinitely drive it back to no point at all, but it just goes on for infinity.
Right. That's a good point, actually, because the as far as I'm aware, you never actually reach the the singularity is basically a limit. It's a mathematical limit. It says that as you slice the time in half more and more and more, the density approaches infinity. It's unclear if it ever reaches infinity, and therefore the distances are zero. But that's what the simplest model would say, that it would approach infinity, basically. So
Well, let me explain what the problem is with the universe, the the formation of the universe, is that it requires energy. You agree with that, right?
Can you clarify that?
Everything consists of energy. Everything's made of energy. You need energy to make the universe, right?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, so the problem is that energy can't make itself. That's what the problem is.
Who's saying it made itself?
Well, where did it come
do you
from?
have any idea what made it?
No, that's the whole point. I don't know.
So it has to come from either a greater energy, it's contingent on a greater energy, or it's contingent on what is not contingent, what is
How do you
not
know
physical. So it either comes from a greater and greater energy source, or it's contingent on what is not contingent. And either way, it goes back to an ultimate, infinite source of energy.
How do you know that?
Well, can we agree that the universe is not infinitely old?
It's always contingent on a greater source of energy.
How do you know that?
Because it can't make itself.
Well, yeah, I just want to chime in really quick. I think you guys are arguing over irrelevant nonsense. It's called minutia. I think we should be discussing the bigger problem. I mean, the bigger issues. Like, is there even a such thing as matter? Can you prove? Can the empiricists and the science? What would he call those? What Matt Dillahunty is? He calls himself a scientific realist. Can the scientific realist show us what the ontology of the universe is? So, what is the nature of existence itself? And can you prove matter even exists? If you can't even show matter exists, then we're probably living in a hologram or a virtual simulation anyway. So that, to me, makes all this irrelevant. So I just wanted to point that out.
We agree matter exists, and we agree it requires energy. But the problem is where the energy is coming from. It always has to come from a greater source of energy.
Well, no, we don't agree, because I don't think anything physical exists. That's just a mental concept of
Well, then nobody is here talking. Then, if that's the case.
Well, I mean, it's an interface. So, like, it's just like the people, like in a video game, like we have Avatar. Like an avatar would believe whatever its realm is real. I mean, we're real. We have a soul and a spirit. I mean, that's why that even pushes even more for the existence of God, because if we are living in a simulation or hologram or virtual reality, whatever you want to call it, then that shows, yeah.
Well, either way, it's impressing on us in some way, fashion, or form, and we agree about that.
Jungle, I think you need to go research presuppositional apologetics.
No, I already know
Praise was doing.
No, this is not presup, though.
Yeah. I already know all about that.
You think that wasn't presup?
No way.
But the problem is,
like the foundation.
If you can't tell me anything for sure, then there's nothing you can tell me at all.
Well, that's
hey guys, real quick.
I'm telling you, I don't think you really understand presuppositional
I
apologetics.
do understand that if nothing actually exists, then there's nothing you can tell me.
No, I'm not saying nothing exists. No, we're saying everything in our background doesn't really exist. It's not objectively there. God made a perfect realm for us for our souls to be saved in, and yet when we die, we go to the real realm. I mean, I think that's pretty clear. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't know why Jungle's against that.
It's a real fabrication. There's real forces, real powers, and all power comes from a greater power.
Okay.
Wait,
I'm
are your
gonna
thoughts real?
Hey. I'm moderating here. So let's move off of this topic now. I think we've discussed this one enough. I know Andrew, I think, had a biology, genetic related question, I believe.
Hey, Standing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before we go down that rabbit hole,
Can
can you please where did Drace go? Because I need to embarrass him real quick.
Oh, Drace.
I put him backstage.
Okay, well, can you share my screen real quick? Because I'm pretty sure I've made the direct assertion multiple times. Again, in the original iteration he's referring to, and again tonight, that fascism was born out of revolutionary socialism. So I went and dug up one of the papers I read on this a long time ago. And this is from 1976. Mussolini and the Legacy of Revolutionary Socialism. Holy crap. Special issue, Theories of Fascism, October 1976. Okay. Okay, let's see. In these words spoken in 1935, Palmiro Togliatti embodied the problem of interpretation of fascism, which, in the rigorous view of the Communist International, still followed an unalterable pattern. Okay, let's fast forward down to his actual words. Okay. One must bear in mind what are the cadres of fascism and realize that they came to a great extent from revolutionary syndicism. They are the elements that detach themselves from the confederal movement of the time of the syndicate split and then detach themselves. Okay, fast forward, keep going. Okay, what are the origins of this concept? Originally, they contain some residues of the so-called Marxist ideologies. Some attempts were made to couple it by transverses with the ideas of nation and class. These paths were indicated to the theoreticians of national syndicalism not only by reactionary bourgeoisie advocates, but also by men who fought, in part, still fighting in the ranks of the working class movement. However, and I'm just going to find this quote one piece. Let's see where to go in this paper. He's talking about the origin of it being Mussolini specifically. Where to go? Crap, where did that one go? It's an old paper. Okay, let us not forget that Mussolini was a socialist party leader. And then there's another line where it says it's literally born out of it. Where the heck did that go? Crap. Okay, you guys keep talking while I find the piece where it literally says that it was Mussolini talking about it coming out.
Okay. So
really quickly.
Huh?
If I may, really quickly go back to the cosmology thing, because I thought that it was interesting, the analogy that who was it that brought up the analogy of the cars moving away from each other?
Bob.
And if you brought it back, you could assume that there was a single point, but what if you could rewind those cars back all the way to infinity? They meet to the point, but then they continue to go on beyond that.
John, I don't think you were getting my point.
Yeah, but
I didn't really get to it. If a car starts and on the highway in Arkansas and another one heads out in the opposite direction from New York, and they're traveling at a set speed, and you look at both of them at the same time, some period in the future, you could calculate when they would have collided in the past, but that doesn't prove that they were ever in the same place. That was my point.
Okay. So what I was trying to say was, what if there were two stars, and you try to trace them back all the way to a single point where they meet? Possibly this could have been the creation event of Genesis chapter 1. But then if you go back, if you go to infinity, maybe God folded out the heaven.
Real quick.
I'm sorry.
Hey, guys, hang on 1 second. Hang on, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up in a second, guys. Hang on. Why not go further back to its earlier origins, when fascism first emerged out of revolutionary socialism? Okay, I yield, and Dryas doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Jonathan, are you an old Earth creationist?
That's not really relevant to the point that I'm trying to make here.
sounds like you are, and I don't want to misrepresent.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, because there could have been. I'm not sure how to word this, but before the creation of the earth, God created the heaven and the earth, right? There could have been a point of antimatter or no matter at all, and God stretched it out as soon as He created the heaven. I don't know. It's just something interesting when you put two and two together. I don't know. Like again, I'm not a big cosmology guy.
Well, matter is a fabrication.
Okay.
It takes energy to make matter.
Thank you. It's all I was saying, Jungle. It's like the matter is not objectively real. And I think quantum mechanics has demonstrated that.
It's a real fabrication. It has real forces and really impresses on us, and real powers that mess us up or help us or whatever.
It's a mental construct, but
the force and power of a volcano is real force and power that will really mess you up.
Okay, so if I could just divert the discussion a little bit more to my area, where do you guys stand on like feathered dinosaurs? Did dinosaurs have feathers and whatnot?
Sure, why not?
Okay, but I know you're not a creationist, of course, but
I'd be willing to believe it if I saw real evidence that it was true, but I don't think they did.
Have you heard of Caudipteryx? Or Senosaurus or Senoceropteryx?
If I did, I probably just forgot the name.
Okay.
I'm not good with names or terms.
Sure. Anybody else? I know John Maddox, he's more.
What'd you say? Sensor optics? What'd you say?
Yeah, Senoceropteryx, Senosaurus,
okay.
Caudipteryx.
Archaeopteryx.
Archaeopteryx, yeah.
Archaeopteryx is not a dinosaur. It's a tree perching bird.
Yeah, they've already proven that.
No, actually, in a 2011 paper study, they showed that Archaeopteryx was a dinosaur. That it was more closely related to Deinonychus than it was to any modern bird today.
So, Guzman, where are you at now? Are you a?
Do they have the genetics? Well, okay, go ahead.
John, where are you at these days, man? Are you a theistic evolutionist? Are you
No. I'm still like young Earth creationist. I'm just asking what you guys think about it.
Okay, so then I guess the real question I would have for you is: do you think that birds evolved from dinosaurs, dinosaurs evolved from birds?
No, I think that in terms of nested hierarchies, I think that birds are literally dinosaurs. It does not have anything to do with relatedness, whether they descend or ascend from them, but it just. How we define dinosaurs puts birds into the group of dinosaurs.
So do you think that feathers came from scales?
But
no. I'm saying,
I'm asking because I seem to recall you doing a video or discussion on that whole premise. And
I haven't done any discussions on the evolution of feathers.
Are dinosaurs not reptiles?
You guys know that birds all have a keel and dinosaurs don't. You know that, right?
Well, sorry, what was
Well, real quick, I'm going to jump in real quick. Guzman, is this the one you were talking about?
Caudipteryx, yeah.
Yeah, so this one, I would highly recommend this because this is from the Journal of Creation, April 2018. Dr. Sarfati and Brian Thomas. Sarfati we had on. He goes through all of these arguments that Marcus Ross and Andrew McLean use when it comes to Archaeopteryx, when it comes to Caudipteryx, if I'm saying that right. That also goes into the fibers for feathers, what's a bird, what's not. But the biggest thing about taxonomy, classification systematics, cladistics, and nested hierarchies, you have to be careful because when we look to man-made classification systems, and Linnaeus himself was a young Earth creator. It's man-made, right? Kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species.
It's all subjective. Yeah,
Okay.
it all goes down to semantics, how you define terms. It's all that.
Because by the way you are classifying birds as dinosaurs is actually the same method and approach that evolutionists use to classify humans as apes and primates. Because they're looking at morphology, anatomy, okay, physiology, and genetics is the most important factor to consider when it comes to determining ancestry. The problem with Archaeopteryx and a lot of these candidates, okay, for feathered dinosaurs, there's not really any genetics to go with it. And we know that based on convergent evolution, okay, and other factors. Looking at a bone and then looking at the morphology and gathering characteristics and traits and forming hierarchies and making conclusions, a lot of it is inference-based and assumption-based because we don't have the genetics. And oftentimes there's a lot of variation. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Standing, but I'm going to have to disagree with you on that because what is in feathers? And when you look at a bird today, what are in the feathers? It's beta keratin. Feathers are full of keratin.
That's right.
Like the stuff in your nails and in your hair. When they looked at Sinosauropteryx and Sinornithosaurus and Archaeopteryx under the microscope, they didn't find collagen like rotting tissue. If it was actually rotting tissue, like sometimes Hovind has put out that idea that Sinosauropteryx and Sinornithosaurus or Archaeopteryx, excuse me, their feathers are just rotting tissues. The problem with that is that if they were, you would be finding collagen. We're not finding collagen in them. We're finding beta keratin, which is exactly what we find in feathers. Also, you're also finding melanosomes and melanocytes, which is the stuff that is not only pigmented for scales, but also pigmented for feathers. And I think that the irony with some of the evolutionists who say that there's no such thing as dinosaur soft tissue, they accept that dinosaurs had feathers, right? But they won't accept.
Let me stop you there before, because I want to go to the tissues here. So even Sarfati is admitting here that they may or may not represent collagen. Okay. But they also likely don't represent feathers because feathers are branched and these fibers are not.
Well,
so how
actually,
do you explain the non-branching of them?
Well, Sinornithosaurus is the only one that doesn't have branching feathers. It has plumaceous feathers. Caudipteryx, Sinornithosaurus, Microraptor, Archaeopteryx, they all have branching pennaceous feathers. Some of them actually create a perfect aerodynamic surface so that they could even possibly glide.
Can you show me that Archaeopteryx is a dinosaur?
Well, real quick, Bob, I just wanted to finish this discussion here on this specific topic. So they're pointing out that they could represent frayed collagen fibers from partially decayed skin, which I know you're just talking about. If they were non-branching feathers, as the authors asserted, then they would be unprecedented biological structures. They would be unprecedented in reptiles, and they would have been purely aesthetic since the animal and its fibers were utterly unsuited for flight. But yeah, you just admitted that
Sinosauropteryx
yeah. Did not have branching. So now you're making you're making a conclusion like it's set in stone, when in fact it's not, because of the nature of the branching versus the non-branching.
So if you actually look earlier in that paragraph that you highlighted, it's talking about the Tyrannosaurid Eutyrannus that was found in China. That was actually slightly large. That was actually a much larger dinosaur. It was about 30 to 38 feet long. It had some sort of plumaceous feather. But we're not only, just as recently as December of last year, we found Ubergia jubatus, which also had preserved pennaceous feathers. And this was, for those who are still considering the idea that this is some Chinese conspiracy trying to make money. This was from Brazil. And so
Brazil's much better, definitely, yeah.
So what we're finding isn't what Sarfati has tried to say is, Sarfati is a PhD chemist, right? Is that it?
Right. But he studied it intensely, so I wouldn't use an argument from authority if that's where you're going.
No. I was just wondering because maybe he has something on like the beta keratin and the melanosomes and melanocytes. I'm not sure if that's something like chemistry or whatnot that chemists would be into. But when was this published? When was this article published?
Good question. This one was published in 2018. And when we had Sarfati on the channel, he mentioned that the paper by McLean and Ross that came after this did not actually address their best arguments that they utilized in this paper, nor did they address a lot of the arguments from Alan Fiducia in his book and his technical papers.
These arguments were discussed in the 2010 paper, 8 years before this was published. So Fiducia is the only one who is promoting this idea. There used to be another guy, Larry Martin, but he passed away in 2013. So Fiducia is the only one standing right now who's still like, yeah, no, dinosaurs didn't have feathers. I could see where Fiducia is coming from this because he's saying that birds did not evolve from dinosaurs, which I agree with, right? I 100% agree with that. But I don't think we should be afraid in saying that dinosaurs had feathers. Does that mean that dinosaurs were morphologically similar to birds? Some dinosaurs, yeah. Does that mean anything? No, it just means that.
So, have they, at the top of your head, fossil forms? Has anybody found a fossil with a completely open acetabulum plus feathers? That's just unequivocally a dinosaur?
Yeah, Caudipteryx, Sinornithosaurus.
No, that's wrong because they had partially open but largely closed acetabula. So I'm talking about, has anybody found a fossil with a completely open acetabulum plus feathers that's unequivocally a dinosaur, that everybody would agree this is a dinosaur, no debate?
Well, see, I'm not sure about that, not off the top of my head, but some dinosaurs actually didn't have a very pronounced perforated acetabulum. Like Ankylosaurus, for instance, did not have a perforated acetabulum, but everybody agrees that Ankylosaurus is a dinosaur. So I don't think that the perforated acetabulum, it is an exception, a rare exception in some dinosaurs. This may be the case for the feathered dinosaurs that you're bringing up, Caudipteryx and Sinornithosaurus. But I'm not sure about, I'm not 100% sure if any had, obviously, Eutyrannus.
And that's the criteria that Sarfati and others who've studied this, that's the criteria they are giving to people like Marcus Ross and McLean. And here's the thing, it is a non-essential issue, as in you're right. Whether some theropod-like dinosaurs had some feathers that may have been used for various functional purposes, it would not be against the biblical model. The thing is, there are some, and that's what they're pointing out here too in this technical article, which I'd say read this, read McLean, read Marcus Ross's paper, come to your own conclusion, obviously. But McLean and Marcus Ross and whoever, anybody in the evolutionary field, couldn't they just meet those requirements and say, hey, listen, here's a fossil with a completely open acetabulum, and it's got feathers that nobody would even debate over, and therefore, boom, we've met the criteria where we can say, for sure this is a feathered dinosaur. How come they just have it? And that's okay that you don't have that example here right now, but that is how we would know for sure that, okay, listen, this looks like it's pretty solid evidence that this is a theropod-like dinosaur that had feathers, because it looks like, as you were saying, the best ones that they can look to is like Archaeopteryx or Microraptor, but they've got diagrams here that's showing that it's pretty well closed for the most part, largely closed, not like. So I don't know. That's just my thoughts. It's not really a huge issue to me.
Yeah.
But from checking out both sides, I'm not really 100% convinced either way. I think it's an interesting discussion, but I yield. Go ahead, Guzman.
Sure. Well, in Eutyrannus, I'm pretty sure it has a completely open acetabulum since it's like next door cousins to Tyrannosaurus. And there's still debate over whether or not Tyrannosaurus had plumaceous feathers on the.
Well, we know Tyrannosaurus had scales.
Well, we don't know that. We found a bit of neck skin, courtesy of Peter Larson and the Black Hills Institute of Geologic Research. We found a little bit of its neck skin. That's all we've ever found. Earlier this month they published a new paper on a baby Tyrannosaurus in an embryo Tyrannosaurus Rex that they found in an egg. I'm
reading from Science Mag in 2017.
Sure.
It says they found no sign of feathers, just smooth, scaly skin. They also analyzed skin impression from large tyrannosaurs that lived around the same time, such as Albertosaurus and Gorgosaurus. These dinosaurs were covered in scales, it says, reported in biology letters. So I would look into that, because even Dapper Dino recently tried to make a rebuttal video to one of our videos and failed completely, where he even admitted, well, that's how science improves. Yes, probably T-Rex didn't have feathers, but we're advanced. But here's the thing, all these people are just blindly thinking that T-Rex had feathers, and now the latest research is suggesting nope, probably not. So it's like, why not wait until we have the solid evidence before you make it? Because a lot of those people that are looking at those books, like I see these children's books in the
but Stanley,
yeah, go ahead.
You will not dispute that Caudipteryx, Centenosaurus, and Centosoraptrix, or well, maybe not Centosoraptrix, but Centenosaurus, Caudipteryx, and Archaeopteryx and Microraptor. You will not dispute that they had clear signs of feathers.
Well, I think Archaeopteryx has a huge number of unambiguous bird features that nobody would ever disagree with, like the perching foot, fully formed flying feathers, a large wishbone, a largely closed acetabulum. So I would just say that I would agree with the someone earlier who said it's nothing more than a perching bird.
Well, you do know that a lot of other dinosaurs had a furcula or a wishbone.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they actually.
Right. But I'm not talking about exceptions to the rules. I'm saying, okay, listen, show me a fossil with a completely open acetabulum plus feathers that nobody debates about. Like, this is unequivocally feathers. Nobody's disagreeing with this. Fine. But an exception to the rule does not overturn the rule, is the point. I mean, there is a criteria here, that has not been met in order for us to conclude without a shadow of a doubt, or beyond a shadow of a doubt, that, okay, there were some theropod dinosaurs with feathers. Has that been, I'll ask again, has anybody found a fossil with a completely open acetabulum plus feathers that we can all sit here and agree? I mean, someone can Google it if they want, but that's what the criteria is here, that apparently, according to Sarfati and Brian Thomas, hasn't been met. Go ahead.
Can I ask Guzman a question really quick?
Sure.
So, Guzman, are you saying these are mosaics? Is that what you're trying to get at with these?
Yeah, well, basically, they're pretty much mosaics, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, see, that wouldn't be inconsistent with the creationist viewpoint.
Yeah, I think that there would be expected to be some mosaics. I don't think that, I think that God would put like a couple here and there and say, oh, this looks cool,
Yeah, that's what Jungle was saying. Like, God's he has a neat sense of creativity, like any other creator,
Yeah, Pablo Picasso said once that God is an artist. And
yes, yeah.
I think
it's
God,
like this. It's like this.
Yes.
Platypus, beaver-like tail, poison like a snake, hair like a beaver, bill like a duck, webbed feet like an otter, lays eggs like a turtle. I think God designed and created the platypus just to show how stupid evolution is, and just to show how unreliable man-made classification systematics and schemes are. Because I don't think the platypus cares where we classify them. Okay, but we as man want to classify everything. So where essentially do we classify it? Well, it's made out of DNA, RNA, protein, which codes for anatomy, morphology, physiology. So of course we're going to be able to classify it somewhere. Okay, the platypus doesn't care where we put it. By definition, yes, we can put it somewhere. That doesn't prove anything. A nested hierarchy exists, yes. What produced the nested hierarchy? Why is the hierarchy there? For example, where would you classify this, Guzman? An amphibious assault vehicle.
Right,
I have a mosaic of land features and features built for the ocean. So, just like your Archaeopteryx, the exception to the rule is not going to overturn the rule. and you might be able to point out one or
Right.
two really minor odd features.
See,
but it seems like the bulk of evidence suggests it would be better classified as a bird. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. The McLean paper that was published that was released in the International Conference on Creation states that there's possibly 7 to 9 or maybe even more different kinds of feathered dinosaurs. And I asked McLean about this. He said that oviraptorids probably make up a whole kind. There's Anasaurids, all these other Microraptor and Centrosaurus and Centrosauraptorix, they all probably make up their own weird kind or Barrowman. It's probably not as clean cut as we thought it was. Like,
are they using statistical baraminological analyses, or are they
yes,
using?
I believe so.
Right, and here's the problem: is Todd Wood? He does that a lot too, and
yeah, I heard your
genetics. Here's the thing: even within the same species, there's oftentimes more variation than across species. Okay, and we know convergent evolution is a thing. It's not rare. Therefore, when we pick up a bone, okay, or a group of fossils, and we're doing these statistical analyses and looking at these hierarchies that would result, we're looking at morphology, characteristics, and traits associated with the anatomy. So that can be deceiving, and it's not always foolproof, because when we get the genetic data, it oftentimes overturns the statistical analysis or analyses that you get from just using traits associated with morphology and anatomy. So that's if we only had the bones of the platypus, you're going to get different results based on a statistical analysis than we would get with the genetics that we have today. So that's why, you're making some good points, and I don't really have a fight in the battle, and I don't think it's a big issue when it comes to biblical creation, but I would be careful, because it does sound like you were purporting that T-Rex had feathers, when there's a ton of data suggesting that he didn't. I'm sorry, go ahead, Guzman.
Yeah, first off, there's a debate in the scientific. What I said is that there was a debate in the scientific community over whether or not Tyrannosaurus Rex had feathers. I wasn't stating either side. It could be possible either way. Which it's not really important. It doesn't really affect the creationist worldview. But what I was gonna say is that so I like to use the example of the American porcupine and the African crested porcupine. If you looked at their skeletons, the real only obvious difference between them is their size, but they're actually very different genetically, because the African crested porcupine lives all the way in Africa, has a very different not morphological structure. It has a very similar morphological structure with the African crested porcupine, but they both share they don't share a recent common ancestor, if you will, in the evolutionary worldview. So they're probably from two different kinds, if you will. But yeah, I think that if you're looking at morphology, you're going to have a really hard time trying to figure out what's the difference, or where's the kind, where do you draw the line? Because obviously convergent evolution, that book that I'm holding in my icon, that's a book on a convergent evolution and whatnot. It obviously happens. Yeah, ichthyosaurs and dolphins.
Right.
The evolutionary
because imagine the dolphins were extinct. And we didn't have, now obviously based on some of its traits and characteristics associated with just its anatomy and morphology, we could conclude that they're not really closely related, but the conclusions and inferences that we can make by having its genetics are still much more superior than they would be if we were just looking at the features, the structure, the traits, the characteristics themselves. So, I'm not saying it's not good, to just look at the morphology and anatomy, but it can oftentimes be deceiving, and genetics is definitely the ultimate and most direct tool. I think the fact that man builds mosaics, like for example, these fencing pliers, right? It's a multifunctional tool, has a number of different features associated with tools, and I made this slide. Where would you put it? You know what I mean? Where does it go according to man-made classification systems? So we put it here, and boom, it's a transition between, and that's why it can be, you correctly pointed it out earlier, Guzman, it's man-made. By rule, there is a nested hierarchy. Why is there a nested hierarchy? What produced the hierarchy? By definition,
I know the answer.
What's the answer?
We did.
I think the real question is,
you can make a nested hierarchy out of literally anything.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's the point.
I think
By
the real
definition,
question,
I'm going to make this and then I'm going to yield for the rest of the time because that was a good
yeah, that was a good back and
discussion,
forth.
and I think it's important to talk about. But here's what I would say. And I'm not even saying Guzman's wrong because McLean and Marcus Ross, who I love, they make good points. Not going to lie. I wouldn't debate them. Dr. Sarfati, Brian Thomas, they actually make some good points too in their article. So it's like, there's some points that I'm seeing one side make that the other side's not addressing. That I'm seeing some points that the other side makes that the other side's not addressing. So I think they need to have, I don't know, but there's good points on both sides is my point. But by definition, from the starting point of creation, God had to, since he's using the same building blocks to create, okay? By definition, humans had to be more similar to some creatures and then less similar to some. Birds had to be more similar to some and less similar to others. So maybe birds today, modern birds, they're closest to theropod-like dinosaurs. Therefore, when it comes to a nested hierarchy, especially when it comes to statistical hierarchies, well, obviously the data is going to suggest, okay, birds nest with theropod dinosaurs, humans nest with great apes, humans nest with primates. By definition, that had to be the case based on the way God created. So that's my final point. I yield.
I think the real question we need to be asking, guys, in terms of nested hierarchies is, did Standing Photoshop himself on top of a bodybuilder's body?
John, that's your body.
I think, see, here's what I think is going on. I think he's trying to intimidate them because he knows that they're all, most of them, not all, but the majority are little soy boys. And therefore, since they talk mad trash, it's like, bro, do you see the horseshoes I'm flexing right now?
Okay, the truth is, John sent me a picture of his body because he wanted to show off his tattoo. And I said, okay, John, I got the perfect picture of my face. The hair's all done up. I'll have praise attach the two, and we'll make the perfect mosaic, the perfect transitional form. Mosaic of
praise. I could have done a better job photoshopping that.
Actually, hey, real quick, I want to, because Brother Guzman, I got to say, he's putting out great work. He's a little genius. He's a blessing. Guzman, finish off like your point. I want to kind of give you the last word on that topic because, I don't want you to feel that you weren't able to maybe finish the point you're making. I don't know. I think because you brought up the topic, why don't you have the last word on that and say what you wanted to, brother?
Sure. Hold on. Give me just like 3 seconds. I need to do this real quick thing. All right.
Yeah, no problem. Don't feel like you have to. I just want to feel like you were able to. Before we move to another topic, I don't want you to think like, oh, they just rushed off that topic.
I'll definitely take this chance. So I think that the convergent evolution thing, I think that is really important to discuss. The book that I'm holding, and the icon is Improbable Destinies. And when I'm reading the book, I'm just like, so how do we know that, for example, the hominids? How do we know that the hominids or the paraves that we're finding in the fossil record? How do we know that they're not just convergent evolutionary occurrences? How do we know that Microraptor, Archaeopteryx, and Confuciornis are all just convergent evolution cases? How do we know that they descended from each other or are related to each other and not just, completely unrelated, but they're just adapting to their own similar environments and similar conditions and similar pressures? And I asked John Perry this in the after show with John Maddox after his debate with T-Jump. I asked him, and he said, well, here's one way that we know that, for example, the Neanderthals and the humans, they were living around the same time, therefore they can't be convergent evolution. And it's just like, well, actually, that's kind of the case of convergent evolution. They're kind of living at the same time. You think of bats and birds. They both have wings, and their their finger bones are just not in the case of most birds, but some birds have like a little stubby finger bone instead of a long finger bone like bats or pterosaurs. But bats and pterosaurs are very similar in morphology in their wings. How do we know that that's not just convergence and, you know, bats didn't come from, you know, pterosaurs? And it's a wacky idea, but, you know, that's where it goes to if you're going to be basing evolution off of morphology. And it's a very difficult thing to dissect and make the difference out between convergent evolution and divergent evolution. It's very hard to do that in the fossil record because you don't have like a lot of the DNA or genome that you can map out like you do in Neanderthals. But, you know, I think that's a fair point that Standing makes. And I think it's a good point if you're going to rebut, you know, somebody who's saying that, you see, these mosaics prove peri-avian evolution, you know. And that's it. I guess I'm just going to stop there. You know, I said my 2 cents worth.
I think
I wanted to say congratulations, SFT, on your 3,000.
Yeah.
Danny, I appreciate it. It's all because of you, Danny, because once you came on the scene, I noticed, wow, I'm getting like 10, 20 new subscribers a day. So.
Don't do that to me. That's going to get all into my head, and then I'm going
Well,
I've been saying that to everybody, so don't
you
worry.
know what happened is Danny was going to all these channels and whoring himself out. If they would come over and subscribe to your channel, he would download on them with philosophy. And they just didn't know how to handle it. So it's like, I got to go see SFT now to recover from the high-level logic and rational analysis made by Danny of YouTube atheists. I have to say, I like Danny a lot. He's hilarious, number one. Very smart, number two. And rational, number three. Until about 3 a.m. And then, like the rest of us, all things go out the window. And it turns into dumpster fire. But leading up to 3 a.m., on point.
Yeah. What I wanted to say
I like how Danny calls out the fallacies from his own side, especially when he's on Speed's channel. I like how he gets them all heated. Bob, I apologize. I interrupted. Go ahead, brother.
That's fine. I think that convergent evolution by itself should, if not outright falsify evolution, put some serious questions into their minds about the validity of their theory.
Well, why don't we, I guess since we did bring up convergent evolution a bit and we got a couple of Evos in here, but Danny, I know you're not specifically keen on discussing that, which is fine, but maybe Andrew or Org. Andrew, I'm sure you're dying to get in on it. So what are your thoughts? I think the biggest argument why we would say independent origins best explains convergent evolution is because the type of traits, the type of structures and novelties that we see that the evolutionists say have evolved, for example, the eye, I brought that up in tonight's debate, they'll say the eye evolved 40 separate times, or the echolocation systems, okay? There's never been any series of mutations that have ever been observed to actually design these types of novel structures, novel body plans. So to say that, yes, convergent evolution is a thing, we acknowledge it, we're an evolutionist, but, you know, these are just independent evolutionary histories. But that's the problem, is these are the types of structures that we've never seen evolve in the first place. But yet they say they evolved 40 times.
You can't make a difference out of them. You can't make a difference between divergent and convergent evolution in the fossil record. I mean, there's a couple of occurrences where you can possibly make the difference out, but it's very, very difficult. It's very, very hard for evolutionary paleontologists and biologists to make the difference between convergent and divergent.
Isn't it just because it contradicts the nested hierarchy?
Well,
pretty much. Yeah, it's every time they invoke convergent evolution, you know, they are admitting to a lack of uniqueness in the phylogenetic tree. What Guzman said, I 100% agree with. You know, there are a couple instances where they can do a pretty thorough analyses using morphology and anatomy and say, okay, you know, this is the result. of convergent evolution. But the biggest problem is when they started to do these phylogenetic trees, and Andrew and I discussed this for about an hour in our debate on nested hierarchies last week, when they started to use gene sequences and proteins and the amino acid sequence, and they started building these amino acid trees or these gene trees, depending on what gene they would use, they get completely contradictory trees. So now we know the genetic data is contradicting the morphological and anatomical data. So what do we do with that? Well, the evolutionist says convergent evolution. But guess what? Years before the genetic data, they weren't looking to convergent evolution. They were saying this is shared relationship, recent shared relationship. But no, the genetic data contradicted that. So I wonder what, the evolutionary response would be to that. And Guzman, I know you unmuted yourself. So if you had something to say, go ahead, brother, and then we'll hand it over to empiricist.
John Maddox. Be straightforward with me. Do you play chess?
Yes.
Do you play chess on chess.com?
I do.
Where have you been this whole time?
I mean, I've been on chess.com since 2010. I've played almost 100,000 games on it.
I whooped LPP like 12 times.
You guys have to send me a friend request so I can play some.
Well, I just, Jamie, if you're listening, I just found you. I'm about to send you a friend request. What's your username, Guzman?
Here, there's the link in the private chat. So go ahead and send me a friend request because I need some more people to play chess with. My sisters won't do it.
You need Sarfati.
Oh, well, if we're gonna go off, is Orange on right now?
I'm sorry.
On the top of games, is Orange on right now, or is he away?
Wait, me?
Yeah, you said you were playing Magic, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever played Yu-Gi-Oh before?
No.
Oh. Sad. That's like the only game.
No, I'm old. I've been playing Magic since the 90s. You young kid games.
Yeah, baby.
No thanks.
All right, Yu-Gi-Oh's from 1996. It's not that new.
Yeah.
That's so young. I can't even picture it.
Hey, Jamie, I just challenged you on chess.com.
You guys would all whoop me on in chess, but I want everyone to think it's fair. So, empiricist, before you forget, I'm sure you're dying to make some comments. Go ahead.
Yeah. I guess I do have to head out in a few minutes because it's getting pretty late for me. But I would like, since I've kind of been issuing some challenge questions, if you could call it that, to everyone here. But I want to, I guess, focus one particular question to John, if that's okay, on the subject of mutations, if that sounds all right.
Potentially depends on what the question is and when this chess game starts.
Okay, I'll make it quick. So first, just so I'm not misrepresenting you, you would say that that mutations usually lead to a loss of information, I guess. Is that, or would you phrase it a different way?
Depends on which context you're meaning in relation to information. If you're referring to Shannon information, not necessarily, unless there's a deletion. Specified functional information, yes.
Okay. So then I guess my question would be, say you have a neutral mutation that changes the third position of a codon into a different nucleotide, such that one amino acid is or the amino acid is not changed. So you have leucine and it changes to leucine. You have guanine, it changes. Oh wait, guanine. Oh, oops. Or you have let's see. Why can I not think of amino acids right now? Let's just stick with leucine. So you have leucine to leucine. So I guess in that example, would you be able to define the loss of functional information? Like, can you give me that specific component of it?
Dude, I have no idea what the hell you just said, man. You have to reiterate that.
Are you talking about the two proteins that, or not proteins, but the two amino acids that can be coded for in two different forms?
Are you talking about synonymous codons?
I think
yes.
Okay, so in some instances, it is well documented. In some instances, yes, you can do a synonymous codon or amino acids or codon swap, and achieve the functional outcome. In many others, they've discovered, and it's well documented. You might get a functional protein, but it may be dramatically less efficient or have problems. And in other instances, they have also documented that synonymous, supposedly redundant codons actually result in the termination of the protein synthesis for that protein. Beyond that, it also depends specifically on a portion, like different parts of the protein itself. So some of them are kind of like for analogy purposes, it's like you're putting together, like building a wall, right? And it's brick, and you have like a missing brick, right? Well, you can keep going, okay? In the context of the support beam, no, you can't. And if you have to have the support beam in a specific spot, and this is where the three-dimensional folding comes into play, and the time-based variables of protein synthesis and the different things that are becoming well documented to be dictated via specific codons, even when they are quote-unquote synonymous, they actually cause variability in the actual formation of the polypeptide bond. The peptide bond changes the timing of the fold that's occurring naturally, or maybe not being occurring naturally. It's causing a pause in which a chaperone is enabling a fold, or as they're now discovering, the ribosome is actually doing real-time twists physically in order to modify the fold that's happening of that protein. So long story short, no, it is not just, in all instances, just synonymous information. It actually has additional layers of instruction that we thought were just nothing but synonymous. Because at the time when all this was originally delineated, we didn't have the ability to even understand that there was multiple layers to the information. We thought it was nothing but redundancy in the code.
So just to clarify something, are you talking about, like, because I think I'm not sure. I'm trying to see if you're using the same synonymous meaning as I am, because it sounds to me like you're talking about conservative missense mutations. Is that what you're saying? Like, are you? It seems to me, at least, maybe I'm misunderstanding that you're not distinguishing between conservative missense mutations and synonymous or silent mutations.
Okay, dude, I just went on a diatribe and previously clarified asked whether you're talking about synonymous codons. Is that not what you're referring to? Are you referring to like point mutations, frame shifts? Like, what are you referring to?
Well, I'm referring to like
because you didn't clarify it. So if you're talking about missense, are you talking about single nucleotide changes?
Yes.
Okay, so are we talking about changing to a synonymous, the point mutation turning into a synonymous codon, or a totally different codon?
Okay,
sorry, a new codon that's coding for a completely different amino acid.
Right, I'm talking about a codon that codes for the same amino acid. Yes.
Codes for the same amino acid. Okay, so then everything I just said applies.
Okay. All right, that's just what I was making sure of. All right.
And there's only 2 of them, right?
No, there's plenty of synonymous codons, but then there's some amino acids only have 1 or 2, and then others have like 6. So I mean, it varies.
Oh wow, I've only heard. Well, okay.
Yeah,
So
you have 20,
codon can be different and programmed for a different amino acid.
Okay,
and
so
there's like 6. You're telling me there's 6 codons?
Okay, so there's
6 combinations.
There's 64 codons, right? There's 20 amino acids. So you have a whole bunch that are the original. It was originally just framed as, it's a bunch of redundancy, right? And this is evolution allowed for this because all the redundant ones, it didn't really matter which codon, which in the mRNA, it doesn't really matter which codon is matching up to which tRNA because there's a whole bunch of different variations that can carry the same amino acids, right? What we're now discovering is that while there can be, this is kind of the point I was making about the, like you missed a brick, or you have one that's slightly bigger than the other ones, that kind of thing. You can get away with it when you're building a wall, right? But if you're doing it and what you're actually trying to build in is a support beam, then, and you're like connecting two support beams together, you might not be able to do it, right? If there's additional variables of things like timing and angle. And Bob, this is why, remember the conversation you and I had about the 3D printing correlation? It's like your filament is aluminum or plastic or whatever, right? But then you also have a variable that says, and do it for this long, right? Before you transition to the next one. Same type of thing. What we're discovering is exact same type of logic in mRNA and ribosome interaction and protein synthesis. It's like, not only is it, hey, I need you to grab aluminum, in this context, amino acid XYZ, but also hold the overall polypeptide in this position for, a slight pause so that this part of the protein folding process happens at the right time. And this is why I was saying in some instances you can get away with no problem. Sometimes you end up with a less efficient protein because it wasn't, it's still like you 3D printed something, and it still has the overall shape, but part of it, like one of the arms on your Batman character you're 3D printing is like slightly melted, that kind of thing, right? It's still a Batman character, but it's not, you can't move that arm, right? Same type of logic applies to proteins that have reduced, that the structural component is very important, right? So it can do most of what it normally does, but not necessarily all of it, because there was a mutation that didn't, yes, it has the same amino acid, but it doesn't have all of the additional logic rules that are needed to create the optimal protein outcome.
That's insane.
Well, that's what you remember me talking about, like multiplexing, and them now discovering like there's, oh, holy crap, there's like straight up multiplex code information transfer going on in DNA and mRNA. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Is
okay.
Like they're just now starting to realize that there's multiple instructions being transmitted through the syntax, and then beyond that, they're also now delineating that there's I think their current standard is like that the context that also modifies the three-dimensional structure and the timing logic. I think the current thing is they're saying that like I think it's up to like 5 or 6 codons. There's relevance in proximity to like 5 or 6 codons that have already gone through, right? So, and this is why with protein synthesis, there's like a ramp up time, right? So there's like the start command, and then there's kind of like this little track of everything kind of getting going, right? And then the important stuff happens, right? And
so a codon is not necessarily just this codon equals this protein. It's almost like a codon itself is a function.
It's that plus.
So it's like the way I'm thinking of it, it's a function that brings up a material and then does different things based off of the way that I think I get you. I just
correct. And beyond
that's
this,
insane.
And beyond that, now with polyribosomes, they're now discovering that multiple ribosomes will be, and actually the title of one of the papers was like polyribosomes acting as 3D printers, which I thought was hilarious. But the polyribosomes, where multiple ribosomes will come and attach to different parts of an mRNA, right? And then they will be synthesizing different parts of this one mRNA strand, not different mRNA strands, this individual one. And they've been started to discover regulatory functions that are being expressed in the timing, the physical shape, and then ultimately how these different parts that multiple ribosomes are creating are then connected into the end hypercomplex protein outcome. It's mind-bending stuff of like,
it's had so much problem to like I don't know if rational empiricist is grasping what you're saying in respect to time, but like just having codons producing amino acids, one-to-one relationship, nothing else, and trying to randomly create new proteins without breaking them and them being functionless for however many generations. This adds so much more complexity that is required. I mean, how did the system, even the syntax to describe this amino acid is coded by this codon, but if the codon is coded, or if the amino acid is coded by this codon in this specific sequence, it means this other thing in respect to what to do with the protein. It just adds so much complexity. I don't see, they don't have enough time. They just don't have enough time.
Well, and this is the big reason that a lot of the stuff like the Drace or whatever his name is, and it's why I just kind of like, you don't even know what the heck you're talking about. Like, you don't even admit that what we're discussing is real. And I'm like, I don't know at what point. Well, let me rephrase. This is why when I get accused of, personal incredulity, I'm like, yes, I am 100% incredulous that you think that this is remotely credible. Like, the only way I mean, do you not grasp what you're claiming just happened? Oh, it happened over long periods of time with slow increments.
It couldn't possibly happen in 400 million years.
I don't care how much time you have. You have to have dual use syntax. Dual use syntax. You have to have it. There's no way around it. Like, I don't care how long you have to develop that. You have to create dual use syntax, period.
They don't know what the claims of evolution are.
Yeah, just well, it just happens.
John,
right?
if you don't believe Calvinism, then you don't understand Calvinism.
That's why I've been trying to tell these people, you don't know what evolution claims.
So sorry for my long-winded diatribe there, Andrew. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. So do you mind if I ask a follow-up question? So I think I might have given this example to you already, but it's probably from a while back, so I don't know if you remember it or not, but I kind of wanted to hear your response again to this, since you may have heard me talk about this on Speed's channel, for instance.
I never listened to Speed's channel, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. So this is what I call the bristle question, where I'm trying to, I guess, figure out exactly how to define information. So do you at all remember me talking about Drosophila and a specific enhancer mutation that changed the bristles on the adult body? I'm guessing.
I vaguely remember this, and I also vaguely remember this whole point being addressed. So, continue.
Right. Well, I just want.
So when you asked it the first time, was this addressed?
I feel like it was addressed, but I don't feel like it was answering my question.
Okay.
I can define information.
Right. So I guess for everyone else here, should I give the example again, and maybe someone else can give their thoughts on it if they want to?
Try instruction. Instruction is information.
Okay.
I think I have a better definition, but you can ask your question.
Right. So there is a species. So this is the example of the mutation. So there is a species of Drosophila desantomea, and when comparing a specific gene called SCOOT with the same gene, or comparing the same sequences with another species, Diacuba, basically they found that a single substitution from a T to a G increased the number of so SCOOT controls the number of an arrangement of bristles along the adult body, and this particular mutation, this substitution, caused a increase in the number of bristles along the forelegs, and what's called the sex combs, which are used for courtship, presumably, and decrease the number of bristles along the genitalia. Basically, I believe it's called the hypandrium plate. And I guess from that example, my question is, what specific part of this mutation counts as a loss of information if we were to say that mutations generally lead to a loss of functional information? And that's my question. So if anyone else
was it beneficial?
I don't think it was neither beneficial nor deleterious.
Okay, so dude, do you actually listen to the responses that are given to these types of questions? Because I have heard myself and many others answer this specific question, and others very much like it. Okay, in the context of evolution, are we talking about the formation of novel information, novel function through the formation of new specified information?
Sure, but that's not my question.
Well, just we're asking a clarification, because yes, it is. Okay. I'm going to answer your question again, but is that what we're talking about in relation to, from your worldview, does evolution of new function the result of somehow the formation of a new codon, or sorry, a new gene sequence that now allows for this new function? Yes or no?
For specific cases, yes.
Well, no. We have for all of them. If you have a new, if you have anything that results in a new organism, you ultimately have to have the formation of new structural information, correct?
Of new genes, is that what you're saying?
Ultimately, yeah.
Something that
not necessarily.
Okay, at the original.
Well,
okay,
like Titan.
Dude, does every single organism have de novo or orphan genes?
I'm not sure exactly.
Does every organism have some genes that another organism does not?
Sure.
Okay. So does that mean that new functional information had to have arisen at some point through the evolutionary model?
Sure, in those cases, yeah.
Okay. So going back to your point about bristles, did that create a new bristle?
No.
Okay. So it just enrich the expression of a pre-existing function, right?
Right.
Okay, so it wasn't a new function; it was an exacerbation of an existing function, right?
Right. Sure.
Okay, so this is like saying you hit copy and paste, and then you kept hitting Control V. Is there a new paragraph being formed?
No, but that's not what I'm asking.
In relation to novel information, if you have copied and pasted a paragraph, right, and you now have two paragraphs, right?
Sure.
But is the information in the paragraph, each one of them, the same?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? If I type, I want to go to the store, is there information there?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Wait. If I type, I want to go to the store, is there information there?
Like I said, I'm trying to figure out what you mean by information.
Holy crap, dude. Okay,
that's fair. I'll define what information is. Information is a supernatural transmission from one entity to another.
Okay.
So am I transmitting to you when you read what I typed, I want to go to the store? Is that information? Does that fit my definition?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, so if I hit enter and then type, I want to go to the store again, is that more information? Is that new information?
I guess not.
Okay, so it sounds to me you are saying that there was a type of hair, I guess that's what a bristle is, that is on an animal in one spot, and then a mutation caused that same hair that was already programmed to be built to show up on another location of the body. Is that new information, or is it the same information just put in the wrong spot? Or maybe the right spot?
According to that definition, it's not new information, but I'm not asking about new information. I'm asking about...
What do you think information is?
So then information doesn't change? Because you're saying there's no new information.
What this boils down to, Bob, is he's trying to play the ridiculous nuance game and semantics of in relation to evolutionary theory. It's really annoying. Standard atheist evolutionary talking point. It tries to gloss over the basic logic. And if you don't know what information is, then you're very smart. Why don't you go and read Information Theory 101 and Communication Theory 101, and then come back and apply all of that to your understanding of what evolutionary is required for evolutionary theory. And I mean, if you don't know these things, we can't sit here and explain this every single time when this has been explained multiple times, and then we get asked the exact same questions with slight different variations, and then still claim they don't know what information is. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but this is getting really, really old.
I've been using the same definition of information for, I don't know, a year and a half worth of debates. I typically just define information as functional specificity communicated through language or code. It's as simple as that.
Supernaturally.
It originally has come from the creator. Well, a lot of these examples, too, that the evolutionists prop up as new information, novel information, they've been overturned and are now understood to be epigenetic regulation, highly, highly regulated, forward-thinking type changes. That I showed some papers earlier when I was debating Top Dog on Darwin's finches, how they're even now questioning the result of those types of changes. They're now looking to epigenetic regulation, this front-loaded capacity, as John calls it, which I like, to adapt to these various environments. Actually, Dr. Lee Spetner, I'm reading a book called The Evolution Revolution, which is awesome. He calls it the non-random evolutionary hypothesis, as in these changes are there. We got millions of switches in the genome. They're not random. They're just waiting for the appropriate and necessary environmental stimuli to turn these genes on that are already there. They exist in the genome. They're now just being expressed, or they're being turned on, and it leads to rapid evolutionary change that cannot be due to mutations and natural selection because it's too quick. Okay, in that time frame that we're seeing these adaptations, there's examples in lizards, fish, Darwin's finches. Okay, it's too quick. The information was already there. And therefore, that's not anything new and meaningful, okay, since the ability for that type of adaptation was already in the organism. And even the secular technical papers are talking about this. So, I mean, are you up to date on all the epigenetics empiricists?
Vaguely, but like I was saying, I'm not asking what the new meaningful part of it is. I'm asking what the degradationary part of it is. Because I understand...
Well, stop. What makes you think if it's an epigenetic change, okay, via the environment, you got a switch in the genome that's just waiting to be turned on through some type of environmental stimuli in order to adapt? Why would that be degrading? For example, GM builds their cars with the ability to, they design their cars with a heater and an air conditioner. Okay, well, in some climates, Okay, maybe over in Alaska, you don't necessarily need the air conditioner, but it's there just in case, that they were to move to somewhere where they need the air conditioner on. Okay,
Right.
if they move to an environment where now they can use the air conditioner because it's hot, that doesn't mean it was degrading to the car. It was already there. It was front loaded into the car. It was designed that way. And that's what we see with a lot of these epigenetic changes. There was no loss. It was just programmed information that was there in the genetics that has now been expressed through the environment. Why does that have to be a loss? I don't understand.
Well, because this is an example of a mutation and it's not epigenetic.
No.
Which is an example of mutation.
The example I just gave, the mutation in the enhancer.
The bristle being moved to a different location?
The expression of the bristles along the body was changed due to this single mutation in this pleiotropic enhancer. Okay, so this was due to a mutation. It wasn't due to a gene being switched on or off. It was due to a mutation. So my question is, in this example,
type of mutation?
A substitution.
A substitution.
It's so annoying.
And what was the phenotypic effect?
I just said it was
appeared on a different part of the body.
Right. The number of bristles in one part of the body was changed. The number of bristles in a different part of the body was changed. That's the phenotypic effect.
So the novelty was more of the bristles that it already had.
Yeah.
That I'm not asking for the novelty though.
But if I gave you a copy of a book that you already own, how is that any type of evidence for the type of change evolutionary theory requires as compared to the type of change that we all accept, creationists and evolutionists?
I'm not talking about evolution here either. I'm not talking about novelty or evolution. I'm simply asking, in this specific example of a mutation, what is the loss of information component? Because if not, then the information component here doesn't apply to this specific kind of mutation. So
I see.
Okay, real quick, Bob, and then you go. If I handed you a copy of a book that you already own, what's the loss in that?
Say that again. I got distracted for a sec.
No problem. If I handed you 25 copies of a book that you already own, well, where's the loss in that?
There wouldn't be a loss, I guess, according to your definition.
Right. So I don't understand why you are demanding that this specific change or mutation. Now, I have a feeling if we were to go study it and we were to look at the genotype and we were to see what's really going on behind this mutation, because a lot of times these gene duplications that seemingly look like there's no underlying negative genotypic effect, typically you find out, no, this gene duplication actually messed up something else in terms of a ripple effect that actually led to a disease, there's kind of a trade-off, Now, I'm not saying that that's the case for this. I suspect that it could be, but at the same time, if I handed you a book and you already had a copy of that book, so therefore now you have two copies, there's no loss there. Okay. So therefore this may not be a loss either. If you're now just increasing the number of bristles, I don't see why. I mean, we don't say that 100% of mutations lead to loss. We're just saying that the majority of mutations result in degradation, but we've never said that every single one of them do. Go ahead. I yield.
So then if I'm understanding you correctly, if the majority of mutations are a loss, how do you know where the boundary is? Like, because you're saying the majority are a loss. How do you know the ones that aren't a loss?
Well, it's not just us. It's not just us saying it. This is a good question. What I'll do, I'll answer that because you asked me, and then I'll yield to Bob because I know Bob wants to speak on this too. All population geneticists, I mean, I got quote after quote in front of me, agree that the majority of mutations are deleterious. That is just a fact. It's also a fact that beneficial mutations are rare. And generally, your rare beneficial mutations turn out to be reductive. Okay, that's the rule. Now, there are always exceptions to the rule. And some of those exceptions turn out to be an adaptive episode that is maybe not degrading to the organism. Sure. But you never take the exception to overrule the rule. Right. So that's all I would have to say. And I'll yield to Bob. I know he wants to speak on it too.
I would say they failed to defend the claims of evolution. The claims of evolution are that you're getting instruction that was never there before. Massive amounts of programming and instruction that was never there. They failed to support that claim.
Because I don't necessarily agree with that claim in its entirety.
I just want to say that we don't need all mutations to reduce information, right? Some mutations might not reduce information, but that doesn't mean it would increase the information, right? It would just be a zero change.
But for evolution, you have to get vast amounts of instruction that was never there. That's the point. And there's no way of producing that with any kind of mechanism that we have ever observed.
So you're saying that evolution requires new information, but I don't necessarily
vast
believe that's
amounts of programming and information between the species that one doesn't have, or that one has, the other one doesn't have. Even the example of apes and humans, or chimps and humans, they have a lot of information that we don't have. We have a lot of information that they don't have. Lots of it. And
well,
there's no way of producing that kind of information.
Well, I think
viable instruction.
Right. Well, I think the majority of differences between chimps and humans are regulatory, are they not?
The end result is very, very different.
What do you mean regulatory?
As in, as in, parts of the DNA sequence that control the expression of a gene rather than the gene itself being changed, basically.
Okay. Do you think that is more or less complex than a gene that codes for a specific protein, or equal?
I would.
You can be general. You would say which?
Okay, I'm not quite understanding your question. Are you saying that the expression pattern is like how complex is that in comparison to genes changing?
You said that the differences were primarily regulatory. So my question is, are regulatory genes more complex or less complex than a gene that codes for a protein?
What do you mean? Well, I would say what do you mean? Or actually, give me 1 sec. I gotta plug in my laptop because I'm running low on battery. So give me 1 sec.
I honestly don't know why we waste time discussing with people who don't even know what information is or claim to not know what it is. They don't know the difference between and specified information, and then we're going to argue over, like, is this new information? When it's like, do you even know what it is? They're clearly not understanding the premise here at all, or if they do, are being trolls. I mean, that's all it boils down to.
From my perspective, personally, I think that it is fair to be cautious about definitions, because a lot of people will use words improperly and nobody ever corrects them.
Well,
I do, but most people do not correct people when somebody uses a term improperly. And so when you're doing a discussion about something that's actually important and then saying, wait a minute, okay, we got to know what these words mean because we're trying to do something important. I can see that.
Right, but dude, the point I'm making is that if people like Andrew who run around claiming to be rational empiricists, but then don't have any knowledge or claim to not have any knowledge of.
Well, that's just his name. He's obviously not a rational empiricist because he believes in evolution, and you cannot
I get that.
empirically prove evolution.
Well, I agree, but my point is that one of the biggest issues that happens in this whole ID versus evolution discussion is placation of their assumptions, right? And arguing from their like higher level. It's like to put it in context, you and I both understand, right? It's like arguing over machine code versus higher level language, right? And they're talking about how do you use Microsoft Word, right? And we're talking about the machine code requirement. Okay. They're way up arguing like, well, what did they use? Like, which scripts did they use originally? Like, pre-existing code was used to create, this plugin for that's now compatible with Google Docs, right? That's what they're arguing over, while not even having any understanding of the underlying protocols and everything else that has to be happening before you even get to that stage, and then claiming that their explanation for how the freaking plugin got created is the position that everybody should be arguing over. Rather,
LPP, Sigi's coming at you. Sigifredo Sarabia says, "Why are you shifting the burden?" What do you say to that, brother?
Why am I shifting the burden?
I don't know.
I don't know. I guess since the atheists on YouTube love to claim that we're taking the affirmative, every time we take the affirmative about anything, the burden of proof is on us. Well, they make the extraordinarily adamant claim that evolution is true beyond all doubt. So, okay,
and then
back up.
They use the argument from ignorance.
Huh?
They use the argument from ignorance to ignore our claims.
Well, that's why I love.
Hang on 1 second. Yeah, you're right, dude. But in this context, they're the ones who are literally ignorant. They're claiming that we're ignorant when they don't even have a clue about what they're arguing, which is my point. They're arguing about like, how do I use this plugin for Google Docs? And we're talking about what's required to write the script for the application for the plugin. They're arguing about how do you use the plugin. It's an entirely different context. They're not even arguing it's not even in the right stratosphere of discussion. It's a waste of our time to be arguing this high level crap when it all is dependent. It's ultimately dependent on everything that was underneath it, which they don't know how it works.
Yeah, the thing is that most people don't like to think deeply about things.
Right, that's their problem, not mine.
People just don't.
Or look at the bigger picture of things.
I understand that on a level it's not your problem, but on a level it is.
No, I'm not.
I mean, we're here to bring people to Jesus Christ.
Well, I get that, but my point
are lost.
My point is that we're not going to win and achieve that objective if we keep placating to these stupid talking points rather than being like, hey, I've already annihilated your talking point about 100 times. Okay. At some point, you have to go and learn for yourself. Otherwise, you are a closed-minded fool. And why would I continue to waste my time with you when you are refusing to go and use your brain to get to the next level of understanding?
Well, that's why
we can only beat you over the head and destroy your talking point so many times. Like, how many times does standing have to be like, okay, I'm really dumbing down this whole premise of nested hierarchies, and I'm like showing you like all these different examples of how this logic applies, and you just be like, no, deep time, it evolved, therefore it's not. And it's like, okay, well, let's go one layer below this. And the point I was making in context of like Andrew's whole question about the stupid synonymous proteins, right? Like, he's arguing like, oh, well, there's some more proteins showed up on a different part of the animal or the fly or whatever, right? And I'm talking about like the multiplexing dual use syntax that's controlling 3D printing logic rules. And there's like, but it printed an extra bristle over here on this leg. Like, that's the important part about the information that's encoded in the gene sequence in question. I mean, it's like, come on, man. Anyway, I'm done. I yield.
Well, what I would say real quick, and then I'll yield real quick. I think, Bob, you're going to say something on that. Is what comes to mind is Dr. Dodgeball Dan, the pseudoscience man. He, it's just is laughable now. Just demolishing him on the mitochondrial DNA points. Okay, as you know, what you're saying, John, is they are so blinded to the bigger picture, the macro view. Okay, because he wants to harp on this Evograd, CRISPR, Dan. These guys want to harp on the mutation rates, in the fact that the mutation rate's fast, but by definition, the observed mutation rate is faster than the long-term rate, of course, because selection weeds out some of those mutations. That's why I always go to the bigger picture, where it's like, okay, when we map out these DNA differences and mutations, okay, which occur from generation to generation, what's the bigger picture? Well, it maps out in a pattern that fits our model. But the bigger picture, which they never want to address, is the fact that this here is a reflection of DNA differences. Guess what? There's only about 22 DNA differences separating any one of us from the actual Eve sequence, okay? So yes, we can account for purifying selection. Here's the bigger picture. The mutation rate is about 0.5 per generation. Anybody here good at math? How long would it take with a mutation rate of 0.5 per generation to account for 22 differences? Not very many generations, right? Well, this 44. Is a few hundred. What's that? Go ahead.
44.
Right. 44 generations. Now, this is a reflection of between 250 and 300 years, okay, let's say, since Eve. Okay, so if it only takes 44 generations to account for the 22 differences, that leaves a lot of room for selection to weed out these mutations. But this also means, bigger picture-wise, like John was talking about, there's no way to get a few 100,000 years out of this. This is not a few 100,000 years worth of mutations. They have to say that selection removes 99.9% of mutations. That is dreaming. And this is what they never want to address. So that's the point. Does that make sense? Fast mutation rate. We're only separated by a few. Okay, extremely low genetic variation. This is the bigger picture. They don't want to address it. They just want to nitpick at some of the different mutation rate studies, okay, depending on the sample size. If we have a lower sample size, then we may not get the most accurate mutation rate. But there's been mutation rate studies like the Parsons paper and the Parsons study where you had a huge sample size, and that's where we figured out that the mutation rate's really fast, only goes back, 6,000 years or so. That's the bigger picture. That's it. This is Eve. This is the biblical model. There's nowhere in here that you're going to get your human evolution fairy tale story, okay? Dan always asks, where's the numbers? Show me the numbers. We just did the numbers. Bob just said 44 generations. 44 generations it would take. Well, guess what? That is now 200 generations that we can deal with selection, weeding out some of those mutations. So I know I went on a rant there, but I had to point that out because Dodgeball Dan is dodging to the point where it's making me sick.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, really, look, if you question, okay, so Daniel Jansen, right? He has all of these predictions that he made. He basically predicted that he would be able to uncover all of human history by looking at these genetic differences. And if you disagree with the foundation of how he did it, how do you explain away the fact that it aligns with known human history in so many different aspects? Like, maybe your disagreement with his method is wrong if he makes so many predictions. I mean, the hallmark of atheist argumentation is that we don't make predictions and they do, and that's why their model is good and ours is stupid. And Daniel Jensen has like I don't even know how many predictions he kept working. I haven't seen him presenting the results of his work in like a year, and he's come up with the vast majority of human history and how it aligns with what we know about human history. It's crazy. And rational empiricist, I would urge you to go to Answers in Genesis's YouTube channel and find where it's a lot. It's several hours of watching, but check out some of the stuff about Nathaniel Jeanson's work and how he has used the genetic code from, it's only like 10,000 people across the world or something, and he's worked it back, and it just fits with human history. And I would ask, how do you write that off?
Yeah, exactly right. The bigger picture, like you said, if they have a problem with his methodology, they have a problem with the mutation rates that he's deriving from secular papers and secular mutation rates. Okay, they want to quibble at this, when in fact they are essentially wrong, because when we actually map out worldwide genetic differences in these uniparentally inherited DNA compartments, guess what? As I showed, it lines up perfectly with the biblical model. So your little quibbles and your little focus on methodology aren't working, because there's also predictions on those phylogenetic trees in terms of the history of civilization, like you're saying, Bob. The predictions are working out well. And Jeanson has put
I want to point out, because I don't think I clarified it. Nathaniel Jeanson's work is based off of the presupposition that the mutation rates would align with history, given his presumption, his presupposition that Genesis is true. Okay, so he bases mutation rates off of that, and I think he may have done some work to I don't know what he did outside of that, whether he validated it or not, what the mutation rate was that he assumed. It matches human history. So the reason he came up with the number was based off of his assumption that Genesis occurred the way that it was ascribed. That was, I think that's very important. That's the foundation of why he came up with the prediction, and the prediction was fulfilled. That's science.
All right, can I just add to that further?
Yeah.
In your video where you destroyed Dan's silly response to Jeanson from like a couple days ago, in the comments, right, Matt had his set of studies showing the fast mutation rate on the screen, and you have CRISPR just nitpicking all the finest details. And it's like, oh well, look, okay, so this study didn't receive that high mutation rate, but you see the study had a range, and that high mutation was at like the higher end of that range.
Oh, I'm telling you, CRISPR is nothing but a troll. I don't even take him seriously. If you see my responses to him now, it's just to kind of make fun of his responses, because he's literally out of arguments. So he just nitpicks at the silliest things and misses the entire point at hand. And what
Chris shows that he doesn't have any argument.
Yeah, and he wants to suck you into an endless comment war. Okay, that's his goal. He wants to try and discredit the video because he knows it's irrefutable. So he'll try and suck you into a comment war on a really specific detail that's just moot to the debate, and I, for one, am not going to fall for an endless comment war in the comment section, especially when the person who is leaving the comments, like CRISPR, isn't even addressing anything. So I'm going to yield on that point, because Godzilla Freak, you were making some good points in the private chat to empiricists here. Did you want to expand on that with empiricists and maybe, I don't know, however you guys want to proceed? Go ahead.
Well, I would like to know what I know that he hasn't necessarily watched all the stuff that I just talked about, but based off of my claims, if they were true, what would you think of that, Rational?
Of just it in general, or is there a specific part?
Of Nathaniel Jeanson's work with his predictions lining up with human history based off of his assumptions that Genesis is true.
And this was an AIG?
Huh?
And this was
AIG,
an
yeah.
AIG?
Yeah.
Okay. I would be cautious, but I'd look into it.
Okay.
Just like any other new claim, basically. Anyway.
It was one of the papers Matt cited in particular, right? It had like 11 over 300 or something, and Christopher was like, "Oh, look, but the paper, didn't say it said that some of them might have been somatic." But then what he doesn't mention is that over half of them were considered germline in that very paper. So at the best, it would slow down the mutation rate by less than half. So it would be, instead of 6,000 years, it'd be like 10,000 years. It's completely outside the range still.
Exactly. Sometimes they'll say, that's 0.5 per generation. That's based on the coding region and it's a little faster there. It's like, okay, for sake of argument, let's lower the mutation rate to 0.2. Heck, lower to 0.1. Still nowhere near their date. Still nowhere near where they have to be, according to the human evolution fairy tale. And very close to where we need to be, especially when we consider the flood bottleneck, as well as a type of bottleneck at the Tower of Babel, where you'd have rapid fixation of new mutations, okay? So, I mean, they got nothing. It's so funny how Gutsit Gibbons bringing in reinforcements. That's why we call him Damage Control Dan, right? So she's bringing in Damage Control Dan, bringing in CRISPR, and they fail like no tomorrow. I can only imagine how funny David Ness's response is going to be tomorrow. I mean, what could he possibly say, right? Godzilla freak.
Yeah, I think for them, it's like if they can make enough points, like a large quantity of points, then they win, right? It's like, oh, I made all of these points. But when in reality, you look at them, even if all their points land, it barely actually changes the big picture. It really doesn't affect it at all. But they just got this vast quantity of points when none of them actually get you to their conclusion.
Right. Like this. Here's their response. Well, that tree you're showing is unrooted. Ha, ha, ha. It's like, okay, for one, it doesn't change the data. It doesn't change the number of mutations. That's the problem you have. And yes, we're not going to root it on your evolutionary assumption because that's how biased they are. Even when we're starting from a biblical creation model and starting point, they still want us to assume ape to man evolution. I mean, how biased can you be? And these unrooted trees are beautiful because they allow for a natural reading of the data. And therefore, we can look at that data without an unbiased position for the most part and build a model, but they don't like that because they're so biased.
They seem to think that as long as they have something to say that they won the argument. As long as they say something, it's okay. They win. Doesn't matter if it's
viewers like that, right? It's like, oh, they made a response. Whew. All right, that point was averted. They made a response. It doesn't matter if the response is actually good or not, as long as it's there.
For example, Erica's response, right, to the baculum that the great apes have, all great apes have, but humans don't. Her argument was completely waved it away. Well, there's a couple of rare species of, I think it was New World monkey or tarsiers that don't have one, which is like way down the line, even according to evolutionary theory, where you've got the humans and then the great apes that are grouped as primates, and then you bring in the New World monkeys, old world monkeys, and lemurs. So some rare species of like New World monkeys also doesn't have the baculum. It's like, that's your argument? I mean, that's so pathetic. I mean, the fact is no great ape has it. Okay. If you don't know what a baculum is, Google it and you'll know what I'm talking about. Humans don't have it. All the great apes do. That's a differentiating line of anatomical evidence that shows us, okay, if we're trying to differentiate between what's an ape and a human, that's a pretty darn good example or observation to look at in making that conclusion. But no, they want to look at the exception to the rule as always. So
Yeah, what's a baculum, SFT? Can you explain that for us? Give us a teaching lesson on that.
I understand why Standing said to Google it instead of telling us what it is.
yeah, I figured it might just be easier to Google it. But seriously, she asked for it and we gave it to her. And her argument was just like, but that's the thing, I guess, as you're saying, as long as they say something, then, and it's a part of the anatomy. And I mean, what are your thoughts? Godzilla Freak, you saw it specifically. And who knows? Rational Empiricist, he's an evolutionist, so maybe he's got something to say on that too. But
Gavin's in the house. What's up, Gavin?
Let's go.
Hey, Gavin.
Really?
Hey.
Gavin was making sure he had his pants on.
Shalom. Let's just take, for example, like the Lake Holy footprint, right? The way they explain that, it's like, oh, it's not literally exactly like most human feet look today. Like, bro, it's there, right? It's a footprint, so it's already not just the foot, and also there might have been some erosion. And by the way, I'm flat-footed, so my footprints look like that. So
exactly. So it's got a variation. You know what Erica says? It's intermediate the way it walks. Listen. My knee is all messed up from my wrestling days, okay? And some days, especially after a workout or something, I'm limping. So if I were to walk in some mud and the tracks were to get preserved, some locomotion specialist, could you imagine that was your job?
Dude, you would evolved. One of your legs was slightly longer than the other, and in this context, he might have been slightly bent over, not quite had reached upright bipedal fashion. And oh wait, he was walking next to a zoo, and then there was a monkey skull, and they said, even though these footprints are about 2 miles from this fossilized monkey skeleton, we're going to suggest that they were derived from the monkey. And since the monkey skull is clearly a predecessor to the human skull, we now have proof of evolutionary transitional fossils.
Because what they mean by
mic drop. It's over.
Mic drop, yeah.
What they mean by transitional or intermediary isn't actually that they're in a lineage, that they descend one after the other. No, instead it's that, they look like they descended one from the other. They're morphologically transitional.
What's really, really, really getting on my nerves lately is the premise of phenotypic plasticity that everybody allows for, but then in relation to things that they claim are transitional fossils, I'm like, so phenotypic plasticity is like a recognized, accepted premise in the here and now, in the real world. But in your little fantasy land, phenotypic plasticity cannot be applied to account for things that you claim are transitional fossils to prove your evolutionary theory. Like, does this not compute? Does what I'm saying make sense? It's like all computing, or am I just like not understanding their arguments correctly?
Yeah, you get to the point where they'll have their transitional be, in their terms, lower, so earlier than what they transitioned from. And that would still count because it's morphologically in between.
I don't know. I mean, some of these folks, man, it's like beating head against brick wall, and
It's
like wasting time.
Fire.
Guaranteed dumpster fire. I need to have that animated. I need to have an animated dumpster fire.
Oh, that'd be great.
Like Smokey's background?
Yeah, but it needs to be a dumpster fire. And then I can have Smokey like popping out of the dumpster from time to time. I guess Standing's gone to get coffee. Bob's gonna get coffee. Jungle's asleep.
Coffee.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of this stuff, I'm just like, man, what?
Side chat, sorry.
I know. I saw you go back and forth. Yeah, I was just messing with you. Yeah, I mean, some of this stuff, it's just like, that's why my earlier tangent about why don't we just like go read for yourself? Like, I'm not going to address you until you go and like I feel like they want us to somehow be their professor and explain it all to them and not actually have to go and research it for themselves while simultaneously claiming that that's not what the research says, while they admit that they don't know what you're talking about. I mean, at some point, you got to go learn for yourself.
But the consensus says otherwise.
It's like, congratulations, you read like the summary paragraph of your textbook. You didn't go and actually read the papers that were the source of the text, like the chapter in your textbook. I mean, like, cool. You don't think that things get like summarized and glossed over and, compartmentalized in a very dumbed down version that's presented to the general public? Like, really? Do you not think that that's exactly what happens? Because that's what happens in every single type of every discipline, whether it be high level business conversations, finance, chemistry, biology, physics. If you're a doctor, if you're a surgeon, I mean, there's all sorts of terminology and, for surgeons use that the average doctor doesn't know. And the layman sure as heck doesn't know unless they've gone and researched it and learned about it. It's amazing.
Yeah, you find like 90+% of all the popular, internet evolutionist YouTubers, they don't even know about pedigree mutation clock. They don't even know about genetic entropy. They haven't heard any of the actual good arguments for the creation position.
No, they haven't. It's like Todd. I'm an expert. I'm an expert young Earth creationist, he says. I can defeat any young Earth creationist argument. And then you present him like our 10 best arguments. He's never heard of them all.
I'm not going to fall for that trap.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert.
Pigs Can Fly has just joined us, and I guess he has fallen to the dark side because tonight he does not have his little angel halo light.
Better.
Okay, yeah. He's regained his grace.
Yeah, can't you see that Alfred is an intermediary between the two?
Yeah, so this right here, as Godzilla Freak was saying, so this was Erica's argument. Because of a locomotion specialist, that poor guy was probably sitting on his butt for 20 years. He finally got a phone call. Hey, Bob, we got a job for you. Okay, we got these footprints.
I have a job, thank you.
They look exactly like human footprints. We need you because this does not look good for human evolution. He said, I'll be right there. I've been training for 20 years for this.
There's another aspect to those Laetoli footprints is that there was child footprints and they were stepping inside the adult footprints, and that would not be something that an animal would do.
Well, you know what Erica says? She calls this sexual dimorphism, okay? Because this foot, whatever this was, obviously a human, okay, would have had a size 10 shoe, okay? So the Lucy species, Australopithecus afarensis, which they want to say this was, they say that the males were like 3 times as big as the females, right? A type of sexual dimorphism that has never been observed. But obviously they can't admit that this is a human. So Erica, as Godzilla Freak was saying in her video, that's not even worth responding to, but we're going to have to. Her argument was saying a locomotion specialist, when he studied them in great detail, supposedly the way that this creature walked was intermediary between a human and an ape.
That's like impossible to figure that out.
Actually, I think they may be right. Maybe we originally evolved shoe-like feet, and then over time that mutation was lost.
Yeah, you have people today who are flat-footed who will make prints like that, right?
They're bare feet, though. I mean, they're clearly bare
with
feet.
no
It's
toes.
only one footprint, though. They're bare feet.
Yeah, here's
I
the
don't see
online
toes
pro.
in that. I see a separation between the big toe and the rest of the toe.
Listen, he was
But
clear.
I don't see separation between the other toes at all.
That was clearly left by an ancient ninja. In there,
I'd pull the tabby on.
Wearing like those
There's a child there that is walking inside the footprints of the adults, and that is not something an animal would do.
And then here's another one of Erica's arguments that she wants me to respond to. I did an entire series about why the fossil record is low quality science. And there is a specialist who identified multiple species within the Australopithecus sediba. And this specialist was not a young Earth creationist, okay? Ella Bin is the name. And Lee Berger, his son, is the one who found the first specimen for sediba. Lee Berger disagrees with these findings. So now Erica's using the arguments from Lee Berger, who obviously is not going to tap out. He has more to lose. You know, he discovered it, and then now further studies on it reveal that it's a jumble of mixed species. Okay, well, guess what? The researchers here, like Yoel Rack and Ella Bin, they would disagree with Lee Berger, and Lee Berger would disagree with them. So why should we automatically go side with Lee Berger, who obviously has a lot invested in this, than with these researchers who not necessarily, they don't have as much to lose. I mean, we see this all the time, mixed bone beds and, you know, artificial species. So hey, human evolution's dead. It's time for these guys to wake up and smell the fresh air.
But no, guys. According to the EVOs, simple variation, heredity, differential reproductive success explains everything.
Yeah, look, okay, if you can have a small amount of change over a small amount of time, then if you just give it more time, you'll get a bigger amount of change.
Well, here's
I mean, we've seen there's limits to this change that can occur in every single variation. I mean, just from the grassroots situation, in every single species you can imagine, yes, they can spread out and have additional species form, but there's a limit. So it's just like dog breeds, right? So dogs can breed and then have a limit to the size, the quality of their hair, things like that, right? So, but they're still a dog, right? No matter which way you look at it, we know that a mastiff is a dog. We know that a wolf is a dog. We know that a chihuahua is a dog, even though we don't like to think that it's really a dog, you know? I mean, just, it's pretty obvious. We know where it came from, right? And that's the problem. So we're not calling every single one of those dog breeds a species, you know, even because we know that they can still intermate, they can still intermingle. I mean, it's just really bad on their part to assume that this is something that is possible, because we don't have any evidence that something like that could actually happen, at least not so far.
Right, it's like, oh, I have a car, right? And it's like, oh, I can get a steering wheel, I can get a wheel, I can get a door, I can get a window, oh, I can get all these things, right? Look at all that change. Right before I had a car, now I have a door. But what you have to realize is that for the change to become the type of change you need for evolution, it needs to be going in the right direction, right? If the change is going in the wrong direction, then giving it more time will actually just make it worse. It's not going to help the cause.
It will, because magic.
Yeah. I like my Eiffel Tower example, right? It's great. It's like,
I haven't heard that.
It's like, let's say you have a tower. You're trying to get to the top of the tower, right? Let's say you move 1 foot every year. And let's say the tower is 300 feet high. Okay, so after 300 years, theoretically, you're moving 1 foot per year. You should make it to the top of the tower, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but what if I told you that you weren't moving 1 foot up every year? Now, you were moving 1 foot to the left every year? Are you still going to reach the top of the tower? No, right? And if you give it more time, that's not going to get you any closer to the top of the tower because you're not moving in the right direction.
Yep. I like it. Rational, are you really not gonna? Oh wow. Okay, I gotta read this.
It is pretty late.
We were talking, and I said, "Okay, do you know what Titan is?" He said, "Yes." Do you know that it is 33 amino acids in length? Yes. And there are 20 amino acids used in all of proteins in life. Anyway, I really got to go to bed now.
Yeah, sometimes that's how it is.
It's the standard move. As soon as you start,
depending on the I've had so many comment debates, you could say, with atheists, and just try to lay out the information. I even gave them so many links. I've actually pulled entire sections of studies that have shown my evidence to be factual, right? And they just never want to accept it. They'll hand wave it every single time. And I mean, my heart just goes out to them because you know that they're just stuck in this, like, they want to call this an echo chamber. I would say that they're definitely in an echo chamber that they can't escape.
For sure. For sure.
Well, here's the thing, and we always allow every single one of them to come in here and make their case. And Rational Empiricist, he's a nice guy. But he's been using, I mean, we just had an entire 2.5 hour debate on nested hierarchies and similarities and homology, taxonomy, cladistics, whatever. And we've all pointed out the number of major problems with man-made classification schemes. And he's one of those guys. And like I said, I like him. He's cordial, he's respectful.
Yeah.
But when he gets refuted, he goes back to the drawing board to figure out another way to maybe demonstrate his theory or come at us with an argument. But that's not the honest thing to do. I mean, just admit that you're wrong on your silly fish to fisherman hypothesis.
Yeah, I noticed that he likes to do the whole semantics game where, like, we have to define terms constantly, even though we know what these terms are supposed to be specified in this context to be, right? And it's a lot like whenever people try to say, you know, well, how do you define atheism, right? Well, philosophically speaking, atheism is, you know, the notion that you do not believe that God exists, period, right? There's no other way of defining that if you're looking at it from philosophy. But if you want to try to use this, like, updated new atheism version of things, which is actually really just relabeling agnosticism as atheism, I mean, they were called out directly by people at Stanford University. Like, it's pretty funny that they had to write an article about this particular subject because that's what people have been doing. They've been focusing so much on the semantics of things instead of really getting to the heart of the subject, right? And that's just nonsense.
Yeah, Cosmic Skeptic actually has a video on that where he's like, oh, we should call ourselves atheists, not for any reason that will be beneficial to the discussion, but because that way politically they'll sort of have a bigger side. Because what you realize is that a lot of people don't know what the agnostic position even means, right? So if they all call themselves atheists, then they'll have like a larger population.
Well, I mean, they try to make the difference. They're trying to get the nons to join them because the group of the nons is way bigger than atheists and agnostics combined.
Yeah, nobody's an atheist, but they call themselves atheists for the shock value. Just for the shock value. That's it.
Right, like. Okay, so let's just get back to like the comment wars. I got into this one comment discussion with this guy who was claiming that creationism and young Earth creationism was somehow a modern idea, right? You hear this a lot.
Yeah.
And he cited this documentary, which would apparently, I didn't watch it, apparently showed like, oh, it's like a recent invention, right? I told him, look, there's all these ancient people from like 2,000 years ago who believed that the Earth was young and it was created, right? I cited like Augustine and Basil, whatever, right? And he's like, oh, no, they never wrote on it. They never talked about that. So then I gave him a list of quotations of the people I cited, literally saying the Earth was created thousands of years ago, or it's less than 1,000 years old, or the days in Genesis are literal days. And then he just didn't reply after that because he realized, you know.
Yeah, wasn't there a Roman Catholic bishop or something that calculated based off of Genesis or based off the Old Testament, how old the universe was, and he like came down to like the exact day. It was like 4004 BC, July 23rd, 3 p.m. or something like that. But it's a new.
I think it's 4004 BC. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. And there was a documentary I want to say that was actually like hit a piece against Christianity specifically from like the 50s. I want to say it was a movie, like a really old movie, and they made the guy that was a Christian in the movie. He's in a court scene there. They made him look like a complete idiot, you know, like he didn't know what he was talking about, and he's just going, you know, blind faith off of what the Bible says, and then again, this is also in an era where they didn't have a lot of studies done yet, you know. But anyways, I can't remember what the name of that movie was. I have to go and try to find that. Sorry.
Yeah, blind faith is kind of a oxymoron. People misuse the term faith a lot, especially atheists and Christians when they're talking to atheists. Like, they've let the word fall apart, and it doesn't mean what it means anymore.
Right.
It doesn't mean like just believe because you think that you're supposed to or something. It's not just believe because. That's not what faith is. Faith is
faith in the truth is what we believe, but naturalism is a faith in what is not true, faith in nature.
What? No.
Yeah, I mean, it's just glorifying. Sorry, go ahead, go.
Standings changed his icon to Todd. That's too good.
Yeah.
Hey, Standing, are you awake?
He's muted right now.
Are you there, Standing?
He's on the pod, man. Give him a break.
And so we've lost Praise, and so basically our admins are gone. Awesome.
Faith is probably playing Fortnite or something.
You know, have you guys seen? There's like a, I want to call it kind of like a documentary. It goes over the different texts, like the Hebrew Masoretic text, the Septuagint, and it refers to different texts from prior to that, like even the Dead Sea Scrolls, about the bloodlines that have to do with the bloodlines from Shem, Ham, and Japheth moving forward. So there's some evidence that's basically pointing to them. Probably the Jewish Sanhedrin had made the changes there with the Hebrew Masoretic, because they were trying to disrupt the genealogy of Jesus, and so they shortened the lifespan of like several of the patriarchs that were in his lineage. I want to say it was like about 100 years apiece or something like that.
Yeah, 50 for the last one.
Yeah, 50 almost for the last one, yeah. And so it actually would add an additional almost 500 years, I think, to the timeline, which would actually correct the issue that we've been having for people that believe that the Exodus never happened, because it would actually put that event way further back, you know.
Yeah, you got like Seth outliving Abraham or something. It's pretty crazy.
Well, they had it in the current understanding is that they have it at the dynasty where Ramses II was pharaoh, right? And then this would actually put it about 2 full dynasties before that, about 200 years, I think it was.
Are we talking about the Masoretic versus the Septuagint?
Well, there's other documents that were agreeing with the Septuagint, and that's the point, is that it was correcting those lineages. But this is something that was verified with the Dead Sea Scrolls and a few other texts that were verified as well. And yeah, I think this. Let me see it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know that Ron Matt was working for the Septuagint as well. It's an interesting.
Yeah. I think the name of the video that I watched on that was were the pyramids created before the flood or something like that. And so if you just type that into like the YouTube search, you'll find that video. But it's really interesting. He goes through all of his evidences, and of course he shows how this is, you know, corresponding also with biblical scripture regarding like testimony and witness, right? So if you have 2 or more witnesses, then that's something that you can trust as a historical document.
Yeah, and I want to say the
2 or 3
most
witnesses and a matter is established.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the most simplistic argument is that the last one, where it's 50 instead of 100, it could easily be 100 more. But I think the age was 79, so it could only be 50 less.
Right.
I think that's one of the simplistic arguments there, where.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure a lot of people would have an issue with it just because they don't want to appear like they're changing the Bible or God's word. We understand that, you know, people that change the gospel are supposed to be accursed based on what Paul had written. But I mean, clearly, if you have evidence that this is something that was changed at a later date.
That's another proof of pre-trib.
Right, like we
Yeah.
know one of them must be wrong, and we know the change was deliberate because all the ages are like corrected.
Correct. Yeah. But that's why I think it's interesting is that I think it would correct so many different problems that people have been having with these questions. Because that's actually one of the things that I was having an issue with whenever I was an agnostic. I was like, well, why is this timeline so off then? You know, why is it that they can't find evidence that Israel was ever in Egypt? But then I actually went and dug deeper, and I found a group called Patterns of Evidence that had been doing a lot of research over there in archaeological
Yes, excellent
digs.
documentary. I love
Yeah, it was amazing. And the thing is, people that I sent it to, a lot of times they're like, but these guys were proven wrong. There's actually like a whole website that goes against this. I'm like, no, you need to go and look at the evidence. They have physical archaeological evidence that points directly to these things, these events happening. Imagine that you.
The documentary, he talked about his view to others that disagreed with him, and their response was, it's too much work to overhaul if we do that. It was an argument from consequence. That was their argument for not accepting the correct timeline.
Here's the thing, though: you could accept everything else in the Masoretic, and just accept the timeline, the Septuagint, because you could say that the Masoretic is actually in Hebrew, so everything else would have been preserved better, whereas the times were deliberately changed.
And so this would make a lot of sense why they were trying to do that with the Hebrew Masoretic, because that would be, so they already had incentive to try and disprove Jesus's authority, right, as a king and a high priest.
Hey, you know, Patterns of Evidence : Exodus, or is it Exodus Patterns?
That's the documentary, yeah. But they actually have a full website on that. They have like several different things.
They go over what it was.
Hey guys, I heard today. Yeah. I heard today that Jesus was actually perpetuating the teachings of Buddha. That was actually being
from a place that he never went. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, wasn't Buddha like way later than him?
Nah, 500, like 5 BC, I think, something like that.
Oh, okay. Well, even if that were the case, 5 BC. So he was already. So wait, Buddha began teaching at 5 BC, or he was born in 5 BC?
It might have been 500 BC. Let me Google it again. But I remember I was just cracking up when I saw that it was like there were.
I've heard people say that he was teaching not New Age, but like Hinduism, like practices, and I was like, first of all, there are millions of gods in that belief system, and the reason being is because they believe that you can be reincarnated based on karma, right?
Yep.
And what you've done. So that doesn't even jive.
I am the
There's
son
nothing
of
in
the
there.
one and only God. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. But hey, I'm actually
right.
Hindu, and there's a bunch of ways.
Exactly. I was just laughing. I was like, did you even read the Bible? Like, he clearly says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And he's basically saying, I am God. There is no other God but me.
Truly I say to you, before Abraham was, I am.
I am. That's right. Praise the Lord.
I'm gonna be going to bed here in a minute. I wanted to, before I do, want to play a portion of this video real quick. If you guys want to have your minds blown.
You're not going to stay up till 5 a.m. with us again?
Bro.
Yeah, dude. The last like 2 times, I think I've still been quote unquote on the stream. I've been passed out, bro.
Okay. He wakes up like 30 minutes later. He's like, hey, what were you talking about?
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to show you just a portion of this video. Okay. So it's worthwhile to go watch the whole thing. Your mind will be utterly blown. But this is a much more deep dive into DNA replication. Okay. And this first portion you're going to see is about like prokaryote, like bacteria. Okay. Where I stop this, pay very close attention to what he says. I mean, he's like, and now let's transition over to eukaryote, which is much more complicated. Okay. So we're going to watch the simple version of what's going on in the simpler form of life, right? Pay attention to things like clamps, loaders, activators, and this stuff will blow your mind. And let me know if you can hear it.
It turns out it doesn't arrive at the origin on its own.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Second protein, DNA-C, which is a so-called helicase loader. And it has many important properties that make it ideal for loading the helicase on DNA. So one property is when DNA-C is bound to DNA-B, and it inactivates its helicase activity, preventing it from acting at non-origin regions of the genome. Secondly, DNA-C causes the DNA-B ring to crack open such that it has enough room to fit a single-stranded DNA so that it can gain access into the central channel of the hexameric ring structure. The third important property is that DNA-C has affinity for DNA-A, which recruits the DNA-BC complex to the single-stranded DNA and allows it to now encircle the DNA. So it binds such that it will now encircle the single-stranded DNA. Now, importantly, not only does the DNA-BC complex load on the top strand that has DNA-A associated with it, but it also is loaded on the bottom strand, but in the opposite orientation. So it will leave the replication, the origin, in the opposite direction. So you can see that on the top, it's going to move to the left. On the bottom, it's going to move to the right. Now, we don't understand in detail how that second DNA-BC complex is recruited, although there are theories that suggest that DNA-A, which also has affinity for DNA-B, may use that interaction to recruit the second BC complex in the opposite orientation. Now, at this point, you'll remember that the BC complex is inactive, so the helicase is not active yet. Nevertheless, you'll recall that the interaction between the DNA primase and the helicase stimulates the primase to synthesize new primers. And that's the next step of this process. The DNA primase is recruited, binds to the helicase, and synthesizes a primer. And something about this process causes the DNA-C subunits to release. Again, we don't understand that in detail, but that's clearly the step at which this occurs. And now you have active helicases, which can move to the right and the left, top to the left, bottom to the right, to unwind more DNA so that you get an extended unwound region. At this point, we have two primer template junctions that can be recognized by DNA polymerase III holoenzyme, load sliding clamps, and then the sliding clamps can be recognized by one of the three DNA polymerase III enzymes. It will then initiate medium strand synthesis. Then, at some rate determined by the affinity between the helicase and the primase, a second primer will be synthesized. That will be recognized by the clamp loader and a second polymerase subunit. And then you have initiated both leading and lagging strand synthesis. And this is really the starting point that we discussed in terms of the function of the replisome during elongation. So you know what happens from here. Now, I want to make a couple other points at this point. You'll note that there was only a single sequence-specific DNA binding protein involved in this process. Most of the process is driven by either protein-protein interactions or non-specific or structure-specific protein-DNA interactions. So for example, the recognition of the primer template junction is sequence non-specific, but very specific for the particular structure, that of a primer with the 3' OH available and an adjacent single-stranded region for the DNA polymerase to be engaged with. Okay? And that's true.
Is this just unzipping the DNA?
The helicase and
this
the
is
DNA
getting ready.
holoenzyme interacting with the helicase as well. So this is built not by a series of sequence-specific interactions, but by a series of protein-specific interactions or structure-specific interactions. Okay, so that's the initiation in bacteria. I want to turn my attention now to initiation in eukaryotic cells, which is substantially more complex.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. That is clearly a factory. Like,
so there's an order of events happening there.
Okay.
Everything's happening in tandem.
Okay, so here's the part that just blew my mind. That he goes into more detail in later on portion of it, but you hear him talking about the clamps and the clamp loaders. Do you hear him talk about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so and then you mentioned like DNA polymerase. Okay, so I didn't know this until yesterday. Those clamps, they're like these circular, they're like rings. Okay, the clamp loader comes in, and there's a specific spot in this ring that the clamp loader forces open. It's like a freaking key ring, right?
Yeah.
It now enables it to slide over the DNA strand, right? Then it closes. Then it attaches itself. It literally clamps on to the DNA polymerase, okay? Not only does it activate the DNA polymerase, it also literally, not figuratively, it literally keeps the polymerase from flying off the DNA strand.
Wow.
So if it doesn't have a clamp, okay, to hold it on, the polymerase is literally going to go, it's going to go like a couple hundred base pairs and it'll fly off into the ether.
How does the hook get there?
That's what I'm talking about. Like you have you have multiple machines, little nano machines that come over and like physically attach this thing.
This is the thing that blows my mind about the cell is like, how do things know where to go?
It's like little robots, and they're being programmed to do something.
On some level, I can kind of get like the Walker protein, but when we're talking about just like a hook just floats up and latches onto a polymerase, how does it?
Well, and here's the thing.
How does it get there?
Earlier in this video, and then later on, he gets into much more detail about that stuff, like the binding sites, all this other kind of stuff. Like the thing is that when you really contemplate like what the heck they're talking about in terms of these binding sites and such, it's like straight up no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Addresses, it's open, it's like specific doorways, and he talks about it. Like they talk about this whole deal of like, oh yeah, if this wasn't here, then none of this would work. Like, okay, hang on. So we've got specific sequences that are required to like initiate all this stuff, and like it has to start here. If it doesn't have this start point, then it doesn't work. And then if you don't have this other little component that holds the other one on, if this one flies off, and then, oh, wait, if you don't have this other one that activates this other one, which starts this other process, and it has to all happen before this other one comes in. Like, I mean, what more is that than, to the point you're making? It's a factory. It's a straight up hardcore, high level.
It's not just chemical reactions, that's for sure. I mean, if you look at, I don't know if you guys have ever actually seen chemical reactions occur. Like, we're not talking about like the Mentos stuff. I mean, like if you look at like acid underneath a beaker, underneath like a microscope, reacting on top of something, it doesn't act anything close to that, right?
No, it's not like it's physical moves in a control.
I wonder how many generations of Luca died while they were trying to copy the DNA because they didn't have the hook and the polymerase just flew off.
Yeah.
And then never reproduced.
But here's the
Remember
thing.
natural selection, right?
But guys,
all
here's
the keys in place.
But hey, hang on.
Natural selection. I agree. I think that they were naturally selected and they all died out and there's no life on the planet. Wait, that doesn't.
but hang on, guys. Guess what they figured out? Like, so they've been able to activate a polymerase without it, right? It goes flying off. But that clamp acts as the catalyst to start the polymerase.
Yeah.
So not only does it hold it on, it also, like, the polymerases are inert until the arrival of the clamp protein. So
another thing that I found curious when I saw it was both of them had to be clamped, and then they both went at the same time. What caused that?
You're having to expect. Well, the helicases are having to unwrap enough of the DNA that it can start the process.
They think one caused the other or something.
Yeah, but they weren't physically connected in the diagram.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're not physically connected in real life either. But I mean, I get what you're saying completely. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. How do they know that they're supposed to go at X time?
Yeah, it
together?
literally sounds like a sci-fi author was trying to like write the most complex sounding system they could possibly find. That's literally what's going on.
Well, here's the thing for me, though, when you really contemplate this stuff, and this is what I find so fascinating about the standard Evo talking points, right? I'm like, okay, in any other context, okay, if this was not a biological system, you would immediately think they were reading out of an engineering textbook, right? Or the description, the diagram of a mechanical process in a factory, like a manufacturing facility, right? Like, oh, well,
wait, I have to.
This part of the assembly line, the moving band goes here, and then we're going to screw in these, and these parts, and then it goes along, and then this robot arm comes in and puts them all together, and then the glue gun zips in and soup, and there's like screws that are now drilled at this point, and then it hands out and it goes into the box, and then the box is wrapped in plastic, and then the price tag is slapped on it, and the barcode and the company branding. And then, bam! Here you go, ready to be loaded into the truck to send off to the. Oh wait! That's exactly what's happening in protein synthesis. Holy crap!
Well, it's not just that. It's that it's a factory that creates another factory, and then creates another. I mean, it's like a never-ending chain.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's getting on that level in the real world of what's happening. Yeah. What you just said is 100% correct. I'm talking about just in terms of this process we're looking at. Like,
exactly.
Oh, well, yeah, we're going to create this, and this is going to happen, and this. Here's the moving armband, like that stuff. You'd be like, oh, that's really cool. Whoever designed that must be a genius. And it's like biological system.
Yeah.
No, we're just describing chemical reactions. That's all we're doing. It's just chemical reactions. That's it. There's no engineering involved in this whatsoever. Dude, there's a freaking circular clamp that comes on, gets opened by another robot, clamps onto this thing, flips the on switch, and then it starts copying. Like, what? Oh, wait. Oh, and by the way, it also has error check. I forgot to tell you.
Yeah.
That. I mean,
enzymes.
More than
Fredo Sarabia said all physical reactions are chemical. Let's be adults. I would ask you, is a computer running and performing operations just physical reactions?
Right. So, if
It's
you
clearly chemical reactions.
all the biological terms with mechanical terms, right? If you just replaced some of the wording there and you said that to someone, they probably laugh at you. It's like, oh, you think you want someone to build that? Yeah, good luck. They'd laugh you out of the room. But then all of a sudden, if you say, oh, this is biological, now it develops naturally with no guidance whatsoever, and it just happens.
Because that's possible.
If you replaced the codons with 3D printing G-code commands, people will be like, well, that's cool. I mean, which G code? It's X, Y axis, and time, and filament type.
Yeah.
That's what it is in 3D printing command line, right? And what the heck do you think the mRNA is saying? It's like it's exactly what it's saying, like in a literal sense. But you could change that and be like, instead of being, it's like, at this position, position 1, I want aluminum. Position 2, aluminum for X period of time. And like all the way down, it's like plastic, aluminum. There's all the different. So the irony is like most 3D printers, like the cheaper ones, until you get the high level ones, they have a max of like 2, 3, sometimes 4 different filament types. Right, then the really nice ones are getting more complicated, but a lot of them only do plastic. Right, they do 1. Right, we're talking about a 3D printer that can do 20 and do it in a exponentially faster time than what our best ones do. And it's like, man, the level of ignorance that we're in, the brainwashing, is just, it's reaching epic proportions. Sidebar, irony of ironies. We talk about like the brainwashing of the left and Big Brother and all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
The Darwinian brainwashing actually makes the worst, governmental brainwashing of all time look like a joke in terms of the utter removal of rational thought.
It's their cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, that's the main issue.
That's evidence, right? The undirected brainwashing is actually stronger than the intelligent brainwashing.
Yeah.
Is it undirected? I always thought that you need to, if you could explain to people that they have a creator, that would straighten out a lot of problems in politics, in social life, in movies, everything. It would change everything everywhere. If you could only convince people that they had a creator. That's the basis for all understanding of everything.
One of the things I find very interesting about all this, just thinking about the brainwashing aspect of it, has been successfully initiated in a large chunk of at least Western civilization, that the premise of immortality and the fact that you have purpose and were created with specified, function and complexity and intent, has been construed as the worst possible conclusion. Like, hang on. It is now portrayed as the more plausible, reasonable, and acceptable and desirable reality to be that you have no specified purpose. There was no intent behind your creation. And then when you die, that's it. And that's now the optimal. Like, you want that versus eternal existence. I mean, there really is a fascinating dichotomy.
There's actually people that will try to make it seem like living forever would be the worst case scenario because eventually you'll get so bored you'll want to kill yourself or something like that.
When people see that talking point, I just want to slap them. It's so
yeah.
That reminds me of The Good Place. I really liked the show until the end, and then I was like, "Really? That's where you guys went?"
Right. Exactly. It's the same exact notion, and I mean, it's tragic to think that that's the way people view things like this. I mean, if they don't think that an eternal, magnificent being like God could just keep you entertained literally forever, then they obviously don't understand what God or who God is, right? But anyways, that's just the way I look at that.
The first 2 seasons of The Good Place were pretty funny. And then it went, then it went off the rails and was just like, okay. But irony of ironies for me is the reason. Here's the thing. I think the reason that The Good Place went off the rails was because it was being written by atheists in Hollywood.
Right.
They lacked the capacity to actually comprehend what the actual end outcome would be.
I would call them Luciferians. But yeah, I agree.
They're pretty
I mean,
close.
it's 2021. We're still learning. We're still learning amazing things from God, because God teaches us everything.
Yeah, I mean, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and I mean, I think I've learned a lot more since I became a Christian, comparatively, if I had to, peg it.
Well, I've been a Christian for basically my entire life, and I'm learning more now than I ever did before. It seems.
Same here. I mean, we are fearfully and wonderfully made. I never really. I mean, I've known that scripture since I was a kid, but it is really not until the last couple of years I've truly started to both understand and appreciate the significance of those short words. I mean, just like yesterday when I was watching the full, and because that video I showed you guys, it gets way more mind bending, way more. Okay. And I was sitting there watching that video. I was laying in bed watching it on my laptop, and I'm like, holy crap. Like, are you serious? Like, that's what's going down. I'm sitting there, like, I'm talking to myself, like, watching this video, like, what? And the guy gets done, and I'm like, I just put it on pause, and I'm like, wow, fearfully and wonderfully made. Just like, this is one of the most fundamental components, right, of existence is the DNA replication. Like, without it, we got nothing, right? And the irony is, it's not even the most complicated, right? Like, it's not even like the top of the line in terms of actual complexity. But I'm just watching this one, and I'm like, oh man, like if this is this crazy in terms of an engineering perspective.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what the true level of engineering complexity is of some of the more higher level systems that we haven't even discovered, like the additional layers that are required.
And it's all by instruction. It's all by a pre-existing written program in our DNA.
Well, I mean, even cosmologists are coming to the conclusion that the planets could not have actually, like, okay, so if we're looking back at Isaac Newton and his original statements about cosmology, he definitively says, although we have the capacity to understand through gravity that things like this can come about, he said the placement of the stars and the planets in their heavenly bodies in this exact sequence is like something of a masterful work of art, basically, right? It's like something that could only come about with somebody putting them there, right?
Yeah. John, did you watch What You Aren't Being Told About Astronomy?
I did, actually.
Yeah.
And, like, the whole premise and what Matt's alluding to of like Jupiter and Saturn should have collapsed into the sun by now.
Right, exactly.
I mean, it's
But there's a lot of magnetism going on too, electricity and forces and stuff.
my favorite part of all those that one and some of the other ones I've seen on this. It's like, well, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but there must have been a comet or a giant meteor that came through.
Yeah, and there's always a trumpet.
It's like literally every planet. Like every planet.
Yeah.
It was either, like, to solve the problem, it was a comet or a meteor. Or the moon crashed into the earth at the perfect angle, at the perfect speed, and then bounced off, and then reformed into the rubble reformed into the moon at the perfect, like, what? Come on, man. Are you kidding? I remember the first time I read that theory of like the moon formation from collision, and I'm like, are you serious? Like, you guys actually published this as an actual realistic premise? Like, yeah, I understand you can figure out the formula of like what it would have to be, but you actually have plausible.
You know what a smoke screen is, right? Just throwing dust in the air, throwing anything up.
I mean, it's like if I fell off of a skyscraper and then happened to hit, and you can figure out the trajectory and the angle which I would have to hit this, angled portion of, the seventh floor to slide down, and then if I fell off of that and hit at an appropriate angle on the grass, but I hit somebody first that broke my trajectory just enough So even though I've fallen 700 feet, I didn't die. Like, yeah, we could come up with that, right? Somebody could come up with all the math behind what would have to be required in order to survive falling off, 400-story building or whatever, right? Like,
and then Jackie Chan could just go and do it, you know.
You didn't just walk over it. Instead, you were on the top of the building and fell down, right?
yeah, it's like, congrats. It's like that's how I feel about the moon being formed from a collision with the planet. Like that's how I feel about their formula, and.
Well, it must have happened, right?
Just like I was talking about before, like the moon is supposed to be moving away from us at 4 centimeters a year annually? Yeah, and so if they were just to calculate that backwards, for a couple thousand years, you wouldn't even get a few million years out before it's already making full contact with our planet. Like,
that's the moon. Literally. Like, if you go logarithmically, it's even worse. And then you have to consider the tides, the tidal forces.
Right.
I mean, you can't even go back that far, and then the entire, one side of the planet is constantly flooded every day.
Yeah.
That was the global flood, man. That's what happened. But well, hey, did you guys see where they actually expanded the Goldilocks zone?
Oh, they did?
Oh yeah, after it's been changed quite a few times. It keeps getting bigger, but the most recent one they came up with was because I guess it finally dawned on them that if the sun was actually as old as it was, and it's getting smaller, or sorry, bigger, whatever it was. Anyway, long story short, the Goldilocks zone had to be bigger. Otherwise, the size of the sun at the previous point in the evolutionary timeline, the Earth would no longer have been in the Goldilocks zone. So
of course,
they had to modify the Goldilocks zone. Well, I guess it would be actually plausible if life still could have formed in this now expanded range, even though we've been saying definitively that it couldn't have. Now that, because life exists and the sun would have been smaller, therefore we would have been slightly not necessarily further away physically, but in terms of the proximity. Anyway, they had this whole math. I was reading about it. I'm like, so for the 7th time, you guys have every time you discover new requirements for life, right? Or new things that stand in the way of your previous assumptions for what could be required for life, you keep having to modify. Like something as simple, as basic as the Goldilocks zone to account. And
all the evidence.
I don't understand how they don't see that these are rescuing devices.
Totally.
So
all right, what, Godzilla?
Nah, they're just improving the model.
Yeah. I had never accounted for this, and this new item completely debunks my previous one. So I'm going to modify the whole thing in a very mental gymnastics fashion, and then be like, my new model is totally different than my last one, but it's an improvement.
Yeah, see, this is just the progression of science.
It's like, how about you come up with an entirely new theory then? Be like, my old one, which I'm no longer claiming to be true, is now this whole new one. But I'm going to call it the same name as the old one. And if you tell me that my new one is not the same as my old one, I'm going to say that you just don't know what you're talking about.
It's the same thing that they did with the time, when time lapse from the beginning of the universe based on their geologic column and understanding of supposedly where we are in accordance to where the stars were. I mean, they add time to it because they know that it's, first of all, they can speculate about that based on the distance from the stars that we are, and then they can extrapolate that to assume that that's how long it would have taken for these stars to supposedly get there. But it's funny because we know now that the universe is expanding exponentially faster all the time. Like right now, it's going faster than it was at the initial bang. That's crazy to think about. And I think it was Alexander Vilenkin. Sorry, go ahead.
If that's a correct assumption. I mean, observation.
Leave now because it's getting a bit late.
They said that the reason why they can make that assumption is because of the red shift and the fact that it still exists. So it's based on the timeline that they were given for that. But I mean, that to me is just. I think that it's actually more like a requirement based on the the way that the universe has to be. Like God has to allow it to go out so much further so that we can be maintained. Right? Does that make sense?
Well, if it's not expanding at a specific velocity,
it'll just collapse on itself.
It'll collapse. Yeah, I mean,
right.
That's the thing that gets me on all these arguments about like, well, we have cosmic microwave background radiation. It's like, yeah, dude. It shows that's how we know the universe is flat, idiot. Yeah, like this is a problem for you. This means that we are in the only optimal range for existence. Period.
Have you heard of the axis of evil?
Yes, I have.
No, I haven't actually.
I find it hilarious.
The axis
What
of
is
evil.
it?
Okay, so this is so this was like the original time they saw, I think it was like 2003, 2004, and it was confirmed in 2011, I think.
Okay.
The satellites or the telescopes they sent up to like confirm some of the redshift and some other things like that, right?
Right.
And to get better readings on the cosmic microwave background radiation.
Yeah.
They discovered that while there is relative uniformity of the CMB, they also happened to find that through random chance, by the way, they didn't mean to find this, but they did. And then they're like, oh crap, we have to look at this in more detail. They discovered that there's basically the equivalent of a gigantic X in the cosmic microwave background radiation that just so happens to intersect in our solar system.
What?
Yeah.
And
that's amazing.
And it's along the same plane of the orbits of the planet around the sun.
What? How is that even
It's
possible?
It's in line with the plane of our solar system.
So this was discovered not by Christian. Okay, this was discovered by I remember one of the interviews I saw with the guy who originally discovered it. He said they're talking like, well, when I saw this, I didn't really want it to be true.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, since then they've come up with all sorts of crazy hypotheticals to explain how this is possible. But it's like, dude, there's a flat planet. Okay, we have a flat universe. If there is a gigantic X that intersects in our solar system, arguably through our freaking planet, and you are, as Bob was saying, in the exact plane of our planets and the way they work. And here's the other thing, does nobody really think about the fact that all of our planets orbit like a disk around the sun?
The thing is they knew it. That's why they called it the axis of evil, because they saw it and they're like, we hate this fact, but we have to accept it because it's fact. And they called it the axis of evil.
Yeah. So it actually it kind of makes here's the thing. So if you actually look at it the way it is, the whole heavens and God stretched out the heavens takes on a whole new context.
Well, another thing that got me thinking when I was still agnostic, that maybe there's a possibility that God does exist. This is just interesting to me, is the fact that all of the stars, right? So whenever we look anywhere in any direction, right, we see that these stars are moving away from the Earth, away from our exact position, right? And there was a lot of scientists that try to make the claim that we're no longer the center of the universe, whatever you want to make the claim to be. But that to me is evidence to the contrary, because it actually kind of shows that they did come from this point. We're in the center, literally.
No,
from that perspective.
No. You could be on any star and it would look like that.
Wait, we've been refuted.
It's all about relativity. If you can get a star and they're all going to be moving away from you, there is no context.
We've been refuted.
Yeah, I guess so.
Fredo said, wrong. The axis of evil means that the down part of Earth has to confine in a flat universe with a background radiation to debunk a bunch of things.
I don't understand.
I don't either.
Well,
is that English?
He's probably English. Probably isn't the first language. But here's the thing too. I actually had a very fascinating conversation at a university with a pretty well-known, I won't say his name, astrophysicist, and his specialty happens to be in their whole redshift thing, right?
Right.
And I went and I just walked into his office, had a conversation one time, and I was on a business trip, and I was like, I'm gonna go talk to this guy. And
it's not Hugh Ross, is it?
No. This is a big secular university. Anyway,
okay.
I was there going on a business trip, and I was Googling because I wanted to I was like, man, while I'm here in this college town, I want to see if I can track down somebody and have a conversation with them, right? And it was so funny, but he's like, man, I told him I went to college here, different stuff, years ago, and love to have a conversation with you, ask some questions about things I've become curious with as I get older, and it was so fun. We sat there and talked for like 2 hours. He was like, his like students would come in. He was like, I'm busy. He wouldn't talk to the students, and they'd left. And it's like, man, it's so nice having somebody that actually wants to have a conversation, not give me to change their grade. Anyway, what was interesting was, and I forget the exact numbers, but he was telling me that it's actually we don't actually see as far away as it's claimed. And that it wasn't actually until I think it was like 2013 or 2014 that we were actually able to visualize more than about 10,000 light years away. And when he told me that, I was like, what? Because that's not what we're told at all. Right. And I'm sitting there in the office of a, well-published PhD astrophysicist astronomer, right? Like, I'm sitting like, what? Look, I didn't express my shock, but I'm just like, I was sitting there like, in my mind, I'm like, okay, I must ask more questions about this because I'm mind blown right now. Of like, wait, he's like, oh yeah. Up in, I think it was like 2003, 2004. We were up until about then. We were only able to see like, I forget. I think it was like 800 or 900 light years, something like that. And I'm like, then what the hell have I been looking at in all these pictures? Like claiming that we're seeing these astronomical distances and all this kind of stuff. And then we got into the whole like parallax problem. And he's like, well, it's like, we don't accept that. So we think, here's the thing. Here's why we think we're seeing a lot farther. And then he started explaining the whole parallax thing to me. And I'm like, so you have a lot of assumptions in that. And he's like, oh yeah, we do, but it's right. I'm like, wait a minute. So you just spent the last 15 minutes explaining to me how what you're about and you're now claiming is true has so many assumptions that could mean like something totally different. But you guys are assuming this. Interesting.
Yeah.
But the whole premise there, again, just blew my mind, was like, hang on, you're taking pictures only of about 10,000 light years away.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, this is significant. And then we had to get interrupted and he had to go teach a class. But ever since that this was like 3 years ago, and had that conversation.
I mean, that's still a really crazy distance.
And my mind has blown since then.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. Well, I was going to say, like, so that's one of the things that's always called into question. The notion of like seeing black holes, things like that. Like, I understand that they're supposed to be able to see that there's kind of a void there, and then clearly light is being absorbed. But the thing is, whenever you see the pictures, they more or less just look like it could just be, like a planetary or a planet or something like that. We're just not really seeing it properly because there's light coming from behind it or something like that.
Well, here's the thing that really I find interesting too, in line with what you're saying, is with all these supposed exoplanets and such they're finding.
Right.
I'm like, you're telling me that from very faint radiation and light, you are being able to know definitively the geological components and elements that make up this planet. Really? Like, I don't know how much I believe you in terms of like, okay, you might be able to pick on a few things here and there. We can't, okay, you're telling me that we can't even truly know what is inside of our own planet. And you're telling me that you know what something is made of, 3 galaxies over.
Right, exactly.
I don't really buy that.
They'll say that there's like planets that have similar water volume, or that they have like they're much larger in size, but they have like land masses with water that look similar to Earth. And I'm like, how did you see this? I don't understand. Did y'all send something out there to really see this? Like, I don't understand. And
it's creating wormholes that we don't know about. Like, is Stargate SG-1 a real thing?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, I mean, the farthest probe we've sent has just passed through the plasma wall that surrounds the solar system.
Didn't it just get burned up? I heard that it was like not able to pass because there's like a giant firewall there.
Well, you know what happened.
The plasma wall, I heard that it passed through it because the density was too low.
Huh.
Okay, so you know what actually happened, right? Is we don't live on a flat Earth. We live in a flat solar system. And
that's right.
The Earth is a globe, but the solar system is flat, and that's what.
That's why everything's on a ring around the sun.
Yep. Although, did you guys ever see the original episode of Star Trek, like the original series, like not the one before Kirk?
No, Star Wars is better.
So Flip Fluid Cattell or whatever his name is, he says, "Are you guys against exoplanets now? Why?"
Well, to be fair, somebody did a super chat earlier and we didn't respond. What's the shape of the universe? Come on, boys.
The reason why we're talking about exoplanets and the possibility of them being wrong is because we don't know. We don't have any way to have empirical data that shows that these truly exist, right? Like so LPP just explained, right, that we cannot see beyond 10,000 light years at all, period. That's the most that you can get, right?
With parallax.
We understand that the stars, if we're assuming that these are accurate representations, are billions of light years away, right? So how in the world are you going to see something that's a galaxy or two away? Think about it, sir. I just sit there and think about it.
Well, the exoplanets.
Hey, Luca, jump in, man.
Those are the planets that are orbiting stars. I mean, in other galaxies, right?
Well, yeah, I believe that this. I'm not saying. So what I'm saying, obviously, what we were both getting at is just that you can't definitively know what's on these planets. You can't even. So he's trying to say, how can you know what the core is made up of this within this other planet, but you don't even know what's on in the core of our own planet through actual excavation, right? That's what he's talking about.
You can't know what's on the planet, but the way they say the planet is there by the variations in light coming from the star.
Yeah, to be fair, and clear, we cannot use parallax to measure the distance of objects beyond a certain distance. It does not necessarily mean that we can't see objects beyond the distance.
You can see the light. Look, there's a difference. You can see the light from stars. We understand this, and that's why we understand that they're going to be so many light years away. But again, if we were to maximize the distance from Earth on both sides of the sun and triangulate that distance to a star, a specific star that they were able to calculate, they still would not have a wide enough triangle to get a good accurate representation of how far that star is. Does that make sense?
Right.
So because of that fact, that's what I'm getting across. We can't see onto other planets that are outside of our galaxy. We cannot do this. It's unfortunately it's just a fact.
You can't even see.
Trying to say that there's a difference between measuring or being unable to measure a distance using trigonometry.
I have no problems with the mathematics. I'm talking about them making claims, knowledge claims, right, about what's on these other planets or what is composed of, or what you see what I'm saying? There's a problem with that speculation. They can assume if they want to. Yeah,
what's
that's
on
what
them. I suspect is I don't know how they do it, and I don't know enough about that subject, but I think it's plausible that they would be able to see objects that would move in front of a star and somehow guess.
Well, they don't.
Well, no, I don't. Never mind.
Hang on.
Doesn't work.
based on
They
color.
can't even see the object. They just see the difference in the light coming from the star. That's all they see.
Yeah.
What's up, Luca?
Limitations of distance measuring.
Everything fine.
Measurement using stellar parallax. Long story short, this limits Earth-based telescopes to measuring the distance of stars about 100 parsecs.
Okay.
Hey, Luca.
Hey, gentlemen, I'll jump in real quick. We've got Luca here. Luca, thanks for joining us. Always a pleasure. Always fun.
Yeah.
So here we go. Yeah, whatever.
It's nice to be here. So
good, man. Yeah, I really
just woken up. Woken up? No, but I just left the bed.
It's the 55,000 celebration. Oh, 3,000.
Yes.
I got 300.
Hey, Jungle,
Nice, man.
that's good, brother. We got to have a 300 subscriber party.
It's going
Luca,
on.
we've been going at it for 4.5 hours.
Yes,
6
I know.
hours if you consider the debate before. So party's just getting started. So thanks for being here.
Just here to
add anything you'd like to.
congratulate. So good job, really. I'm happy for you.
Hey, I appreciate that, Luca. Thanks for the super chat and thanks for the good discussion last week. Still definitely one of my favorites. So I'm
It was
just
a pleasure, really.
I appreciate it. I'm just sitting back and relaxing, enjoying the conversation. So guys, continue. Luca, if you wanted to maybe say a few things or maybe direct the conversation in a way, since you're kind of the token evolutionist here, maybe you wanted to bring up a topic. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not so well versed in this topic, but I'll try.
Cosmology.
Yeah, you can go ahead, man. No worries.
Please continue. And
Cosmology.
thanks, Stephanie.
Well,
Really.
the point you were making about the interpretation of jungle, but the interpretation of the radiation to like deduce what the composition must be, right? It's like, oh, okay, so again, you're claiming that you're being able to delineate like the percentages of different things, not necessarily that, okay, this one must be there. You're now claiming you know how much of it is there from this little blip of this particular frequency, right? Like, oh, well, then this planet, it must be 78% must be this. And it's like, hang on, what?
How close it is, what the material is, and what kind of atmosphere it had, all kind of crazy stuff they deduce from.
Well, it's Hubble's law.
Well, I'm not sure what that means. I know who Hubble is, and I know he created a telescope so that we can see into the vast space, but I don't know what that means when you say Hubble's law.
It was a joke. Hubble's law is how they look at what is it called?
Look at the red.
There is a type of star that they oh man. It's been a while since I've heard of it, so I probably can't accurately recount how it works.
Talking about the pulsars, and they're like
it's something constant.
Quasars. There's pulsars and magnetars. I think. I don't remember all the different types, but
here's this quick side. Last thing I'm going to say, and I go to bed. I said that like an hour ago. Earlier when we were talking about like you can come up with a mathematical formula for whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The formation of stars is the most epic example of that.
Yeah.
Ever. Like
Boyle's law.
Think about this. In order for a star to not either implode or explode, the gravitational pull must be basically equal to the explosive force, right?
Right.
So I'm like, okay, let's think about it. The claim is that over time, somehow the nebula condensed to the appropriate level to initiate the fusion, right?
In a vacuum.
Yeah, in a vacuum, right? But somehow this happens, right? But you're going to claim that somehow the amount of mass to create the appropriate amount of gravitational force to specifically counter the amount of explosive force somehow all happened to be perfect in literally trillions upon trillions of times for all the stars that we see in the universe.
That's too late.
Somehow that
one other thing.
Here's the point I'm making is, right, they could claim, oh, well, you just have to have enough chances. Okay, fair enough. No problem. Let's say there's a bunch of failures. There's a bunch that started the fusion, but then there wasn't enough gravity, so they exploded, right? Why do we, if that's the case, right, and there's enough random chances, evolution style, right, why is the cosmos not absolutely overloaded with supernovas?
Right.
Why do we not see evidence of all the failed stars everywhere? Right? We don't. We see very, very, very few supernovas. Right? There's less than like 200 we see in the entire cosmos. Okay. Now we're starting to see a few more picking up, but like there's not that many.
Yeah.
Calculated how often they should happen. And
Right. They should be everywhere, right?
Should be constantly, pretty much.
But not only should they be constantly happening, they also where are all the
forming new stars?
Where are the ones that failed?
Right.
For me, is the operative question. Where are the ones that failed? Because otherwise, you're claiming that every single one of these stars that we see somehow all had the perfect mathematical requirements in order. And to me,
with the exact
that's the thing that I'm trying to say is you're thinking too late in the game. How did the gravitational force of that mass collecting overcome gas pressure to begin with?
I agree. I mean, it's
well, it's just like, so like there's all that dust ice chunks that are collected around like Saturn, the rings of Saturn.
Yep.
Why would those rings even form if all it takes is for this stuff to accumulate and to create a mass, right? Like, I don't understand that concept. I understand that the planet itself has gravity and that it's causing there to be an accumulation there, but the problem with it is that there's so much matter there that could just automatically, if that's the case, true, it could form its own planet. Literally, there's so much stuff there.
The entire
the rings of Saturn and the other, even Jupiter,
Uranus,
they come from the moons. The moons are releasing material that's forming the ice rings. It seems. I don't know.
Right. What blows my mind about that is.
But they're decreasing. They're depleting. Sorry, go ahead.
The concept of the gas planet is weird. Like, how is there this ball of gas in a spherical shape?
And
like, let's think about this for a second. Like, why?
The spherical shape is explanatory. Like, I mean, like that's easy.
No,
I'm talking about the formation.
It's not only is it a gas planet, it's liquid metallic hydrogen.
No, I'm talking about like the formation of it and the stability of it. Like that's the question I'm having. Like, how does that happen in the context we're talking? Because if the sun is what's initially required for all this to occur, right? Then how is the gravity prior to the formation and the counterbalance, right, of the mass that enables it to maintain its orbit, right? If you're claiming that wasn't how it always was, like right now in the form that it is, it makes sense. Like, okay, cool. Yeah, the math makes sense. This is why it circles. But how do you get from it's just like out there in the ether to get to the point where it's condensed enough to have its own gravity enough to counterbalance it from a distance perspective? Like that's what I'm talking about. And that whole premise gets glossed over with like amazing, rescue device stories, or just ignored. And that's what gets me. But anyway, on that note, guys, I got to pass out. Have a good one. Enjoy. FT, congrats on your 3K subs, man. Have a good one. And I will talk to y'all soon.
All right, brother John. Take it easy. Get some sleep, my man.
All right, John.
Good sleep. So I can speak a little about the spectroscopy. Yes, those kind of analysis, because it's hard to get, and it can seems to be pseudo science or something, but I actually did some kind of like that in the lab. So we can get those kind of information.
Spectroscopy.
And I did it in person in a lab setting. Of course, it was not for stars or things like that, but I can get those kind of information from a sample in the lab.
Yeah, that tells you what the whatever it is you're looking at, what it consists of,
and how much there is inside.
And how much.
So,
what can you get in a lab, Luca?
Those kind of information. What kind of compound is in a sample and how much it is in it.
Well, are you talking about mass spec.
What sample?
Yes.
Well, wait, Luca, but
Well, for example, when you have the neutron star collisions and it explodes, they can, with spectroscopy, tell you what kind of elements were formed and how much, like you said, how much.
Okay.
If you
that's in
want
a lab?
a specific examples, I did it an experiment, and it was during my my university years, of course. It was okay. So they gave me this compound, and it was an organic compound able to capture, I think, not Cl, iron inside it, and that thing gave the solution a blue color. And our purpose was to know how much of this compound was in a sample. They did not give us the quantity. We have to get there with spectroscopy. So yes, it's totally fine to do it. You just
Luca?
need to, yes.
Luca, are you talking about Hubble's law?
No.
No.
Are you a chemist?
Because you were talking.
Spectroscopy.
Okay.
Is
I'm not.
The line.
I do not know anything about these kind of things. I'm a chemist, not an astrophysicist. But if you ask me about spectroscopy, I can tell you a thing of two about that, because I did it in a lab.
I'm kind of a layman, so when you tell me that iron gives off a blue color or whatever, I'm not really sure what that
iron,
implies.
the iron inside the compound. There was an entire compound that traps these kind of molecules, the iron ones, and the result was a blue coloration of the water. It's the way to determine how much water is contaminated by organic compounds. I do not know the name in English. The means of oxygen, if I have to translate badly.
Luca, are you Russian or Albanian?
No, I'm Italian.
Italian. Okay, gotcha.
I need a little bit of time to adjust my speech.
Hey, no worries.
English. I just took in Italian for 99% of my life.
What's the word in Italian?
Domanda chimica d'ossigeno.
That one went over my head. I said that one went over my head.
It's quite hard to translate technical terms like that on the fly. I can try to look for the experiment, but the important thing is it's a very known experiment to determine how much the water is contained by some kind of compounds, organic ones, of course.
Okay.
You need something else for other types of compounds in the water, but for organic ones, you need that one. So we had an incognito. So we do not knew how much there was inside the water, and we need to figure out with this process. And it was by all means we did it with these kind of things. So it's possible. It's sound science. I do not know exactly how they do it with stars and so on, but if you ask me, spectroscopy is a thing. Yes, you can get how much there is of a compound. Yes, definitely. Yes, you can.
Well, there's
Okay, so you're talking about looking at distant planets. You can see
from
that
the light,
the
from the light
light.
that's in, yeah.
Yeah,
You can
you
tell
can
the
get,
predominant element. Is that
Yes,
what you're saying?
all the elements. You can tell all the elements that are there present in coming from that light source. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out why Luca jumped on and like if he was trying to refute something we said or correct us because we were wrong about something or
No, I think he's just going to
Well,
discuss things.
It's just information you can get. The information you can get from distant starlight is amazing, really.
But Luca, wouldn't you agree that mass spec has problems when you try to use it for samples with like a bunch of different proteins, complex molecules? Let's say like a blood sample. You can't really use mass spec on a blood sample and get a perfect signature of every single thing.
max spec, it's a very different thing from what we are talking now. Max spec
which one
is
did you?
a totally different thing.
Which kind of spectrometry did you use in the lab on the micro scale?
It was spectroscopy. You are talking about mass spectroscopy. It's a different thing because you have to destroy the compound. It's not the case with the normal spectroscopy.
I'm just,
You
but
just
when you said you did it in the lab,
run a ray of light inside the sample, and you will get those information. So if you can get light from the object, you can get that kind of information from
I'm
the
asking
object.
what kind because you said you did it in the lab.
Yeah, I did it.
Yeah,
That's
but
it's
I'm
amazing.
asking what kind of like spectrometry or spectroscopy you did. Like, were you doing it on?
From the light, he said.
Yeah.
No, but what kind of samples were you looking at?
Water with some compound inside. I just run a beam of light inside that sample, and the tool registered the information needed to have the analysis. So you just need to have light from the object to run this kind of analysis. So
But that's only
yeah,
a very simple thing you're looking at.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
can
not
you
simple.
tell percentages? Can you tell
We are
percentages?
talking about
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I did not get percentages. I get the quantity in the sample.
But you got the quantity of something like iron. That's elemental iron. What if you have something complex like proteins in the sample?
To work this kind, you cannot tell anything with just one kind of method. This method can tell you a lot of things, but not everything.
Well, it can
You
tell you
need
really.
something that gives this kind of wavelength to a ray of light. It's how you can tell. For example, my compound, you can get to the mass of the compound inside the sample. Why? Because it was blue. So you know how much blue is that sample, to make it simple. And if you can you can find a model which correlates how much this sample is blue to how much is in that sample, you can get to the mass. And you can do the same with stars and so on.
But isn't that
It's
only if
how
you know? But that's only if you
but
know what you're looking
cannot
for.
do the same.
I don't know why you're asking about protein.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
because
you are.
It's only if you know what you're looking for, though.
You just need to have a model, and I'm not an astrophysicist, but we have stars nearby, so we can know how a stars works and so on. We know what kind of light those
but there could be other
elements
stuff that has that.
So
There could be multiple things that give off a signature that fits a model we already have.
yeah, we need a model for that. But if we have a model, we can get those information from a star, and we have.
But there's tons of complex molecules that could give off nearly identical signatures to the models we've already created for like the simple version.
I'm trying to figure it out still.
Not molecule.
Luca, if you have
molecules,
if you have
iron on it,
if you have a sample of some combination of iron and copper,
right?
Can you tell how much is iron and how much is copper?
Depends.
No, the answer is no. That's my whole point. Like a protein would be the most complex thing, but even something as simple as anything with iron in it that isn't pure iron would give you a signature that could resemble iron. And this, so you're basically fitting the model. You're retrofitting the signature to a model that works. It doesn't actually mean that what you're looking at is just necessarily iron. It could be something mixed with iron.
Well, I'm just trying to ask him if he can do that.
Not that simple. If and I do not know a thing about stars and so on. If you ask me, you can use spectroscopy to have information with just a beam of light coming at you. Yes, you can. What are those models? I do not know. I know about what I was doing back then and a little bit more, of course, but I'm not in that field. You can tell something about an object like a star emitting light. Yeah. How so? What's the model? I do not know. I'm not in that field. But if you ask me, you can get to the mass of something with this method. Yes, but you need to have some condition like the ones I was describing. If you can tell how much there is by the wavelength, you can tell something. Those things you were telling me, you cannot do it. It's not something you can do with everything. You understand that you need various methods. But
Well,
of course, if you can get to something that can give you this kind of information, you can use this method.
I'm still trying to figure it out. If you have a sample that is not pure, like it has iron, copper, I don't know, basalt or something, can you tell how much of which is in it based off of the light?
I think if you ionize, if you heat those kind of compound very, very much, so much so that it starts to emit light, then yeah, I think you can.
Okay. Are we talking? I wasn't sure if we were talking in respect to what a star is made of. I thought that we were talking in respect to what a planet would be made of.
Planets do not emit light, so I do not think you can use this kind of analysis.
Right, that's the whole point that I was bringing up earlier.
I was talking about stars, of course. You need to get those information, you need
Correct.
to this body to emit light. If it does not, you cannot.
Okay.
give,
Can you?
What they were saying with the neutron star collision was that in the light from the explosion, they were able to detect how much gold, how much platinum, how much silver, how much of the heavy metals that were created from the explosion of the neutron stars.
Right.
And that's possible.
Can you use the? How does it? Do you understand how it works to measure a star based off of its light?
Of course not. I just use the method in the lab, but it's not the same thing, of course. I can tell you that you can get to those information, but of course it's not my field, and I said so quite some time. You can get those information, yeah. How so in this particular instance? I do not know. You just need to ask to someone
Like an
running the
astrophysicist.
experiment.
So Luca,
if you have something that emits light, you can get those kind of information. So it makes sense to me that you can with a star, not
Okay,
with
I got
a
a quick question.
for obvious reasons.
You go, Matt.
Oh, okay. Luca, I was just gonna question. Do you work for a university or like as a chemist? Like, where are you working at?
Now, I did. I have a degree in chemistry, a bachelor degree. So I did work for some month in a lab in my university, of course, and my work was all about thermoelectric compounds, PEDOT for the precise. So yeah, I did work for a little bit in a lab, but was for taking my degree, of course. So
Okay. Yeah, I was just interested to find out. That's cool, man.
no. Of course, to get a degree in chemistry, you need to be in a lab for some time, and even in my high school years, I did get some action because I was in a school about agriculture, and we did ran some experiments on wine and something like that. You know, we also cloned some plants. So yeah, I did my fair share of experiments.
Luca, I have a question. Are they still having scandals of where they put antifreeze in wine in Europe? Is it just?
I do not know about that.
You don't remember that? That was
I believe wine. It's of course you can get bad wine everywhere, but if you are in Italy, you can get very good wine at very cheap price.
I think somewhere in Europe, a long time ago, there was a scandal where they were putting antifreeze in the wine to sweeten it.
What in the world?
But it was I don't know if it was Germany or someplace.
Okay, maybe because in Italy you can get very good wine at a very cheap price. So
I've had wine from Greece.
Something like that, you won't sell anything because we have a very a lot of good wines.
It was a long time ago. I think it was a long time ago. Back when
it sounds like something like with the Coke product where they were putting cocaine in it for a while.
No,
that's what I compare that.
They were trying to sweeten the wine. They wanted to sweeten it, and they were putting the antifreeze in there to sweeten the wine.
Yeah, they're trying to make it more addictive. I get it. It's just like the Coke situation, like I said.
Well, so it'd be sweeter to the taste and not so sour.
Be more addictive, clearly.
But if you are one of the two best country in the world making wine, you do not need to do something like that.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But they had some sour, bitter wine or sour wine or something, and they wanted to sweeten it to sell it
because they were bad at making wine. basically.
Have you heard of Cyprus, the little island south of Greece?
Yes.
So I went there. I was in the Navy on a submarine, and I got to go traveling a lot. And anyways, I went there, and they had some amazing wine over there. I got to go see the like the birthplace of Athena, or sorry, not Athena, Aphrodite, the birthplace of Aphrodite.
I did get some wine from Greece. I do prefer. My favorite wine is from France, not from.
Oh, okay.
So I'm a trader, but I'm also quite choosy about wine.
Right. Yeah.
My favorite wine is the Sauterne. So yeah.
You like the dry wine. I guess you like the dry wine better.
I like blush wines.
It's a very peculiar wine, the Sauterne. It's sweet, but it's with some not fungi. It's a mushroom.
Okay.
They dry out the water from the grapes with this mushroom.
Okay.
And then when you make wine, the taste it's very, very good.
Truffles, or I wonder, is it a truffle, or what kind of mushroom is it? You know?
It's a mushroom that attacks the plants of grapes, the fruits, and when it does so, it take out the water to live.
Okay.
And so when you make the wine, you make wine with this mushroom in it.
Okay.
It's a very expensive way to make wine because you can get very few quantity of wine because it's drying the water. You need to be extra careful because if you get the
dry product
of mushroom, it will kill the plant or make the wine taste awful. So it's very difficult to do so.
Wow. Okay. That's a really interesting process, man.
Yeah. In Italy, we use something similar to that, but just with the sun. You pick up grapes and you left them on the sun to dry. So when you make wine, you make very concentrate wine, like 18% of alcohol in it.
Right. Okay.
It's sweet because there is a lot of sugar in it, and you drink it while eating cake or something.
It's sweet because it lacks sugar?
No, because there is a lot of it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because when it's dried out, it's more concentrated. That's what he's getting across, and so that like it just basically leaves the I forget what it's called. There's like a sugar enzyme that's in it. Sorry, go ahead, Luca.
Fructose.
Fructose, that's right. Yeah, couldn't remember the name of the enzyme. Sorry about that. But yeah, there's it. So it would just coagulate, similar to what if blood were to dry out, but it concentrates, and that's why you get the majority of that taste from. So yeah, I know what he's talking about there.
Yes.
They dilute it really heavily in cases where because with too much concentration, it'll actually kill the taste. So they have to dilute it with something else too. So. But yeah, I like. There's like a peach Moscato I've tried that was delicious. It was over there, and they put it with brie cheese, and that was amazing. It was a really good combination.
Yes.
But
you're talking about sangria.
Maybe it is I mean, I don't know what they called it over there. They had a different name for it, but it was obviously they were speaking in Greek, so I didn't really understand.
With fruits in it.
I did not. So I saw 3 different types that were at the table because we had to go on this like a tour, like an expedition kind of thing. And when we were on the tour, they had taken us to this location where we ate like a luncheon situation, and at the end of it, we got to try 3 different wines. And so, like I said, one was like a peach moscato. I think one was Goldschlager, similar to Goldschlager, but it was like a wine style Goldschlager. And
It's a word that I recognize, and it's an Italian wine.
okay,
It's
but
bright color. It's not reddish. It's yellow. It's very
okay.
sweet. Not so much of alcohol in it,
Okay.
and it's yes, it tastes like fruits, and it's also there is carbon dioxide in it, so
Nice.
bubble.
Yeah, I mean the I've never been a fan really of white wines just because they're so heavy. Whenever you get that taste, you have to be like really like a heavy drinker, honestly, to try to take white wine and just gulp it down. But blush wines I think are the best when I had to pick one. They usually come across a little bit more sweet and they're more savory, so you can just kind of like take a small gulp and then you can savor the taste. But I heard that they used to have really amazing wine in places like Israel, where they would put like pepper, corn, and all kinds of stuff in it that you would just like honey that you would just mix into this concoction of a wine. And I mean, that just sounds amazing. I never got to try it though.
Yeah. No, Israel has some good wines for sure. I think the 2 best countries for wine are still Italy and France, though. But yes, other countries can get it too, for sure.
So when you got into chemistry, what was the reason why you got into that field of study?
If I have to be honest, it was just time constraint limit.
Okay.
When I finished high school, I did not go to college, so
Okay.
I started. I was working with my father, so I lost some years, and I get to a point to say, yeah, I want to go at university, but I was out of time, so I have to choose fast. And chemistry was the only faculty without a test to get in. So
Okay.
I just roll in. My cousin was there too. I have a cousin that is currently studying chemistry too. So
Awesome.
I said, yeah, chemistry is fine and I like it. So let's go with that.
That's awesome, man.
I'm glad you like it. I hated chemistry.
I thought it was pretty cool.
I found it so confusing.
Yeah, it's
I'll never forget my chemistry teacher in high school. His name was Mr. C or Mr. Catanzaro. He had these big bushy eyebrows and they would just like go up into his hair. And he had this crazy character because he would like if he saw somebody sleeping on their desk or something like that, he had a big long yardstick and he would walk over to their desk, slap the desk and just say Barracuda, just like screaming. And it was pretty funny. But I learned a lot of things from this guy. Really interesting character. So I had a pretty good experience with chemistry personally, but I don't know about you. I guess, Bob, you had a tough one.
Yeah.
I just didn't do well in the class. And it was high school chemistry. Like it was my first chemistry class, and
chemistry and chemistry are 2 very different things, I think.
Right.
I get that by
I didn't understand why
I didn't understand why, let's say, oxygen and carbon bound together would create, say, carbon dioxide. No, that's not it. Well, I never understood why certain molecules would be solid in room temperature and other molecules would be gas in room temperature.
There are no easy answers to that
Hydrogen
question.
and oxygen.
It's all about
I think it's about composition, right?
It almost seemed like the rules were arbitrary.
They are not, but you
But
have
they completely change the properties. The property of hydrogen and oxygen are two gases. They join together and make a liquid water.
Yeah.
Yeah, but carbon is a solid and it combines with a gas and now it's a gas.
You know, what I found.
It's complicated. Like with
I know,
why
that's
water
why
is-
I didn't like it.
And I can answer to you because there is a thing called hydrogen bonding, and
Right.
it's the reason for liquid water because hydrogen and oxygen in the water form a bond.
Yeah.
And so it's more stable than a gas. It's all there is. Solids have more tight bond within than gas. Gas, there are no bonds outside molecules, so they are farther apart. If you get to bind those molecules together, like in water, it's not a bond like ionic bonding, but it's still a bond, so they are closer together, they interact, and they form something you call a liquid. But it's hard to explain to someone with only high school degree.
Right. I understand.
There's nitrogen.
If you go
That's fair.
further, you will get
I
to
also failed.
physics and so on and so on.
I also failed chemistry.
Yeah.
Bob, it's okay, man.
I have to explain to you why water is water, so it's a liquid. It's because those kind of bonds, it's hydrogen bonding.
Hydrogen, yeah, bonding.
Nitrogen
I know exactly where you're
How
coming
about-
from there. And what was that, Jungle?
How about nitrogen? That we can't appropriate nitrogen, but the plants can change the form of nitrogen to use nitrogen as fertilizer, as food. Plants.
We are talking about completely different pathways in plants.
It's a different kind of nitrogen, or the
He's not a botanist, is what he's trying to get across. So he's
it's
not gonna.
It's different. Plants are able to do some kind of reaction we cannot.
Right.
So
we are using some kind of elements like iron and so on and so forth.
Okay. Have you heard of a oxygen generator before?
Yeah, sorry.
What kind?
Have you ever heard of an oxygen generator before?
Yeah.
What kind of
So-
oxygen generator?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have to operate one on my submarine because I had to maintain oxygen levels for them. I had to burn oxygen candles, things like that. But
the ones that
they would have to put
carbon.
ionized. Yeah, they had to put ionized water. That would be filtrated through it, and it had about 16 different electrodes that would basically zap the water to separate the molecules, and they would have to export
did
the
that.
hydrogen. They had to put it into these little vents, and then they were passed out, basically like gas out of the submarine. It's pretty.
Oh, I
Pretty
do
ironic, but yeah,
that
that's-
all the time myself. I do that all the time myself in my
You'd
little
die, man.
lab.
You would die with the amount of hydrogen we were getting rid of. But Yeah, I thought that was a pretty interesting process because I had to deal with that and the battery, the ship's battery. I had to do BCEF or battery charging electrician forward, and I had to know a lot about the electrolysis process that takes place in the cells.
Because there is an oxygen generator they use in aircraft too, but it's a different process.
Yeah.
It's not from water.
Depends from what you're taking the oxygen, but to be simple as possible, if you can break the bonds in water, you get oxygen. And
it takes energy to break the bond. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's the reason that hydrogen, it's not a good idea to remove.
It's not a stable molecule.
Because you need energy to get.
Yeah, but that hydrogen is you could put in a hydrogen car.
Yeah, but if you are burning some coal to get to hydrogen, you are just
it takes a lot of energy. Right. It takes a lot of energy to make the hydrogen, right?
Exactly.
The problem.
Yeah, I mean, every time we ran that oxygen generator, because we only had to do it at certain times, it would take a good portion of our battery power, and that's why I had to go back to the battery and then recharge the battery, and that took forever.
Yeah.
Because I'd be sitting there. Sorry,
and it
go
works
ahead.
better with salt water, but you have salt water in the submarine, right?
Well, no, that's the thing. They would only allow us to use ionized water because with the salt water, what would happen is it would start to gunk up with the, whenever you are separating the molecules there, the hydrogen has to be obviously sent off the ship. But if we were separating that, obviously anything else that's in there that's impure or impurities within it would also be left in the canister. So that would cause all kinds of problems. It's similar to like calcification, So that was one of the issues that we had to deal with, and as BCEF, I had to literally stand like I think it was like an 8 to 9 hour watch just to charge the battery after starting the oxygen generator. So
where did you get the ionized water though?
We had to make that separate. So they had two distillers. They had one that was specialized for the ionization of the water. The other one was just for us to drink potable water. Yeah. And so he had to go through a special process for the other one, of course, so that it was able to be ionized. And we also had a special tank for like oil that was being like dumped into the bilges and things like that, so that we didn't like end up with a fire, on board. So there's just all kinds of stuff we had to do for precautions, and I just thought it was interesting because he is like pretty much on the same subject of that. So I figured I'd chip in.
Hey, George is on. How you doing, George?
Hey, George.
Hey, g'day, guys. I couldn't miss the 3000 party.
Yeah.
Nice to see you too.
Standing is around here somewhere.
Praise the Lord for standing success.
SFT 43K.
Thank you very much. You notice his biceps? well, Standing and I have been going toe to toe with who's got the better biceps. I reckon he's got, by far, he beats me hands down.
Yeah. That's why he's got that big Superman costume on, He has to hide the biceps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you know that it's not a muscle suit?
No.
Sure.
Ask him to remove the suit and the skirt.
I was listening to you guys talking about hydrogen. You can make your own hydrogen. You can do it even at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can.
I wouldn't do it. It's dangerous.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, well, that's right. This you got to put in a disclaimer there. Otherwise
you might blow up.
Correct.
The problem with that, George, is that there are means to get to hydrogen, yes, but you can get very, very small amount of it. If you have to run a car with it, you need something more.
Oh, very true, Luca. Yes. I'm just saying you can make it.
The fuel cell car you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One other thing, Luca, this is just curiosity for me. Have you ever heard of Ice 9? You ever heard of that before?
Maybe I do not know.
It's supposed to be H2O that is able to freeze at room temperature. I think it's like 70 degrees. I want to say 70 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know if you've heard of it. That's the reason why, because I figured an actual chemist would know something like that. So I wasn't sure if it's something that I might have misunderstood. But
water freezing at room temperature.
yeah, so that's what my understanding of it is, and I've only heard of it like a couple times, and I just figured I would ask an actual chemist to see if that's something that's real, or if this is like something that's, you know.
Never heard of it.
Okay.
I think it's maybe possible, depends on the condition.
Right.
Because it's not like water freeze and boils at the same temperature. On our atmosphere, it freezes at 0 degrees Celsius and so on and so forth. But you can change the pressure and other condition to get there. I do not know what kind of process is behind this water freezing.
Yeah, room temperature. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not sure about it. That's the reason why I was asking, because I was like, maybe it's real. And it was just like a concept that I'd heard of before, and I was really skeptical about it. So I figured I'd ask like an actual chemist on it.
Likely, but to be fair, you can get some very weird stuff with experiments. Just to think about one thing, we are waves. I know of an experiment, of course it was in a very, very extreme condition, where they get to they get a piece of, I do not know the material, I think some kind of metal or something, near the absolute zero, and they get to stretch it like a wave.
Oh, wow, okay.
Prove that we are waves too, like light. We are both physical objects and waves. Of course, to make you behave like a wave, you need to get near the absolute zero. So,
wow. Okay.
I don't think you can get there alive.
Right, you die. I understand.
But it's something, if you think about it, to a solid object to behave like a wave, it's absolute insanity, and that's because we just are not used to these kind of things. But
hey, Luca, I gotta go to bed soon, so I was just I haven't met you before, so are you a Christian?
No, I'm an atheist.
Okay,
I was
why?
an ex-Catholic.
Huh?
Sorry? Why I am an atheist?
Yes.
Long story short, I was not convinced by some of the claims of the Catholic Church. I had a discussion with a priest, and I did not like the answers, and I walked away. And it was a slow process to get to Catholic to atheist, like so many others. You just, if you leave your religion, you will start to ask things, to see things from a different perspective. And at the end of my process, I was not able to believe in a God. So
what kind of questions did you ask your priest, Luca, if I can ask?
I was not on board with some claims about LGBT plus people, and at that time LGBT was not
right.
thing. It was more than a decade ago. So
eligibility.
Church,
LGBTQ is what he's talking about.
Catholic Church has come quite. It's different now, but at the time where I live, I've seen so many bad things. I'm straight to be.
Right, I understand.
But
you sympathize with their cause, right?
Yeah.
But you know, most of us aren't Catholic, though, right, Luca? You know, most of us here are not.
It's not about your version of Christianity. I was a Catholic, so to get to atheism, I just started from the Catholic point of view. It's not my problem now. The issues starting this kind of process was that I was almost killed by some goons because
oh my goodness.
Not for not because I walk away. It's not a problem where I live, and no one cares. They almost killed me because they thought that I was gay, and I was not. But they were.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
So when you are almost decapitated by a window because some guys are trying to kill you, that reason you start to question some things.
Right.
I went to that priest and I said to him, okay, these things that say, okay, to be gay is wrong and so on and so forth. I do not agree with that because I have experienced firsthand what does it mean to be considered gay, and I was almost killed for it. So I do not think it's a choice at all, because if you are out risking your own lives if someone discover it or just think that about you, I don't think it's a choice.
Okay. Well, I mean,
You think
so I
that
could show you
it's
some
not
studies.
a choice to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I could
You
show you some
think
studies that
that-
would show that it's more environmental, that people become gay. It's not something that's genetic or anything like that. But I understand where you're coming from, and honestly, I mean, my heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. That sounds like a really traumatic experience, and I mean, if anything, you may not be a Christian or a believer, but I hope the Lord blesses you, man. I know you've had a lot going on there, but yeah, I think so. The person that attacked you in question, that was a Catholic. I just wanted to make sure I didn't misunderstand.
Almost all people here are Catholics.
Okay, I see. All right.
So
you can get to some Muslim or something like that, but I think then the vast majority of people living in Italy are Catholics.
Okay.
Luca, do you understand that the Catholics supposedly hold the Bible as the foundation?
Yeah, Catholics are quite peculiar. Almost no one read the Bible, and I can tell you by experience.
Sure. Do you understand that, or are you aware that most people who are Protestant, as in not Catholic, do read the Bible?
Yeah, I know.
Can you understand that the Catholics who would stand on the Bible but not really read it, as you have admitted they don't really do it.
Yeah.
Can you understand that people that do read the Bible might have a different outlook on what we should do?
Do understand that, but as I said to you, it was just my starting point. I lived the Catholic Church for my own reasons.
Right.
And then I started to look out for other things, and I do not. It was a process. It was not like, okay, I'm out and now I'm an atheist. No, because I was also a big. I was the perfect Catholic. No, well, of course, you will sin eventually, but I was just a good boy, never doing drugs or anything like that. I was reading a lot. Those people were trying to kill me basically because I was a huge nerd. Doing things that they were not doing, like reading a lot of books, going to church every Sunday, and so on and so forth. So it's not like you have a problem with your religion and poof, you are an atheist.
Right.
For me, it was not like that. It was just my starting point. So at that time, if you said me these things, maybe I would agree with you, and I can recognize the difference. Right now, I'm an atheist, but I have 10 years and more of research, thinking about a lot of things to get there.
Right. I understand where you're coming from. Hey, Luca, I mean, I was actually an agnostic leaning towards atheism for a long time, about 13 years. And so I kind of feel like we're on the same level there as far as the understanding goes. As far as science goes, what was your foundation that pulled you away from the notion that God could exist?
It was not science.
Okay.
Because when you are raised as a Catholic, science is not so big of a deal. They teach you science as it is, and it's a completely separate matter from religion. So it was not science simply. I do love science, and as you can tell, I'm really interested in a lot of topics, but
Right.
it was not a problem for me because if you are raised as a Catholic, science it's not a problem. Maybe you can get some if you ask too many questions, like, okay, when was the flood? Why I did not study it in my history class? And maybe then you will have a problem, but
I don't know if you noticed, but we like science, and science goes right along with the Bible teaching. We believe that the Bible teaching is right in line with science.
I do not agree with that, but
In what way?
Right.
In what way, Luca? What does the Bible teach that is not in line with science?
I was talking with Standing some days ago, a week or so, about just one city, and that city has 8,000 years of history worth, and it was destroyed in the Bible. So we are talking about
Jericho?
12,000 years ago from that foundation of the city, Jericho. And we also have Göbekli Tepe, a culture in Japan that was making pottery 12,000 years ago, and so on and so forth. For what I know about history, chemistry, science in general, and I'm not an expert about anything because I'm not a PhD in anything, so I do not think to be an expert
Okay.
about
I mean, that's
anything.
fair.
For what
We
I
don't
know,
agree with those dates. Those dates are not according to in line with known human history.
yeah, but what my point is, there is too much to if the universe and the Earth is only 6,000 years ago, we have a little too much to put in this in that time frame.
Not
And,
exactly. And I'm not trying to cut you off there, Luca. I agree to an extent that there are some interesting anomalies here with the dates. What's that, Bob?
Yeah, Luca, I would love to have this discussion with you more, and I hope you show up. And I got to go to bed. I got to work tomorrow, and so
nice.
I just want you to know that I really appreciate the discussion, and I would like to have it again and go further with it. But I got to go to bed.
Don't worry.
All right, man.
Have a nice rest.
Good night, Agatha.
Night, Bob.
Have a blessed night,
God
Bob.
bless you guys. Night.
Right.
So, just to kind of go back onto that subject, though, so my understanding is that for the Chinese history, there's about 4,000 years of unbroken history that they actually have written. Anything that would be before that is not something we can really clarify, even archaeologically speaking.
Okay, if you look about it, there are a lot of cities and countries that have a longer history than the universe itself in your worldview.
According to the dating methods.
Yeah, but just not only that. If you were talking about Jericho, the first people to get to those dates, they were studying the city in the 50s, so they not so much technology going on that.
Right.
So they get there by stratigraphy, and there is a lot of history on that city alone, but there is not the only one. And to be clear, they were there to find the Jericho in the Bible, so they were biased, but not towards 2 million of years or so on and so forth.
Right.
They were looking for biblical cities.
So
from the Jericho from the Bible. Okay.
Well, it is there. The walls were knocked down by Israel, and there were grain pots that were burnt and left not. They didn't take the grain; they burnt the grain, like the
Right.
Bible says. They burned it instead of taking it.
Well, the walls had fallen outward too.
So there is some truth in the Bible history. They did not find, for what I understood, the words as described in the Bible. But yes,
It depends who you listen to sometimes, because if you listen to the secular archaeologists, they said, "Oh, nothing happened here," but then other people went and looked at the same information or the same place, and they found a lot of things that confirm the Bible.
Have you looked at any of the evidence for like the Sodom and Gomorrah destruction or the Exodus from Israel? I'm sorry, Israel from out of Egypt.
For the Exodus, I know that there are none, because as described in the Bible, of course, there is no indication of so many people from Canaan in Egypt. Canaan was a part of Egypt in those years, so the history of the Bible does not coincide to the history found in.
It's all contemporaneous.
I'm not sure. Okay, so you're saying that because the land of Canaan is tied to where Egypt is at, that this could not be true? Is that what you're saying?
The problem is that at that time, when Moses was a thing for the Bible, for what we know, Moses, it's not an historical figure for what we can tell right now, at least.
So you don't believe that Moses is a historical figure?
It's like for me to, I don't know, to put a bomb in some building of my government and then go to Sicily. Yeah, I'm out of Italy. No, I'm not.
Right. Okay,
so if Moses did something like that, was like to go to Sicily and then tell, "Hi, I'm out of Italy. No one will get me there." No. If you kill Pharaoh and you go to a part of Egypt, I think you will get some problem.
Depends on your language sometimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say exactly what Jungle is saying. It does depend on who you're listening to as far as the information goes. But my understanding, and I could be wrong. I just want to let you know this though. My understanding is that there was pretty heavy evidence that there was a transition. Israel, first of all, was actually proved to be in Egypt. They actually have an inscription in hieroglyphics that explicitly says the name Israel. So this was a known Semite group. What's that?
Egypt, some people of that region were in Egypt because Egypt had a colony in Canaan. So if you have a colony, it's given some people from that colony will come in your nation. It's normal.
Well, what I was trying to get across, because there's several evidences to this. This is not just like one piece of evidence. I'm talking about like overall. So they have a pharaoh who they found in the lineage of the dynasties, whose name literally translates to brother of Moses. Okay, that's his literal translation in Egyptian, like the ancient Egyptian. So that's just one. That's a second evidence there, right? Then there's the 12 patriarchs. They have a venue there, like it basically is like a little ravine that comes off of the river of the Nile, right? And they have this really intricate house, like a homestead. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Like it looks like like a special homestead that people were making for a person of high authority, right? And if you know the story for the patriarch Joseph, right? You understand that he was given authority to be second in command right below the pharaoh.
Yes, I read the history of Joseph some days ago because I'm rereading the Bible.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're backing you up there as far as the information goes. But the reason why what's that?
Sorry, I was just going to add there was an extended period where they thought King David was a mythological figure until, of course, archaeology found coins with the inscription of King David and the city as well. So archaeology is continuously proving the Bible as actual history.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. Sorry about that, Luca.
I can give it to you. The Bible in some parts is talking about real events for sure. Like Jericho, I can get to that. I think it was destroyed by Canaanites. So yeah, there is history in the Bible. I'm not telling you there is not. But a lot of things are not proven, or
except
very,
the
very
Canaanites. The Canaanites have an EY chromosome, and Israel has a JY chromosome. There's a distinct difference between the people.
I do not know anything about it.
Yeah, he's talking about genetics. It's okay. It's another subject altogether.
Yeah, it's not so easy to get to a point to another. And I'm not, I do not have a degree in history, so
right.
I am
Because
very curious.
Israel is
I do love history in general, so I study a lot of things and I know stuff. But you need to get to this kind of discussion with someone with better knowledge.
So see, the thing is, look, they always try to say the Israels were Canaanites, but they weren't Canaanites. They were descendants of Shem. They were Shemites or Semites, and they have a JY chromosome, which proves it.
For what I can understand about your model, everyone is descendant from Noah. So
No. They're
technically speaking,
because the Canaanites were descended from Ham, and they have an EY chromosome. The Israelites and the Arabs are descended from Abraham. They have a JY chromosome.
I do not know the difference from one another or from
very distinct family trees. And as a matter of fact, the Arabs have a J1, and the Jews have a J2Y chromosome. Very distinct indication.
I was
jungle is that we all come from Turkey.
yeah, because the Africans have A, B, and E.
Yeah,
and the C and the D never went to Africa until later.
Honestly, Jungle, I'm getting confused. So let's get on the genetics, man.
No, but it's a very distinct. See, this is my pet peeve because they try to say Israel are Canaanites. No, they're not Canaanites. They are distinct people.
No, I agree with you. I'm not saying anything against that. I'm just saying that if I was looking at this, if I was somebody on the outside looking in, right? If I don't know anything about genetics and you're talking about subjects that I have to have defined to me, right? Then this is going to be very confusing, right? So that's why I'm getting across. I understand where you're coming from.
It's the difference between Semites and Hamites.
You should go
right
to that map.
Semitic people. You know what Semitic people are. You know what the Japhethites are. The Europeans, and the
Hamites, like the
Hamites,
Ashkenazi Jews.
Right? It's not complicated, and they're separate trees. They're all separate trees.
There's a history series that AIG has made based on the Y chromosome. That's very easy to understand if you want to watch it. I think it's about a 20-part series, and it's very, very interesting and very detailed.
I'll check it out.
You'll probably find that far easier to understand than just someone talking about YEs and Y1s, J1s and J2s.
Right. You have to see a diagram that would show where these family trees come from. That's what I'm talking about.
It's not that complicated. It's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L.
So, Luca, what I was trying to get across is, so if we're just talking about specifically just about the Exodus, right?
Yeah.
So, assuming that the evidence for what was spoken about, right, where Pharaoh is chasing the Israelites, they come to the Red Sea, right? And supposedly they managed to go across the Red Sea and into Mecca, right? What would we expect to see based on that passage when it explains exactly what happened? There's supposed to be like a giant pillar of fire that comes down. There's supposed to be, essentially a land bridge that would go across the Red Sea. And there's also supposed to be a set of stones on the other adjacent side, right, that would mark this location.
If what is told in the Bible is true, we need to have some proof of a large population of Hebrews in that area, and there is not. There are some proof of course, people living there with those names, for sure, but it was a given, as I said, because Canaan was a part of Egypt during that time. but there is no proof, for what I know, of a large population of slaves. The history of the pharaoh,
Right.
it's hard to know because I do not think that they will write about something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So that's another evidence, I would
don't
say.
know, because historians were a thing even in that period. Yeah, they were modifying the truth to for political reason, basically. But to have no proof at all, it's quite
But-
strange for sure.
Well,
But don't get me
Sorry.
wrong though. There are Canaanites in the Jewish population. There is E in the Jewish population. There's G, there's T, and maybe some other Y chromosomes too. But
My problem is Jungle, as Pigs was saying, I do not know a thing about
Genetics.
this topic. So,
it's obviously
okay, I did some studies about biology and so on and so forth, but when you are talking about this kind of lineage, I need to see a little bit more and to inform myself.
No, I
it's
completely agree.
obviously a mixture of people because you're going to have a mixture of Canaanites. You're going to have a mixture of Japhethites and other Semitic people because the G's are other Semitic peoples. They're not descended from Abraham. But you're going to have a mixture, but it's going to be typical of the Jewish population.
My point is,
We'll have to.
yes, so please.
I was just gonna say we're gonna have to pull up that article just so we can know where you're coming from. Like I said, I'm getting confused whenever you're bringing up the different lineages because we can't trace them just by hearing the
It's just the percentage of different Y chromosomes among the Jewish population.
I understand the concept. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that whenever you're saying JY chromosome EY GY, that it doesn't compute in my head. I can't correlate it in a line sequence to see this tree that you're talking about, right? And see, neither could he, right? Would you expect anybody to be able to do that?
Each one is its own tree, though. That's the thing. Each one is its own tree, but it's like it's an identifier of the Jewish population.
Right, I completely get that. But if we can't see the physical representation of that, it doesn't make a lot of sense to be saying Y1. Now, if you're showing a document here and it says, yeah, look, this is the line of this particular genealogy going here.
But to say that it's
sense.
exclusively Canaanites or Phoenicians or whatever, it's not exclusively Canaanites. It's maybe a small percentage of Canaanites, but it's more other genetic trees, other family trees, and not Canaanites.
Right. So just go ahead, Luca. Sorry about that.
But if we are talking about people living in the land of Canaan, and those people destroy cities, they
Canaan.
Canaan. Your distinction, and I do not. I think about it.
Maybe the problem is, did you know that Canaan is a person. Canaan is one person. And he is a male. He's a male. He has Y chromosome descendants that are E.
I can get your point, but I was talking about a population living in Canaan. I was not affirming a thing about
but Canaan was more the coastline, and the Jewish population is more the interior. And they're not Canaanites; they're descendants of Abraham.
I mean, it does say in the scripture that they're not in a land that's their own whenever they're living in Canaan. So I think that's what he's talking about. But just moving back to, like I said, the Exodus situation. The reason why I was bringing that information up to your to your palette here is because what we would expect to see for evidence, right? And this is just from my perspective. I could be wrong, right? But I would expect to see if there was a pillar of fire, right, that came down in front of the Pharaoh and his army, that the beach would be melted, right? There would be like a molten beach scenario there, right? And you would expect there to be glass across the border, or like grains of sand that had been molded together based on that reaction with it being melted, right?
Look, I do not think that even if there is some truth in that story, and
right,
for the consensus there is none, as we are talking. And when I say that, I say because it's possible to be wrong. Just look at the city of Troy. When it was discovered, no one was believing that it was a real city.
Right.
They all think it was a myth. So maybe it's possible that there is some truth in that story. Maybe a guy named Moses was really a thing. I do not think that the heavens were as depicted in the Bible.
Okay. Well, this is why.
To find some proof, all true. Yeah, you need some proof of those extra, very strange events, and also to find proof of a population living in the desert for a very long time. You need to explain why no one tried to avenge the Pharaoh. I mean,
it was the Pharaoh's intent to avenge his own people, right? Because he lost his own son, and that's why he was giving chase.
Yeah, but you kill the Pharaoh, and then Egypt will just well, fine. I do not think so. And Israel was not a very big nation, so Egypt was a thing, was very, very powerful.
Right.
God,
but they lost the power, they lost the control over the region too. At that time, when Israel left Egypt, that's when they lost control over the whole area.
And
because
you
of
don't
not exactly.
Because of disease and other reasons too.
You don't write history about your failures and your humiliation. Egypt was a very proud and powerful country.
Hey, I like where Pixin Flag was going with it, because I actually saw a video about how there was like glass sand on one side of the river.
There's a lot of evidence that goes towards this. So again, I used to be on a submarine, and so I understand how photometry works and how they are able to correlate the depths of the ocean to map out what it looks like, right? Well, it turns out that they recently used photometers to map out the Red Sea, and this is within the last 50 years. They did this, and when they did the full study of this, the deepest point in the Red Sea is about 2 miles deep. It's about 13,000 feet deep, right? There's a place that goes all the way across the Red Sea from coast to coast, okay? From the Meccan coast to the Egyptian coast. And right in front of this place, it's only about it's about a mile down, so it's less than half the distance of the deepest point, right? But it's a land bridge that goes all the way across. And when they went and did a deep dive here, they actually had people that went and dove to do an excavation. They had cameras there, and they filmed that there are chariot wheels that are gold encrusted with corals on them, all the way across this land bridge. I mean, it's miles. I mean, I gotta say this. It's crazy just to think about it, to fathom this.
Yeah.
But there's a glass beach right in front of this location. And they found horse remains, they found human remains, and all the way, like I said, they found these gold-encrusted chariot wheels. Now, this is a mile deep. This is more than 5,000 feet below surface level here. Okay? So I understand where you're coming from. I know it's really something you'd want to be skeptical about. I completely get that. But on the other side, they also have a marker with 12 stones, because remember they were told to put stones there to mark the location. This is something that was specifically told to them immediately after the Israelites had come out of the Red Sea passage. So that's also there. They found the 12 stones. They found it where it says Israel written on them. They were engraved. And then
you know about Solomon's pillars. You know about the pillars that Solomon put there at the crossing too.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. That's what I was talking about. But that's the thing is, how would they know where this land bridge is at? Do you know how difficult that would be at that day and age?
Bro,
first of all, you would have to tie a stone to your leg and then jump into the Red Sea, pretty far out of a boat, and then hope to God that you land like on this land bridge. The thing is, how would you even know that you're on a land bridge, right? It's impossible to fathom this. But they found this exact location. That's crazy. It is insane to think about it that way. That to me is really hard evidence that this is a real event.
It was marked by Solomon with 2 pillars and a pillar on each side, on both sides.
We got the pillar on the other side. We got the sand,
the glass beach,
on one side.
No, you got
the glass beach on one side, and then we got the whole trail of wheels and chariots and all these parts or whatever. And then
imagine
the Rock of Horror. There's a Rock of Horror that you could just Google, hit Rock of Horror, click images, where it looks like the stone where Moses was talking about, where he split it in half and there was spring or whatever, a spring of water. Right. So yeah, there's so much archaeological evidence as opposed to whatever.
There's another thing that goes with it from my perspective, because again, I used to be a quartermaster on the ship, right? So again, I had work on fathometry. The other issue with this is that obviously there in any kind of a body of water, there's going to be set and drift. There's going to be currents that are just constantly going, right? It's just based on what's going on in that body of water. And so imagine if you were trying to explain this away, right, and say, oh, well, these must have fallen off of a ship that was going down the harbor, or down this coastal area, and then it was carried by the current. Do you know how hard it would be to land on about 500? I'm sorry, it's a little bit wider than that. Maybe about 500 yards, I think it is wide. A little bit wider than a football field as far as the distance for this landmass here that goes all the way across. You know how hard that would be to land on this thing with that many times, with all the different scattered remains? That's insane. I can't. It's so hard to explain this, but basically you'd be carried all the way down to the end of the sea before you ever hit bottom, right? If there's enough current there. And anyways, there's just so many issues with that theory. I'm like, first of all, how many people are you anticipating falling into that exact spot? It doesn't make any sense, man. Anyways, that's just my perspective on it from a navigator.
Some sources for that, because when I listen to this and I do not want to or anything, but it's like when people talk about the ark and things like that.
Which they found in in the mountains of Ararat, just like the Bible says. Well, whatever. Archaeological evidence, but we just
but they are not there.
It's not there.
No problem. Because to be fair, if real evidence of this kind of things exists, I do not think that scientists will ignore them.
I would not say, again, I agree with you. I don't think that they're going to ignore it if it's not being stifled out. Okay. I think it depends on, first of all, if this information is being hidden, right? Like I said, I'm telling this to you. This is the first time you've ever heard of this, right?
Yeah.
You don't hide information.
If this is the first time that you've heard of it, then maybe it is being hidden, because again, I had to go through a lot of loops just to find it myself. Okay. That's one of the things that brought me out of agnosticism.
And it's the reason why I'm asking you for a source. For what I can understand about the scientific community, and I have half foot in it, it's not like you can hide things like that. Scientists, at least where I lived, science are very, very just passionate people about some subjects.
Okay.
I have a friend working as a neurobiologist. She is not making any money for out of it. Is doing it for mere passion. So I find really hard to believe that someone will make disappear those kind of things. And
again, I'm not
wants to make this thing disappear. I think that it will be more skilled than that.
Okay.
Not like
No,
you
I
can
completely
get
agree.
information from the internet, from the net. So I'm skeptical. I'm really.
Hey, that's understandable. I completely understand that, Luca. Well, how about this? From a chemist perspective, what's the highest concentration of sulfur that you've ever heard of in one given compound? Like one given sample of compound. Sulfur?
Of sulfur, I do not know.
Like, what's the highest purity that you've ever found sulfur that you're aware of?
100%.
100%?
Yeah, you can
like
get
what do you mean, like in naturally in natural formations though? I mean like in a naturally occurring sulfur.
You can get sulfur in rock. So yeah, I have some in my garden actually.
But it's 100%. There's no impurities in it, nothing like that.
I have to get the stones from my garden. It's quite far from here, so
okay,
it's not easy. But yeah, you can get that.
They got some fire and brimstone too over in Italy, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So regarding that, my understanding is that even after like a volcanic eruption, the highest purity sulfur that's developed from that alone is like 60. I think it's like almost 67% sulfur, and that's in the mixture between the rock bed that's formed after the lava comes out, right? That's what I'm talking about. I mean, like naturally forming, in the environment. I don't mean like deposits of sulfur that you find randomly. Does that make sense?
Not like an expert. For what I know, as I said, I have some sulfur over some rocks, and it's in pure form. So maybe I'm wrong.
So, what pure form? I'm not trying to like straw man. I want to make sure I understand this correctly. You're saying what? Okay, what does this sulfur look like? Is it yellow? Is it white? What kind of coloration does it have?
Yellow.
Yellow. Okay. So I don't know. It sounds like we're talking about something entirely different because the sulfur I'm talking about is white, like pure white, actually.
That can get different kind of coloration from the kind of arrangement of the molecules of sulfur, right?
Okay, so this particular sulfur that I'm talking about, when lit, it forms a blue flame on contact with heat, and it's supposed to be 96% pure. In other words, the compound itself is almost 100% actual sulfur. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get across. So you're saying that it's yellow in that particular compound. I'm not sure I've ever heard of it. I mean, being anything other than yellow or white. So that's why I was trying to make sure I didn't miss that. So what I was trying to get across is there's the Sodom and Gomorrah story. They actually found balls about this big, about golf ball size, that riddled this area, and they found out that this actually used to be a city, but you couldn't tell the difference because a lot of this looks like a miniature canyon with like a desert, basically. The only reason they were able to tell that this was a city is because it had 90-degree angles that were obviously chiseled out. So they found a ziggurat, which is like an ancient temple where they did sacrifice and other things like that. They found the remains of what would have been a sphinx, like a guardian, spiritual guardian, whatever you want to call it, at the entrance, but it was completely eroded away, like heavily degraded. And it was completely unrecognizable. The only reason they could tell what it was is because of its shape and comparing it to other cities in that area. So that's what I'm trying to get across. They found these sulfur balls, and you can still light them. You can go and pick them up over there, and you can see that this is real. This is like not a joke. There's like thousands. I would say probably hundreds of thousands of these balls that were like just all over the place that had been shown to have impact, and they were like stuck in the walls. They were stuck in rock bed. I highly recommend looking into it. It's there's a documentary called Patterns of Evidence, and if you get the chance, just look it up. It's called Patterns of Evidence, and they'll go over a good portion of the stuff that I've already talked about. But this is, I would call it eye-opening archaeological evidence. Now, I know that you as a chemist, you probably have a different perspective on what sulfur means. I'm not sure if maybe that's going to cause any kind of disruption in the way you understand that. But if you just look at the documentary, you see what I'm talking about.
Is that a Trey Smith documentary?
I don't believe so. No. I think it has several archaeologists, and there's like one geologist that's involved. And actually, some of them were actually agnostics or skeptics to begin with, and they just kind of went on the expedition just to do it.
I can put a link on the chat, on the private chat, if you guys want to put it on the live chat, because I'm not a moderator.
Thanks, Tiger.
No problem. But yeah, it was good, bro. The same company. You can watch it on you can watch it for free. Like on
Jamie's got a link in here.
But yeah, actually, I'm just gonna click on the watch for free stuff. I'll give you guys that link.
Ron Wyatt, that's the name of the guy. He's the main contributor there, I think. Yeah, you're right, Jamie. I appreciate that, man.
But yeah, man, that was good. And that same company made something called The Coming Convergence. That was a good movie too for all the Christians that believe in the tribulation. You guys should check that out. But yeah, it's real good stuff, bro. But here I'm gonna put the link on the private chat. It's free to watch. It's on Tubi.com, which is a website, so it's free on your it's called Patterns of Evidence. Good recommendation. Things can't fly. But yeah, hey Luca, nice to see you, man. I debated you like 8 months ago on evolution. That's my only evolution creation debate.
Tiger, I was not recognizing you. Oh,
I'm sorry. I changed my
Sorry, man.
Sorry, brother.
Sorry.
Here we go. I'll put my clothes on again. But there we go. There you go. I'm sorry. Here I am, bro. But I was just going to talk about evolution today, creation. I'm not going to get into other crazy stuff.
We got reunions happening all over the place.
But here, I'm going back to the giants. We come from giants. We come from giant people. We don't come from amoeba, guys. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Nice to see you, and everybody. Jungle, Pigs Can't Fly. You guys are amazing. George Bond. Actually, Luca came on my channel one time. Man, he helped me translate some ancient maps that had a bunch of Latin on them. Well, shout out to Luca for that one.
Luca's awesome. I gotta give it to him.
I've been trying to tell this guy that Jesus is real for so long, and he still doesn't believe it. He comes on these things all the time, and you still don't believe Jesus is real, bro. It's mind blowing. I don't know how much willingly ignorant you have to be, but thanks for coming out.
One of the ancient maps that you were showing to me, and I know what was all about.
Well, I didn't know either, because that's the first time I saw him. When you came on my channel, I was going through them as we were watching them together. So.
There was an ancient map, Sumerian one, And if you look it up, it's a map of their valley, and they were calling it their world because no one was traveling, basically.
According to corporate control mainstream media, but according to the Bible,
an actual river inside the map, and that's all. So yeah, it was a map of their valley.
that was a good video, bro. I'm actually gonna have to watch that one again because
you want me,
I appreciate you coming in, though, bro. That was like 8 months ago. So
if you want me anytime, just ask me a little bit in advance, because of course I live in Italy and there are
pretty late,
almost 10 a.m.
You just woke up.
So quite a big difference in yeah, just tell me if you want me, and we'll get some date to do it.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, whenever just come back in, bro. Anytime, bro. Lucas is one of the nicest atheists I ever spoken to, so I got
Definitely.
for that.
Praise the Lord.
How he's so willingly ignorant after we, you're on here. I either met you here or in another Christian stream, and man, I don't understand how you just keep on dismissing the Bible. And
Well,
go ahead. You guys were having a nice discussion. I got to go in soon, but
I agree.
Oh, congratulations, Standing for Truth, man, for 3,000 subs, bro. I hope you get to 1 billion or 1 million soon. Hopefully you can evangelize the world before the rapture, or whether it's pre-trib, mid-trib, or post-trib, whatever the case may be, before the tribulation, anyways, because we might not have internet.
Hey, Iger, did you see my name?
Jungle. Oh, you're typing.
Hey, Standing. George is back. He got locked out accidentally.
I hate it when that happens. I do it all the time.
Yeah, I have my phone, so it happened to me a couple times too. So
Yeah, I think that's George's laptop, or
it's on a tablet, I think.
died, and I'm so sorry.
Oh, he might have clicked on the.
There you go. He's back.
That's a good movie. It's free right now. Free to
I'm back.
watch.
I tried to copy paste that link I got provided, and I think the tablet doesn't like multitasking, so I got kicked
Same
out.
here. Yeah, that's why I don't try to get on anything whenever I'm on screen.
I don't think I'm. Jungle, are you a moderator here? Or wait, Standing for Truth gotta be in here.
So.
You can put that link on the live chat. It's a link for Patterns of Evidence. It's a documentary about what we've been all the different archaeological evidence that atheists just like to deny, because the smart guy with a white lab coat that's on ABC, NBC, and CBS wrote, and it's peer reviewed or whatnot. They'll just dismiss all archaeological evidence with video and picture proof. And it's crazy. It's insane, man. It's really an insanity backwards world we live in.
I was interested in what Lucas said earlier about near absolute zero. Does anyone know what near absolute zero means? I do, by the way, but I just want to know if you guys know what that means or what Luca was referring to.
You mean like 1 degree Celsius?
No motion.
No, well, the way I understand it, I think Luca was referring to absolute zero Kelvin.
Right. Okay.
And the reason why they say near absolute zero is because the CMBs are measured at 2.73 degree Kelvin. So you can never get to absolute zero. You can only get to about 2.73. That's why they refer to it as near absolute zero. Correct,
Okay.
Luca?
Yeah, also because if you are at the absolute zeros, there is no movement at all.
Motion, yeah.
That's
movement.
right. That's right. Yeah.
Are still completely. So if you just look at something and anything is eating that something, you cannot get absolute zero. absolute zeros can exist only if there is no light, no radiation at all. You cannot even observe it, because if you are looking into it, it cannot be.
Well,
absolute.
the other point is space. Space is not a complete vacuum.
Not an expert on that, but yeah, I can.
I honestly think that there's what they call the ether up there, where it's just basically water, just like the Bible.
I think space is a vacuum because of the black holes that are dragging space into the black holes, and it makes a vacuum.
I'm not going to talk about that today. Whatever.
This is all getting into a weird conversation.
And it might be what's causing the redshift too, for that matter.
Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
Recorded whether the objects above you are moving or whether you're the one that's moving. So redshift proves absolutely nothing, but whatever.
Hey Luca, are you in GMT -2, or I was make sure I didn't know your time zone?
Yeah, I think so.
It's like
-2. Okay.
Yes, plus 2.
What time is it over there, Luca?
10 o'clock.
So
yeah.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah, like 8 hours out. 9 hours.
It's cloudy. It's the only reason why my lights are up.
I gotcha. No worries.
Can I bring you up to date on a recent find? It was in the Smithsonian on the 22nd of January, I think, this year. They found a dinosaur fossil, a very, very big dinosaur fossil, on a surface layer. And the reason why I say it's a surface layer is because where in the photo you can actually see a bush growing in the area where they're actually excavating the fossil. But the interesting part about it is as we know now that they're finding them pretty much on every fossil, they found a lot of soft tissue. They found collagen, proteins, and whatever. And I spoke to John McKay. I'm not sure if you guys know John McKay from Creation Research. We had him on the SFT channel about a month ago. But he actually told me something interesting. He says most of these surface dinosaur finds are actually found by either cattle or dogs, and they actually they find protein, and they actually, they can smell it and eat it. That's how fresh it is.
I can talk a little about that. Fun fact: I have here Armitage paper.
You can make some money that way. Take your bloodhound out for a dinosaur walk.
Yeah, that's right. You can have a dinosaur. You can have a dinosaur named after yourself, Jungle.
Yeah.
Okay. It's stained. I spilled some water. You can recommend it's the paper from Armitage.
Armitage. Mark Armitage? Armitage?
Yes, Armitage. About the soft tissues. And I read it, of course. Fun fact, you can see the video with Armitage with those huge chunk of tissues, and then you read his paper, and he's talking about structures as big as 60 nanometers. So is lying in a way or in another. He has huge chunk of material or very, very tiny ones. Also, I do not want to be mean to anyone, but it's not a very good paper. And it's my opinion, of course. You can barely tell what kind of material he had. He destroyed it to run his experiments, and now we can not even tell what it was. He did not even create a replica, and it's a good procedure to do so for obvious reason. If I have some doubt, some problem with it, and I tell that that was a Triceratops horn. If you do not have any more the horn, make a cast and then run your experiment.
Right.
And you can do those experiments as do not destroy the horn if you can avoid it.
Right. Exactly. I understand.
If you destroy the horn, and also you are showing me huge chunks of collagen or so on, and then in your paper you are telling me a story that's really, really different. Now you can understand, because when I heard some kind of things, I'm very, very skeptic about that.
Well, you could see
Right, I
how
understand.
the paper would be very conservative in his claims in the paper, right? It would be
Yeah,
more.
you can be very conservative, but if you have a chunk so big, and in your paper you are telling me that you have 60 nanometers structure, we are not even in the same ballpark.
Well, the initial
My backyard, I cannot tell you that I find this kind of things in the USA. Okay.
The initial horn was a large piece of horn, but he extracted from that soft tissue, and obviously not in the entire horn, but in parts of the horn. It seems to me.
In the video was showing huge chunk of tissues, and then in his paper was talking about very, very small structure, and they were enclosed. It's telling that in his paper, but when you speak with him, it's telling you that it was very, very in a bad condition, with water everywhere, moss and so on. It's one or another. It was in good condition, or it was not. It was a huge chunk of tissues, or were a very tiny one. When I see things like that, and I've shown you, I have the paper, I've read it.
Can I say something real quick before I leave? Luca, according to the creation model, which a lot of people hold to, everything used to be bigger. Not only humans, not only giants. They used to have actual giants that mixed with Nephilim or whatever. But also the cows, the birds. Even if you look up what's the biggest sloth fossil ever found, it's as big as an elephant. So even the elephants were bigger. So everything used to be bigger. Before Noah's flood, about 4,400 years ago. Earth is only 6,000 years old since Adam's conception, and 6 days before that. So, and then Jesus Christ walked the earth about 2,020 years ago. You live in Italy, and you got a lot of resources over there. But guys, I gotta go in, and it's been real, man. Luca, I look forward. Man, if you want to have another discussion, bro, I love to do it on the maps, man. That was interesting. God bless everybody here. I know all of y'all are Christians except for Luca, so I'm gonna tell you guys the Serenity Prayer, because we're dealing with a lot of stuff right now. So it's God, serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the strength to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. In your Son Jesus' name, Amen. And
Amen.
for Luca, the sinner's prayer is
He already knows. I know. It's just a joke, man.
No, but really, Luca, man, I really do hope that you come to Christ, because you come in here a lot, and I do appreciate you giving the apostle side, because if not, it'd be kind of boring without you. So, but if you ever do want to come to Christ, bro, the sinner's prayer is, Dear Lord Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner and I ask for your forgiveness. I believe you died for my sins and rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and invite you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust and follow you as my Lord and Savior. Amen.
Amen.
The fear of God
Amen.
is the beginning of wisdom to begin with. So with that, guys, God bless y'all. Jesus loves you, and have an awesome night or day.
You too,
Luca.
Iger.
Peace, guys.
Okay,
See you next time.
bro.
Bruh.
I found that paper, by the way. If you'd care me to read a part of it, the title is called "Soft Tissue Preservation in a Jurassic's Ichthyosaur." As I said, it's a Smithsonian article. I'll just read some small snippets. It says a stunningly preserved skin of a fossil ichthyosaur has revealed a wealth of original soft tissue and proteins. However, this fossil from Germany's Holzmaden Posidona shale quarries was found in Jurassic strata dated to 180 million years old. It says the researchers were able to identify the liver, which when demineralized and treated, revealed original pliable organic material. Analysis also confirmed the remains of proteins such as tropomyosin, hemoglobin, alpha keratin, elastin, actin, and collagen. Lead author of the study, Dr. Johan Lindgren, admitted, and this is a quote, soft tissues such as skin have hitherto been considered to be so liable, that is, easily broken down, the only way they can survive is via full replacement by minerals. However, he says, as it turns out, when these minerals are removed, some of the original organics remain. And I spoke to John McKay about this one, and he said that surface exposure is about the only way we find dinos. Best finders are dogs and cows who eat them for nutrition, as they still have protein tissue in them. That's John McKay.
Nope.
So I just thought I'd share that with you.
My point is, they had to demineralize them, so it's not. When we are talking about soft tissues, it's not what you think it is. There are remains of soft tissues, but you have to treat these kind of things first to get there. It's not like you will find a huge chunk of dinosaurs meat or collagen. It's not like that.
But the point is, look, you shouldn't find any.
Okay.
I mean, for dogs and cows to be trying to eat it, there's got to be something there.
I doubt that you will really find cows and dinosaurs together. And that's all my point. You are talking about very, very wonderful things, very wonderful evidence of your worldview. But in my experience, and I did not research those
findings
yet, but in my experience, like with the Armitage, and I was taking that as an example, of course. When you look into it, you will find problems. And I cannot tell about those kind of things because I did not research them. Okay, I'm just sharing with you one of my experience. I went so far to download the original paper from Armitage and read it back to cover, and what he was telling, it was not what he was telling in the video, and for me
But
it's a huge problem.
if you're looking for problems, you might see problems that aren't really there, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, but when you find things like the ones I was telling you, they're not like there are huge things. Okay. And what I can say, if those proofs are real, you have a very good proof of your story. In my experience, usually they're not.
I mean, if you're finding
about just my previous experience, of course, not.
if you're finding blood vessels and red blood cells and bone cells with philopodia, it seems to be pretty clear evidence that there's a lot of structure remaining from the original creature.
They are, but we are finding a mechanism for it to be preserved. They are not the original tissues yet. They are, but they were
mineralized.
They are encased by rock, basically, and they are different from the original compound. I think that they found iron in it. Iron did change some structure. Chemical bonds last for very, very long time. So if you
within
get
the blood cells, yeah.
conformation, you will get a molecule can last very, very a very long time.
So Jamie Russell says he has a video that he'd like you to watch in regards to this subject.
Okay.
Hang on. I'm going to post it in here real quick.
Just be careful if it might be copyrighted. Standing might get a copyright violation.
No, I don't mean to watch it here on the stream. I mean, just for
on
his
your own,
references later. Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. So, yeah, if you just want to check that out, because he was telling me in the chat that he had already gone over this subject specifically, so he had put the link in there. So I appreciate that, Jamie.
There were multiple findings by Mark Armitage, and I'm pretty sure, like George Bond was saying, there's other people that have made other findings, and just about everywhere they look, they seem to be finding soft tissue in dinosaur fossil
Correct.
bones.
Yeah, I mean, since the Mary, I'm sorry, Miss Schweizer, I forgot her. Yeah. Since she had ever found that in the first place, I mean, she's been getting shouted down about this situation. And the thing is, she's tried her best to try to rectify it. But, I mean, they haven't actually found a mechanism that truly can express how it would be possible for even something as simple as like the blood vessels, right? Like, like a vein or something like that, somehow managing to make it through for even just 1 million years, let alone hundreds of millions of years.
For what I and of course,
considering 15 million years would have washed all the sediment layers away.
The compounds found are modified by, I think, iron to be more stable. So, for what I can understand, there that's the mechanism behind it. But I'm no Mary Schweitzer, and that's her research. So, if you want to ask, I can just advise to ask her.
I'd love to talk to her. I mean, that'd be great. I mean, I like opportunities to be able to talk to people that are in this line of work, and just try to get kind of pick their brain, see what's going on. If they have any valid responses regarding that.
Look, what I know, a lot of scientists are not superstars. So if you write to them about their work, a lot of people are more than happy than to discuss with you.
Sure.
Because not everyone, of course.
Because a lot of people think that Mary Schweitzer was the only person to find it, but she's now not the only person because a lot of people have
She
found
makes
similar results.
discovery.
And
And when you do so, you know where you can find something like that. You know that there is something like that. It's not that easy to make a new discovery, and when you do so, of course, you will find more because you can get a good idea where to find more. No surprise here. It's like my field was all about thermoelectric compound. It's a very, very new field. It's not like we knew about this kind of compounds from a very. It's a very new field of research. So when you find something new, you will get more. Of course, it's natural.
I should apologise, guys. I was actually reading another paper when I quoted it, but I have posted the actual title of the paper in the main chat. It's called "Dinosaur Unearthed in Argentina Could Be the Largest Land Animal Ever." And if you have a look at the photo there, where the archaeologist or paleontologist is excavating, you'll see a bush in the background, which indicates a surface layer. And I'd like to know how they actually dated it at, I think it said 98, where is it? Where
million
is it now?
years.
98 million years. So
that's not very much, is it?
and apparently it's the largest dinosaur they've ever found.
I'm no expert on geology. Of course, you have to ask that question to someone.
Like a paleontologist.
Yeah, but for what I can understand, uplifting is a thing, and you can find old rocks lying on the open. It's a thing that can happen. Just a mudslide or an earthquake, you can get there. There are mechanisms for the earth and some strata to be pushed whole over to our to the surface. It's possible. Of course, you need to study these kind of things to get a grip on the actual things up.
I have some ammonite fossils and some crinoids too.
I have too.
In my forest.
You can find it all over Dolomites. So
Ammonites.
it's not a problem because we know what can get to those kind of things.
And crinoids.
To uplift older strata. Of course, you need to study a lot to understand what's actually happening there.
But I'm looking for more fossils. I'm expecting to find more fossils too.
Yeah, my point with sending was if you find a human fossil under the KT boundary, that will be a good proof for your model. Yeah. My point is I would love to have a discussion, and I'm currently having a discussion with a guy found on this channel, and I think I forgot to answer him. And I do love these kind of things. And my whole point when I talk to someone like you it's to understand how what it's processed to get to information, because
Right.
So what's that compound you put on the rocks to see if it's a fossil or not, to see if it fizzes or not or whatever? Isn't there a kind of acid or something you put on it to see
I
if
think
it's a fossil?
if you are talking about the demineralize the soft tissues, yes, I think
No, well, yeah,
You talking about like peroxide, or I just want to
yeah.
double check that.
There's something I'll look it up on the online that you put on it to test it to see if it's a rock or a fossil.
Okay. It would have to be some kind of acid that can actually eat through that. Sorry about that, Luca.
Sorry?
No, I was just saying it would have to be an acid if they're trying to use it, because I think my understanding is that acid cannot go through like solid rock or something like that.
Depends.
Like if it's like granite or something like that, then it's not going to go through it.
Fluoridic acid can literally melt glass. So
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm assuming it had to be a type of acid. I don't think it's that that specific compound. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like I know that there are stronger forms of acid that are even worse than like
if you
hydrochloric
are
acid.
fluoridic acid, it's not even that strong as an acid, but there is
Right.
fluorine in it, so
Okay.
that's the nasty part. I was working with that acid in a lab, and it was like if you spill it over the floor, you are dead. The guy
Right.
next to you is dead. All lab is dead.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh, that's crazy, man. Luca, quick question, man. You've heard of the place Chernobyl in Russia? Or I think it's
Yes.
actually in Ukraine.
I
I
was
was
in Germany.
soon
I was in
after
Germany
the
when it
Chernobyl
blew
thing.
up.
What's that, Jungle?
I was in Germany when it blew up.
Germany, my bad. Yeah.
Chernobyl.
So the reason I'm bringing this up, have you heard of the elephant's foot?
Not
So
sure.
there's supposed to be like a chemical compound that was formed after there was the breakdown of all the uranium and other structural chemicals that were involved there, or elements, I should say. And it created, I think, what they call, I forgot if it's called chromium or I forgot. There's an actual like scientific name for it, a different element you could call it, but it literally eats through like the surface there. And I mean, it's so dangerous. This is actually called the most dangerous compound on the planet. If you go within like a few meters of it, you can actually die from radiation just automatically, just for being that close to it.
Yeah, if radiation is a nasty thing, so
Right.
I
Yeah.
don't know about this compound, but if it's radioactive, yeah, you will die. Tell
No.
that to Yuri.
Yeah, definitely look it up, man. Is it? I forget what it's called. There's a specific scientific name for it, but they call it the elephant's foot. Because it looks like a giant black mass, but it's still really hot. Like on the inside of it, it's essentially like a form of lava, I guess, or plasma.
Right. I know that they managed to take a photo of it with some.
Right. And the guy that did that, he died.
Because if you point anything in that direction, it will melt.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, I was just curious if you had already seen anything on that. That was pretty interesting.
I read something, but not. I'm not so well informed.
Okay.
Of course.
I wasn't that close to it, apparently.
Sorry?
I wasn't that close to the element, apparently.
Yeah.
I was in Germany.
But it was dangerous anyway, because I know that a lot of people suffer from
Yeah,
it.
I think the rain landed just north of us, but they made us march in the rain for some strange reason on that day. They never made us march in the rain before or since. But that day when there was radioactive rain, we were singing and we're radioactive, stuff like that.
Wow. Okay.
But apparently I saw the cloud of smoke was just north of us in northern Germany, pretty much.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Yeah, I understand that they've only made that substance, what the elephant's foot is actually comprised of, about 5 times altogether, including the development of it after that core meltdown occurred. And it keeps slipping my mind what it was called. I want to say it starts with a C, the name of that compound, but it's supposed to be like the most toxic element on the planet or something like that. So that's why I keep coming back to that, because I figured somebody that was a chemist would know all about the elements of the periodic table and about that.
Yeah. Jamie in the chat is right. There were some soldiers cooling down the reactor, shoveling cold material on it. They died. I do not know if they all die or someone survived, but to do that, it's not a good idea.
Corium. That's it, right.
With the reactor by shoveling things over. It's not a good idea, I think.
Soldiers have to do the worst jobs, I'm telling you. When I was in the Navy on the submarine, I actually had to do this one job in the Ford Bilge, where so they have a sanitary pump there right above the Ford Bilge, and there's the sand. Obviously, you know what sanitaries is, right? So I had to go down in this water that basically had poop in it, and I had to change out a liquid level indicator, right? So that we could tell that there was water in that bilge. And I was down there for 4 hours swimming around in poop, basically, trying to get this thing changed out, man. It was one of the worst jobs I ever had to do. But I mean, I can imagine there's some guys that had to go through all kinds of crazy stuff, man. Especially back in World War II and that time period.
I think that at the time Soviet Russia was collapsing, so people were desperate, basically. So they did.
Well, they were trying to cover it up and stuff, hide it, whatever.
Yeah, they tried to hide it, but it was impossible.
It's hard to hide
Fire
radiation.
reactor exploding. It's not something you can. Nothing happens.
Seriously. Yeah. All these people are dying for no reason.
Yeah, they have to. Whoa.
Jungle, what direction was the wind blowing?
I think I saw a cloud. I saw a diagram of the cloud. It went over the northern part of Germany, I think, and I was just south of that.
Okay.
I
Just
think
interesting.
that's
Jamie,
because there were a lot of European countries that were worried where that dust would end up falling.
Would settle, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it
because
could be carried for miles.
It was raining, and they made us march in the rain. And for some strange reason, they never did that before or after. So I don't know what they were trying.
Go ahead, Luca.
Putting up information about the Chernobyl reactor.
I guess they want to see what kind of effect. If we would glow or something, I don't know.
Yeah, it was a strange time.
Yeah, I just wanted it to be an interesting subject just because, I mean, I was having to deal with a nuclear reactor as well on my ship, and I never had to go inside of the reactor area or anything like that. It's just they always had us being prepared for, like, in the event of, like, a reactor failure or anything like that. We had to, like, know all of our actions that had to be performed, so...
I think that's they gave you a protocol, but if something with a nuclear reactor goes wrong and
Right.
you wrong, I think you're dead.
Yeah, if there was a reactor accident, we had to first of all we had to call out the local authorities, make sure that they start evacuating people. If we're in port, and of course if we're at sea, we basically had to sink ourselves. That's how horrible it was. So yeah, it's bad. I mean, I smile about it now, but I was thinking to myself like,
a few meters from you, I don't think you can do anything to save your life.
exactly. And so yeah, in the event of an accident, then we would basically be screwed. We'd all have to die. So
sorry,
we would
guys.
just. Hey, it's been a good time, guys. Love you guys. Yeah. Yeah, it's all male crew, so we're all just like, screw it, man. I'm done. But it's funny. They recently started allowing females to have all female crews for the submarines, which we were discussing, like all the problems that would have arisen because like there would be a lot of hygiene issues with them, or time of the month situation.
Yeah. It's not that easy to integrate women service, and I'm not telling that because of something, but of course, men are stronger and more resistant to anything, damage, and so on.
Honestly,
yes.
I couldn't even imagine them having to do some of the jobs we had to do because we had to lift some really heavy stuff. I mean, so
I think that some women can do it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I mean to have a full crew of like 125 women that are specifically for that job, it just seems it's hard to find.
To be clear, I do not think that men are better than women.
Right.
Absolutely not. But if you are talking about lifting stuff or do some kind of things, men are just do it.
So we had
it's not.
Have you heard of a ring laser gyro before?
Sorry?
Have you heard of a ring laser gyro navigation system before?
Yes.
Yeah. So we had 2 of these, and they were 220 pounds a piece, and they had to hang from the overhead. So we had to lift them up and then hook them onto these little like bars that stuck down that they would get onto, and it was not easy. But we had like a 3-man team, and after that, of course, we had to do all the alignments for the algorithm, make sure that it was able to track our location, things like that. I'm not saying that they couldn't do the mathematics or anything like that. I'm just saying that to pick it up, they'd probably have to have their entire division just to get the one RLGN up there, And that's just for my division. That's not even counting like certain other divisions. They had some really heavy equipment they had to handle. So like if it was like one of the aux groups, they were doing machinery. They were handling machinery all the time. And so that's what I was getting across. This is no hit against women. I think that they are amazing. I think they're really intelligent. I'm just saying that as far as physical attributes go, they wouldn't compare.
With a friend of mine, a girl, because she did, she go to gym and so on. So he was talking to me, telling me that she was stronger because she was doing exercise a lot, and I was like, my friend, I can understand that you work a lot for your body, but just try to overpower me with your strength. I just lifted the girl without effort, and I'm not in top shape, but I'm just so much stronger than you without doing nothing, and you can do nothing about it. You're just
guys. Standing reckons he's just about to pass out.
Hey, Standing, congratulations, man! I love your channel.
do we want to wrap this up at all?
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm sorry we kept you guys up so late, and I appreciate the conversation, Luke. It's been a pleasure, man.
Can I finish off with something?
Sure, go ahead.
There's a meme at the moment going around with Kamala Harris. It sort of sparked my interest when Luca was talking about females, but it goes something like this: when you're the first female vice president, but can't claim it since your party doesn't recognize genders. That's a
well,
ripper.
she's also the only woman to ever make it into office through. I'm not even going to say the rest of that. Never mind.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Anyways, that's a whole other discussion.
Guys, I'm going to wrap up, and I'll talk to you when I see you again. Okay.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, guys.
Have a good one, George.
We made it. We made it to the 7-hour mark,
Oh.
and it's been a wild show. Pigs can fly. I'm glad you joined, brother Luca. I'm glad you joined, my good man. We got JJ here, Juan. So wild night, wild 3K celebratory party. I'm about to pass out, and yeah, here 7 hours
All
flew
right,
by.
man.
So,
Congratulations.
And congratulations, Standing.
hey, listen,
Yeah.
all the glory to God and thanks to all the supporters and
Praise the Lord.
yes, praise the Lord, guys. So, anyways, final words from anybody before we shut it down?
This is SFT is out.
All right, good night, guys.
Good night.
What is true?
Y'all have a blessed